Thank you, and welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 8, Customer Service, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2023 to 2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Jihad and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of customer service and digital government, emergency services and youth justice. I ask everyone in the room to please put their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for giving your time to give evidence today.
Thank you.
Minister Dibb, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For witnesses who were not sworn before this committee during the initial round of hearings, I'm going to call you up and ask you to please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation. And as you come forward, if you could also bring your nameplate with you. First of all, I'd like to ask Mr. Graham Head.
My name is Graham Head. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Mandy Young.
Hi, I'm happy to affirm that I was at the last estimates in a different role.
Okay, you need to re-swear if you're in a new role. Thank you, though.
I'm Amanda Young. I'm Deputy Secretary, Corporate Services and Chief Operating Officer for the Department of Customer Service. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mon Walker.
Thank you. I'm Simone Walker. I'm the Deputy CEO of the Reconstruction Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Amanda Leck.
I'm Amanda Leck, the Head of Adaptation, Mitigation and Reconstruction with the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Joanna Quilty.
I'm Joanna Quilty, Head of the Preparedness and Recovery Division at the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Paul O'Reilly.
I'm Paul O'Reilly, the Executive Director of Youth Justice New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. I remind all other witnesses that you do not need to be sworn as you have been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30pm and we are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated to government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15pm. We will begin with questions from the opposition. The Honourable Wes Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister.
Thanks, nice to be back here.
I'm sure it is. Minister, I know you haven't got your budget papers with you at the table, so I've got some here if you need to look them up. But I'm sure you know already that the 22-23 budget for Fire Rescue New South Wales was about $862 million, but the actual spend was just over $1 billion at 1.004 million. The Labor budget was in 23-24 was only 996 million. So there was nearly a $9 million cut to the budget from the actual spend the year previous. Minister, do you agree that Labor's budget cuts for Fire and Rescue New South Wales were $9 million below the previous spend?
Sorry, I'm just writing it down. Thanks, Mr. Fang.
Well
Just
done.
even before I start, if I can, I just want to acknowledge that today is the second anniversary of the floods in the Northern Rivers. We've all seen that. We've all seen the devastation, and I'm really proud of the work that's been done across all members of Parliament from all parties to ensure that we can help that community stand up once again. There's been a lot of work. The work is not yet done. It will continue. We've seen the Resilient Lands program that was announced, I think, a couple of weeks ago, but a special acknowledgement to all the local MPs there who have really worked incredibly hard, also the local mayors and councils, but especially to the people. Whenever you go through parts of Lismore, you see that heart that just seems to survive all the way through, and I just wanted to acknowledge that.
And that's great
being
acknowledgement.
such a
Minister. I was
big-
going to put some questions to you about that later, but I'm glad you acknowledged it today.
Thanks, and I'll take those questions a little bit later. Mr. Fang, what you talked about was the budget, particularly around Fire and Rescue New South Wales, and you talked about the budget and then the actuals. And what you will actually see is that the budget allocation from the most recent budget was actually an increase on the previous budget, and so in
But
that
it was a
sense,
cut from the actual spend, Minister.
and the actual
that's the
spends.
point.
So I'll get to that in a sec.
Yeah.
The actual spends, Mr. Fang, when you consider there were some mitigating circumstances that came up in 2022, particularly
Minister,
around.
I
I just
probably
talked
will
about-
address these in later questions,
Yeah,
but I just wanted to
but-
address first that the budget that you allocated for Fire and Rescue New South Wales was $9 million below what the actual spend was the previous year. Do you acknowledge that?
The budget that we provided was actually an increase on the budget that was provided the year before. Now, what you're talking about, the actual spend, part of that was because of some one-off payments that came up, as I was about to say, particularly around some issues around the floods and so forth, where a number of fire and rescue personnel
And
went
Minister,
up.
I'll probably address some of those points a little bit later, but you will agree that that is without any inflation wage rises being taken into consideration into the figure that was budgeted.
Mr. Feng, I'm not really sure where you're getting at. We increased the budget. This government increased the budget of fire and rescue to what had been committed the year before that.
But it was
Actually
below, Minister.
increased it
Minister,
quite-
do you
increased-
agree that it was
increased
below?
Mr.
Do
Fang,
you agree?
Mr. Fang, increased it quite substantially
Minister, I don't
compared to what
understand
was
why you
allocated
won't
last
acknowledge-
time. The actuals, and as
Minister,
you would know with many of the budgets,
Minister, I don't
actuals-
understand why you won't acknowledge that the budgeted figure was below the actual spend in the previous financial year. Can you at least acknowledge that one fact?
I'll acknowledge that this government actually committed a 15.5%
Minister,
increase
I'll move on.
to
Minister,
the budget
I'll
on
move
the year
on.
before.
Minister, do you agree that the failure to budget for the actual spend in Fire and Rescue New South Wales has resulted in maintenance fleet issues?
I don't agree. I don't agree with what you're saying there, Mr. Fang. I've just spent 5 minutes talking to you about the fact that this government increased the budget by 15.5% on what was given the year before. The overspend.
Minister, while you're talking, I'm just going to ask the Secretariat that I table these, and I'll ask, there's 10 copies here, I'll keep one, and I'll ask
Sure.
that they distribute them to the committee members and one to you, Minister. Thank you. Minister.
Sorry,
continue,
I'll
please.
just wait for that to come around.
Yes. No, please go ahead.
Is it related to?
Well, it's
being
going to relate
tabled
to my
at the
next
moment?
question, but I think you were saying that there's been no impact in the maintenance of the fleet. Was that effectively
Mr.
what you were
Fang,
saying?
Fire Rescue New South Wales runs a massive fleet, and obviously there's going to be maintenance issues. You know, I think anybody in their right mind would recognise that there's always going to be maintenance issues. The budget has increased by 15.5%.
Yep.
Now that's because there were overspends the year before. So, you know, will there be maintenance? Of course,
Yep.
there's going to be maintenance.
Now, Minister, I'll ask that the Minister first get a copy, please, so that I can put the questions to him. Minister, you'll see here are a number of photographs that I've compiled. You'll see the top photo has a Fire and Rescue New South Wales truck with its brake light system cable tied to the truck. Minister, do you understand that you're using cable ties for maintenance on your fire trucks, are you putting lives at risk?
Mr. Fang, seriously, you'd ask that question, are we putting lives
Minister,
at risk? I think fire
Minister,
and rescue...
it's a very serious question. Are you putting lives at risk by using cable ties to have maintenance done on your trucks?
Mr. Fang, fire and rescue personnel do an incredible amount to keep the community safe. They do an enormous amount.
We're not disputing
Sorry,
that, Minister.
Well, hang on a second.
We're discussing whether your government has funded Fire and Rescue New South Wales enough so that they can at least keep their trucks maintained. Minister, you're using cable ties to keep your trucks held together.
What you presented to me here is one photo of a cable tie on one of our many appliances. There is a plan with fire and rescue, and it's about a fleet replacement plan, and in that the prioritisation will be obviously for those that are in most need. Now, Mr. Fang, there's a
Minister, are we going to see Labor?
Hang on a second.
Are we going to
Can you let
see
me answer
Labor
the
giving
question?
giving Fire and Rescue New South Wales duct tape and cable ties to keep their trucks together
what
because
you've
you're not funding them properly?
What you've seen Labor is actually increase the budget by 15.5% to the tune of $133
What we've seen is
million
Labor
compared
funding
to-
it $9 million
compared-
below
Sorry,
$9 million below
Mr.
the actual
Westphane.
spend the year prior.
Westphane, there has been a point of order. Sorry, Minister.
You know, compared
I'll,
to...
Minister, sorry,
Sorry.
I'll hear the point of order.
Chair, it would assist with the conduct of this hearing if we could operate it as a question and answer session. It's not courteous to the witness to continue.
Well, I'd like some answers and I might do that.
Yeah, look, I uphold the point of order. That was getting a little bit too much back and forth and speaking over the top of each other. If the Minister would like to answer the question.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Fang, what you're doing is you're highlighting one thing from 726 appliances across the state. I've said that there is a plan that Fire and Rescue have worked on and developing in terms of replacement. I would also say that there will be new appliances coming on this year.
Minister,
so the premise
there are
of your
photos
question,
behind
sorry, if I could just finish off. The premise of your question is quite frankly offensive. To say that lives are being put at risk.
I'll tell you what's
is
offensive, Minister.
when you
What's
don't
offensive?
realise-
What's offensive is that you don't fund Fire and Rescue enough so that the people of New South Wales can have fire trucks that aren't held together with cable ties. That's offensive.
Order. There's been a point of order.
Mr. Fang.
Sorry,
Chair,
Minister.
I'm reluctant to do this, but you just made a ruling about an issue saying that the Minister, as a matter of courtesy, as a witness, ought to be given time to respond, and then we have the same situation again with the honourable member just asking a question, and without even waiting for a reasonable time for an answer, he's talking over the Minister and making
Yeah,
statements.
look, I do uphold the point of order. If the Honourable Westphane wants to redirect the question, he can do so in a courteous way.
Sorry, Madam Chair, if I could just... where's this appliance stationed at?
Minister, we ask the questions.
I just want to
We
ask,
ask
where's the
the
appliance station?
Minister, I'm going to move on because
Sorry,
I've
the
got
reason
plenty
and the
of
reason I
questions.
said that is
I've got
because
plenty of
again you've
questions
tried to
here.
seek a gotcha moment.
No,
but
no,
if
no,
you were
no,
genuinely
no.
Order,
serious,
order,
what you would have done,
order.
you would have come to see us.
Order.
You're
You're
looking
the one
that
you're looking
says
for a gotcha
Fang.
moment. You
Minister,
can't even tell me whether
You are the one.
Mini-
You are the one that's
The
not
Honourable
funding Fire and
Westphane.
Rescue New South Wales properly. You're
Order.
the one that should be ashamed here.
Order.
$133
Minister,
million
you should be
increase.
ashamed.
Minister, please
Minister.
stop. There's been a point of order. Now, I don't have a voice to be constantly yelling over the top of everyone. So I won't allow that to happen again. The Honourable Natalie Ward had a point of order.
Thank you, Chair. I believe the way that estimates works is that committee members ask questions
Yes.
of the Honourable Minister, and I ask that he refrain from asking committee members questions when it's his portfolio. I think the Honourable Westphane is trying to ask serious questions about this, and I ask that we move on because time is very limited.
Yes, thank
Further
you.
to the point of order, if
wasting
it is
time.
perfectly in order, if a member asks a question,
You're not the
that the
chair.
minister is able to clarify so they can actually answer it correctly. It's also inappropriate for a member to both ask a question and then seek to answer it at the same time. That's the responsibility of the minister.
Look, it was fine for the Minister to ask a question, but it is also fine for the opposition to then move on because it is their time to ask questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I partially
No, no,
uphold
thank
that
you,
point of
Minister.
order.
Minister,
Madam
what
Chair,
I
if
was-
I could just add, Madam Chair.
Minister, no,
The
before you
point
do
was,
that,
if it's
Minister,
not a
before you do
question,
that,
my
no,
point-
Minister,
Order.
I've got the call, not you.
Order.
This is budget estimates.
Sorry, Minister, what was your position?
My point was going to be, if it's not going to be a question, the point that I was simply making is that, again, in trying to seek a gotcha moment, he hasn't done his homework.
point of
He
order.
can't actually tell
Point
me
of
where
order.
it
Sorry,
is.
Minister.
It's just a matter of just
Minister,
trying to find it. If you
Minister,
have a resolution-
Well,
Minister.
no, Minister.
Stop.
The point is,
I'm
you're the
going,
minister. You should know where this
the
is,
Honourable
Minister.
Wes Fang-
You should know where
the
your trucks are
Honourable
being
Wes
held
Fang,
together with
order.
cable ties.
You're now wasting your own time. Minister, if you wanted to seek further information, perhaps you can speak to the opposition in regards to the locations after this, if the opposition has some more genuine questions. They've only got 9 minutes left.
Thank you, Chair.
But
keep
perhaps
going.
we move on.
Minister, how many fire and rescue New South Wales trucks are currently in operation?
There's 726 appliances that we do have fire and rescue trucks, and there's a range of variety of trucks across the state. They're positioned all over the state. We also
Minister,
have.
I'm just going to redirect. How many of those are over 20 years of age?
When you include the service replacement vehicles, so what they call the SCVs, I think, and I might just seek a bit of clarification, but I think there might be about 26. Might be about 25 or 26. I can just get a clarification for that if you like.
Okay. How many RFS trucks?
I will add to that.
Well, Minister, I'm going to redirect because I've got plenty of questions and you've wasted a lot of my time. How many RFS trucks do you have currently in operation?
There are, I think, and again, I just want to make sure so I don't give you the wrong figure. But with the Commission, I believe it's about 4,000 appliances across all appliances across the board.
The RFS fleet is a total of 6,393 vehicles. That's of all types, not just fire.
So they're not just fire trucks; they're all the appliances.
I appreciate that. How many of those are over 20 years old?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Sure, if you like, I'll come back to you later with a question.
That'd be great if you wouldn't mind. Just moving on, Minister.
Sure.
Last estimates, we learned that RFS fuel cards have been maxed out. Minister, have any additional RFS fuel cards been declined?
Not that I'm aware of, and I believe that the Commissioner at that time then also responded to it and said that this was it's a one-off and it's very much a rarity, and it was an issue to do with a fuel card that was issued by the Council. There are also other fuel cards, and they rectified the situation.
Minister, are you sure of that answer?
Straight away.
Are you sure of that answer?
I just said to you, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So is it the case then that you haven't been made aware that additional fuel cards have been declined and RFS volunteers have been required to pay for fuel out of their own pockets?
If that is the case, then we will look.
Shouldn't you have been notified of this, Minister?
Mr. Fang, you're not notified of every single thing that occurs. There's also a
This is pretty major, isn't it, Minister?
Mr. Fang, I'll tell you what's really
given that
major.
I raised it at estimates last time.
Some of the bushfires.
Given that I raised it last time at estimates.
Fire rescue and RFS people.
Wouldn't you be acutely aware of issues around fuel cards?
Can I answer the question, please?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
You said you weren't aware.
I said to you, I'm not aware. I haven't been made aware of any others. But what I will say is that any of those issues, there was some communication that went out to say to escalate them fairly quickly so they can be rectified. Now, if there is a situation on occasion where somebody does, need to pay for fuel, they're very quickly reimbursed. But we do have a number of fuel cards that are available.
Is it the case that volunteers should be having to pay for fuel because you haven't organised fuel cards to be sorted out?
Well, I reject that we haven't organised fuel cards. Mr. Fang,
isn't it the case that Labor have not supported the RFS?
The fuel cards also were provided by local government. So this is a local government fuel card. Are you passing the buck, Minister? Are you trying to pass the buck? You are the Emergency Services Minister. You are responsible for ensuring that the RFS New South Wales and the RFS fleet are operational and ready. That's your responsibility, Minister. Are you absolving yourself of that responsibility? Good try, Mr. Fang.
But no, it's not. I'm not trying anything, Minister. You are the Minister.
Mr. Fang, we have seen the incredible response from RFS, particularly when we had the bushfires early on in this bushfire
and yet they're not supported by you, and their fuel cards don't always work.
Quite frankly, I think that's
Minister, sorry, there's been a point of order. Minister.
Again with the
order.
I'm reluctant to take this point again, but we seem to be devolving back into a situation where a question's asked, only a few words are uttered by the Minister, and then a statement's coming in over the top of it, not even another question, and the Honourable Member ought to be called to order and allow the Minister sufficient time.
And I would also remind the member that we have Hansard as well that's trying to actually record all of this while two people are talking. No, not in advance, because it finishes now. So you apologise for the previous behaviour and now it changes. Thank
Yes,
you.
Chair,
the Honourable
I feel
Westphal.
admonished by you.
I
But
think
I
this
am
is
holding
completely-
this minister to account, who has now twice said he finds it offensive that we are putting to him questions about the lack of support that RFS and Fire and Rescue New South Wales are getting from the Labor government. Why is it offensive, Minister? Why is it offensive that you're not supporting our volunteers and our firefighters, and raising it is somehow offensive to you?
Part of the reason it's offensive is that
That
you're
I'm holding
actually
you to account for being a minister.
is that you're actually grandstanding and not giving me
I'm
an
not
opportunity to answer the question. And if you give me an opportunity to answer the question, I will answer the question. The fuel cards are distributed by local government. And that's been a long-standing
absolving
practice.
yourself of the
That has been a
issue.
long-standing practice. It is a very, very rare occasion.
So do we go blame the
that
local governments
volunteers
now?
would be paying that they will be paying out of pocket for fuel costs. So, Mr. Fang, I've given you the answer. I've said to you that I was not
So
aware
it's not
of
your
anything
fault.
else. I'm sorry.
Not your fault. Nothing to see here.
Once again, Mr. Fang, you've kind of put something out there, but you've actually given no fact. You've said, are you aware? Has this happened? Have you got any evidence of that? Have you presented any evidence to the committee? Have you actually taken it to RFS, which I
don't
suggested
answer
last
the
time?
We have questions.
I'll
We'll
answer it in
questions
a
later,
different way. I
but-
would assume that if you were genuinely sincere about finding a resolution to this, what you would do, as soon as you came across that and your shadow minister came across
Well,
that, then you
Minister-
would notify the RFS
Minister-
rather than holding on to it.
Minister,
and
you've
bringing
said
it
you have
into
said in
this-
estimates that you're
into
supporting
bringing it
these firefighters,
into
and
bringing
yet it
it into
seems
this committee,
that now with
rather than
second
bringing it into
estimates,
this committee and
the
then
fuel
talking
card
about it,
issue
Mr.
is
Fang,
still coming
without
up.
actually any
fuel card
without
issue
any
is still
suggestion
coming
of a
up.
resolution. Have you? Well, I would think again. So I'm not going to direct the
Minister,
question to you, but
no,
I would
Minister,
say
I'm
My
asking
order.
the questions here.
my assumption.
Sorry,
would be-
Minister, there's been a point of order.
Chair, look, paragraph 19 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution
He's a big boy, he can
requires
back himself.
courtesy to be extended
Order.
to the witness. Beyond that, the witness, the minister can stand on his own 2 feet. I do feel incredibly sorry for Hansard right now. It is just completely indecipherable because I can't make out what is happening.
Yeah, look, I do uphold the point of order. And the Honourable Westphal, you're going to obviously continue to get points of order if that continues. So if you have some questions, I suggest that you put them and that you courteously redirect the Minister after
Minister.
giving him a chance to respond.
Thank you. Minister, do you categorically deny that RFS volunteers have not been able to refuel because the cards aren't working?
Look, I'll await the detail and the evidence of that.
You haven't been provided any...
I'll await the detail
advice.
and the evidence of it, and I invite you to present either the RFS or myself with that evidence so that it can be rectified.
Minister,
I am pretty
I'm
clear.
gonna redirect now.
I'm pretty clear that we'd like to find a resolution to this. This is not about playing
Well,
petty
it's
politics
still-
here.
it's still continuing,
This government has
Minister. It
invested
is still
$100 million
continuing.
in a refurbishment of new tankers. There's
Minister, it
been
is-
a massive investment.
Yet you can't even get the fuel cards right.
Well, provide us with the evidence and the detail, and we'll follow that up.
Well, I will, Minister. Offline, it was a Member of Parliament that actually had the issue.
Well, provide me with that evidence.
I will. I will come
I
back to you.
challenge you to
But,
do
but,
that.
but it was a Member of Parliament that had to pay for the fuel because the fuel card wasn't working.
Well, they...
So, Minister, I will
as you know,
address
Mr.
it.
Fang,
I will address it.
as
I
you
will
know-
address it later. But
as
I
you
can
know, Mr.
assure
Fang,
you,
my door-
I
my-
can assure you that
as-
it was
as-
an actual issue.
As you know,
Minister.
Mr. Fang, my door is always
Minister,
open. And I think
I'm
our
gonna-
seconds-
I'm gonna
no,
redirect.
answering
No,
that
I'm gonna-
question.
no,
Sorry, I'm answering that question.
Okay.
As you and people in this parliament know, my door is always open.
I know.
And I'm always into finding
And you're a-
resolutions to
Minister,
things.
you're a good bloke,
So
which
if
is
there-
why I'm
thank-
really
thank you very much.
disappointed.
Thank you very
This
much
is
for
really-
that
It's why I'm really
confidence.
disappointed that this
But-
issue has come up
Point of
again.
order,
Thank you very much for that confidence.
Sorry,
I would
Minister, there's
again-
been a point of order.
I would also... Sorry, if I
Sorry,
could...
Minister.
Chair, I'm reluctant to do this yet again, but we're back in a situation where we've got the honourable member just talking over the minister
To
while
the
he's
point of
attempting
order.
to provide a very good answer to the important question that he was asked.
To the point of order,
Yes,
Chair,
to the point of
the
order.
Minister is talking over the member as well. I ask that they both stop and just get on with it. There's a minute left.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
again...
I agree that both people are talking. Minister, if you are redirected, I ask that, and you do feel like that some of that question has been put forward, that you do follow a
Thank you.
redirection as well.
Thank you,
Minister, I've
Madam
only got a
Chair.
few
Ma-
seconds left.
Sorry,
I've only got a
I
few
was answering
seconds
the
left.
question, Madam Chair.
No. I'm redirecting
I was
now.
answering-
I'm
I was answering the
redirecting.
question.
I'm redirecting.
I was answering
Minister,
the question.
if the state
You're not gonna
government...
give me a chance to answer the questions,
Well,
Mr.
I'm
Fang.
now redirecting because I've only got 20
Because-
seconds left.
because you actually won't
Minister,
give me
if the
Minister,
state
Minister-
government...
Wasting time,
If the
Minister,
state
you know.
government
No.
controls the deployment of the firefighting assets, why doesn't it control the fuel that also goes in them?
Look, that's an issue there, and as you know that when you were in government as well, there's a vesting issue there with local governments. I would then go back to that last thing. I'm actually really disappointed that the Member of Parliament wouldn't come to me to try and find a resolution to this. That's where I would be really concerned.
I think that you gave a commitment. You gave a commitment last estimates that this wouldn't be an issue, and yet, Minister, here we are yet again with a big issue.
Mr. Fang, this could have been addressed quickly, but you sat on it and waited till estimates to make
Minister,
it
you should have addressed it.
Order, we are now moving on to crossbench time, and I'll start with Ms. Sue Higgins.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Ms. Higginson.
Could I just turn to your responsibility and ask you some questions in your capacity as Minister for Youth Justice?
Sure.
Do you believe, Minister, that young people would be safer in all of their interactions with the police if general duties officers didn't carry firearms?
Oh, Ms. Higginson. Look, that's really an issue. That's really an issue for the Police Minister. My role, particularly in the youth justice system and the Youth Justice Minister, is to work with young people and try and find the best outcomes for them post their interactions with police and post their interaction with the courts. Those issues are bigger than something for me to talk about.
Is it not before their interactions? Is it? Are we? I think the approach, Minister, is perhaps preventing young people being in the system is really where a lot of focus should be.
Look, and I think, Ms. Higginson, it's something that I'm a big believer in, the issue of diversion, the issue of early intervention. There's a lot of really good work that's going on between a number of ministers.
Minister, the question about firearms, and I'm honestly not trying to do anything untoward here. You are the Minister for Youth Justice. We are trying our hardest as a state, and it's clear, to do better for young people. At the moment, firearms and the appropriateness of police carrying firearms is in the focus of many people. As Minister for Youth Justice, do you think, honestly, and this is a question to ask you of your own opinion, this is not about government policy, we know the policy right now for police carrying firearms, but do you think it would be beneficial for young people when they are interacting with police if that their interactions don't involve firearms?
Ms. Higginson, and I'm not trying to obfuscate here, but really is a question, particularly around the issues of firearms and police for the Police Minister. What I am working incredibly hard on, and I know there's a lot of people who would support me on this, is having more positive interactions, of course, between young people and the police, having ways that we can work together
That's
across
precisely where this
government.
question is going. So do you think, it's a simple question, do you think it's beneficial for young people that police carry weapons? General duties police, all I'm talking about is when police are interacting with young people who are at risk young people.
I really can't offer an opinion on something like that. That really sits within the Police Ministers, but I can't do that.
But you are the Minister to advocate for moving out of the intractable position that some young people find themselves in interacting with police, and how we can move that along to do better for young people. That's all. That's all.
And I stand on my record on advocacy for young people, and also the incredible commitment to young people and trying to get the change in the life's projection.
So what?
And a lot
so
of that
if,
is with the early
So,
intervention.
Minister, if the police officers that are mostly dealing with youth came to you and said, "We'd love it if we didn't have firearms. We think it's really not helpful."
Ms. Higginson, my first response for them would be, that's really an issue that you need to take up with the Police Minister. I can't be making a call on police and what they carry when I'm not the Police Minister. But what I can say is I'm really pleased to see an increased, a lot of work that is happening across the board, particularly in terms of relationship between young people and the police, particularly interactions. I've seen that through
So do you think good relationships with young people and other people normally involve firearms?
I think again, we're getting to the point about what it is that police officers carry, and I can't really make that call about what it is in terms of, the way that police officers are, what it is that they carry on their person.
All right, thank you. So how do we keep young people from committing crimes? At the moment, we've apparently got country mayors from all around New South Wales saying that youth crime is on the significant rise. What are you doing? Or how do we do it?
So there's a number of things that we're currently working on, and I'm happy to read through some of those, particularly around some of the regional areas. But it really sits around that principle of trying to offer the best opportunities for young people. The other thing, and I hope that you would agree with me, is that this involves a whole of government wraparound service approach. Tragically and sadly, many of these young people who find themselves, in trouble and within the justice system also have a lot of other complications. In their life. Now, some of that being, some trauma from early on. Some of that might be abuse of substance, either of them or their carers. A lack of a place of going somewhere safe. So in
are
that
you
sense,
seeing?
that's
So
where
on that, Minister, can I just redirect you? Are there any? What successes have you seen since March last year when you took over? What are those successes in those wraparounds that you're aware of, that you're focused on, and that you're saying, hey, this is a great news story, we need to pick this up and roll it further?
Yeah, thank me. I've seen so many successes, and I really am a glass half full person. And
I'm a glass overflowing,
yeah.
so let's go.
Let's go for it. I've been able to visit a number of youth justice centres, and the Shadow Minister's also been with me on a couple, and I've seen some incredible programs. Only a few weeks ago, when we visited one centre, I met a young person who was, in a unit. So as he was transitioning, basically complete his sentence, but he was telling me the story about how, he's been able, through the help of the officers at the Youth Justice Centre and all of the support with DCJ and Youth Justice, he's actually going to be going into university and making that change. And that to me was so incredibly inspiring because he shared that story, he acknowledged what he'd done. So in terms of what we do with the young people in the Youth Justice Centre, that's one bit. But the other one too that I'd really like to talk about that I visited was in Wagga. I think it was called Yalumdri Dreaming, Yalumdri Dreaming.
I don't know, I wasn't invited.
Well, you're not the Shadow Minister, but next time I go there, I'll let you know.
Thanks, Minister.
But Yalumdri Dreaming, where they do, a bail program and, short-term remand program, and I think it was excellent because they were working with people, particularly so as an alternative to being on remand, working with them, teaching culture, teaching history, but also making sure they do basic things like get them to school, get them dressed, get them all ready. I've been working with the ACOs, across the board, and I could list a number. I've got, the bail accommodation support program, the caseworker support program.
And so is it mainly First Nations young people that you're seeing?
In those programs, but there's also a program I know that runs out of Cobham Youth Justice Centre, called the Brotherhood Program, and that was a really good program that I'm hoping to join them. I think.
And are all these young people? Do they all have access to tablets now?
So they've got access to tablets when they want to communicate with their families and so forth. The department is at the moment scoping a potential rollout of tablets. I know that's been.
I feel like that's been going on for a long time.
Yeah, so we're actually now scoping that. So that's a really good thing. It's not quite as simple. Also, you'd appreciate of just giving every young person a tablet. Like we've got to have the infrastructure around it.
Yeah.
And also go through some safety things. But we're actually in that process now of scoping how we would do that. So hopefully, that is about going there. The other really good program I want to talk to you about, if I can, was the Try Trade program. And, that's about helping young people. So we work with Youth Justice and partner agencies to come into the Youth Justice Centres and to try and help a young person in terms of a pre-apprenticeship training, trying to get them their skills up, get a trade. And there's now been a number of examples of what we do. The one clear thing for me, the one takeaway, and something that's close to my heart, and I appreciate the work that Youth Justice does, is about doing things a little bit differently, about collaborating more with community partners, collaborating more in terms of place-based possible solutions as well, because that's what we really need to focus on. We can't determine how they get to us, but what we can determine in Youth Justice is how we help them hopefully never come back. And I know when I said to one young kid, I hope to never see you again, he wasn't sure how to take it, but I said, I mean that in the nicest possible way. That's what
So are
do.
you still very frustrated with the Attorney General that we haven't moved to raise the age yet?
Oh, look, I know the Attorney General is working on that, and it's something that he's leading, and he's working across that with, is it called the SCAG, I think, with the national body,
the Attorney General,
and they're doing work on that. But he's leading the work on that. There's a number of people who will make contributions.
And are you still advocating that it is that we really do need to be raising the age?
Look, I'm advocating for young people to be able to give them the best opportunity in life, and in terms of alongside the raising the age issue, we also need to consider the other issues that I've talked about, which are things like what is that early intervention, what are those wraparound supports, how do we make sure that, for example, health, education, community services, of those work together.
And so with the correction centres though, it is still fair to say that given the stats, i.e. 81% of young people reconvict within, the recidivism rates are still really high and within that 10-year period, etc. Are we the correction centres are still not working?
So the correction centres are working in terms of trying to make the changes. The other stat that's obviously the big one with that is the number of young people who come in on remand for different periods of time. You know, a large proportion on remand, say, just for 24 to 48 hours.
And are you still working hard to divert them from remand?
Absolutely, and there's some work that's going on there. Like one of the other things that I could say, something that I'm really proud of the team is the work around youth conferencing, for example, where with youth conferencing, and maybe Paul might correct me, but I think it was about 64%.
And is that happening
people.
all across the state? The youth
Paul, is that
conferencing?
the youth conferencing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in the Young Offenders Act. It's
Yeah.
available everywhere.
And that's really fantastic. We're looking at what we can do that's different, that's better, that actually makes those changes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
It was revealed last week that that there is a law firm investigating allegations of historical child sex abuse at Riverina Juvenile Justice Centre. And this comes after the ABC expose in February last year regarding historical sexual assault at Reby Youth Justice Centre. Is the government and are you actively cooperating with those investigations into historical child sex abuse at New South Wales Juvenile Justice Centres?
Yes, absolutely. And if you allow me just to read through it, this one I just want to get right because it's in a note, and obviously it's a really
That's fine, Minister.
It's a difficult situation there. Youth Justice takes all the allegations of misconduct seriously and refers all matters to the DCJ Conduct and Professional Standard Unit. Where appropriate, matters are also referred to New South Wales Police Force, Office of the Children's Guardian, and or the Independent Commission Against Corruption. Youth Justice requires, we have multiple safeguards in place to prevent and respond to employee misconduct and implement a suite of reforms aimed at keeping young people safe. All Youth Justice employees require a current working with children check and a police check, and there are really strict protocols that govern direct supervision of and contact with young people. So I suppose that was that part. To answer the other question, of course, this is a really a horrific thing to hear, and we will work with the person. We will refer it where we need to, and of course, if it involves then other, law enforcement agencies or investigative agencies, every assistance that we can provide, we will. And I don't know if there's any more that you want added, if the executive director wants to add any more, or whether there's any more that you might seek. But does that answer your question?
Yeah, it certainly answers my first question. I was just going to ask as well if you're conducting your own inquiry or looking into this further within your own department into current and historical sexual assault allegations within youth justice centres to understand how these shocking crimes are actually able to occur in the first place?
Yes, we do, and we are, and it's part of the reason also that we've made some changes and where possible looked at how could these things have occurred, how could these acts have occurred, or the allegations have occurred. We also look at whether some of our processes need to change. I talked about not only the working with children's check, but also the criminal check, and making sure that there's really strong accountability. We're looking at continuous improvement in everything that we do, and this is a horrific thing, and really it's hard enough for a young person to be in the Youth Justice Centre. That's not an additional thing. We can look at the processes that we can have in a place, and that's why even supervision, for example, plays a really key role. One of the things that I really do want to give a shout out to Mr. O'Reilly and his team. Mr. O'Reilly and his team is there's that willingness to actually look inward and say, we can do things better. And this is one certainly that we say, this was a problem. These are historical. What have we done since that time to ensure that these things do not happen again? What are the safeguards that we need to put in place? And how do we also make sure that when it comes to reporting, because we know reporting is a really difficult thing, how do we not only encourage people to report, but also make sure that they're supported to report and all those claims are investigated? That's why we then refer it in the first instance, DCJ, and then follow on from there.
Thank you. Are there any new measures that are being put into place within New South Wales Youth Justice to ensure that sexual abuse and assault against detainees cannot occur?
Look, there might be some specific measures, if I can ask Mr. O'Reilly to answer that, if that's all right.
Certainly, I've reported on that in this place previously, but very happy to go through it again.
Oh, sorry, I meant any new.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have finished the implementation of body scanners, which is a really important change. Partially clothed body searches are still lawful within the regulation, but they are, even when they're executed in line with the regulation, they are still traumatic for people. And so from the day I walked into Youth Justice in 2019, I started working on replacing those searches with X-ray scanners. It's taken some time, they're now implemented, and that eliminates the need for partially clothed body searches at almost every case. And it means that in the last year, 98.5% of all searches have been done through the scanner instead of through partially clothed body searches. Sometimes a young person will prefer a body search. That's really important for a whole heap of reasons. One, so that our system is not currently traumatising children who are often already traumatised, but also a large proportion of those historic abuse claims, the allegations stem from the search process. So there's an overwhelming risk there that should have been managed better in previous years and is being managed more effectively now. We've also changed staff ratios, particularly in high-risk areas. We are regularly reviewing our CCTV coverage to pick up any gaps and changing the CCTV performance, improving that. We are regularly inviting in new groups to come and provide additional oversight. As you'd be aware in the regulation, there is oversight through the Inspector, through the Ombudsman, the Children's Guardian. They're the three official oversight bodies. We also invite the Advocate for Children and Young People. We invite ALS, we invite Legal Aid, we invite people and organisations with lived experience in detention to come in and check our systems and work with our kids. There really is no substitute for lived experience in terms of understanding the experience of people that we are responsible for caring. All of those measures, in addition to the checks and screening, improve safety. And the last thing I'll talk about in this context is the use of force, which is an essential part of our model, but dramatically reduced, thankfully, following our reforms in the last 4 years. But we now have a committee which scrutinises every single incident of use of force, reviews the footage, reviews the notes, interviews people, and any hint of either accidents or poor practice or misconduct is quickly referred to the appropriate place for rectification. And we are putting in extra resources to support the investigation process when people are faced with allegations of misconduct, to make sure that it's as quick as possible. But it is not always quick, it is complicated. We are constantly reminding young people and staff and advocates of the importance of reporting concerns to police. Again, Royal Commissions in the past have found that one of the failings of institutions in previous years has been the failure to go to police when acts that would appear to be criminal have occurred or alleged to have occurred. So the police have a critical role to play, but they can only play it if they've been brought in. And so we have a good process for reporting to police and supporting people with that reporting to police so they don't feel alone, and making sure that a young person has access to their lawyer during that process as well.
Thank you. Sounds like you've been doing some good work, Mr. O'Reilly, so thank you.
You can see why I'm so impressed by them and the work they do. They're genuinely, there's every part of the organisation is about trying to look at that continuous improvement and about how we can change, and speaking about that trajectory of young people. You know, we can change their circumstances. If we can do that, maybe we can create a better opportunity for them that otherwise they'd never have. But it only happens when, as I said before, there's a holistic approach and people who are passionate about also advocating where they need to advocate and supporting.
Thank you, Minister. At the last budget estimates, I asked you about whether the government will be commencing a long overdue review of the New South Wales Young Offenders Act. And you said it was being considered by government. You'd hope to have an update for me by next estimates, which is today. Do you have an update, and is this review underway?
Yeah, look, it is still being considered by government. As I say, the Young Offenders Act review is underway. You know, and has been there's a number.
Sorry, Minister, can you explain what the delay is on this?
Oh, look, there's a number of different things that come into play here. Part of it is intersection as well with other things that are going on at the moment, that we're dealing with really complex issues. The availability of adequate support services as well. You know, in terms of some of the suggestions that might come up. You know, can we actually meet those suggestions? The Attorney General's leading the development response on that, and Youth Justice is contributing.
But sorry, Minister, the review itself is underway.
Yeah, look,
Has
I think
started?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, look, it's underway. It started, but the Attorney General is the one who's leading leading on that one.
Yes.
And
have you
Youth
met with the
Justice and
Attorney
others are
General?
making... Sorry. And
Sorry, have you met with the Attorney General about the progress?
I meet with the Attorney General on a number of occasions, number of things.
Have you raised the progress of this?
My views on this are known to him.
So not your views, but have you've spoken to him about the progress of the review that's underway?
I have, and my understanding is that the government is considering their response. So it's it's being considered. The response is being considered, and as I said, it's a little bit complex in terms of some of the resourcing and some of the adequacy in terms of making sure that we've got community safety is entirely appropriate as well.
Will there be a public consultation process as part of the review? Are you aware?
Look, I would assume so, but again, because the Attorney General is the one who's leading on it, it really is a question that's probably better directed to him, in that he can give that specific. But it's not about it's not about sort of just putting it out there and saying there won't be any more detail. But it wouldn't be right of me to commit the Attorney General to something that he's leading from where I sit.
And what are the key issues that you anticipate will be focused on in the review?
I think the key... Do you want me to keep going with it?
Yeah, that's okay.
I think
just keep it short.
Yeah, sure. Look, I think the key issues are about what we can do to better support young people and how we can better support them, navigate, I suppose, some really difficult years, and their intersection not only with, law and order, but also the justice system and how we can actually get them on the right track. I dare say there'd be a strong focus on community as well. And I think the other one too that we shouldn't forget is that we've also got to keep in mind community safety. So, we've got to make sure that the balance is right. You've got community safety, and we've also got to make sure that we work with young people to ensure that we can set them on that right direction together.
Thank you. Back to the opposition, the Honourable Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Good to see you. Always love estimates.
You do or I do?
We all do. All in.
I think my mum's watching
Minister,
today.
can I ask you, hi Mum, Minister, have you fixed the Hazards Near Me app?
You're talking about the...
Hazards Near Me app.
Yes, yes, and what you're talking about is that there was an unintended consequence with one of the when we did an update, and I think it had an impact on people with vision issues. And as soon as we became aware of that, RFS worked with customer service, and the issue was resolved. And I'll apologise that actually happened, but it was an unintended consequence of the upgrade that was required. But it's been resolved.
I welcome that acknowledgement and that you fixed it, but you would also acknowledge, would you not, that it was broken for several months, and given the importance of an app like this, my question is, why did it take so long to resolve the issue?
No, I'm sorry, Ms Ward, and I could be, I'm standard corrected, but I think it was when the upgrade happened, and when we became aware of it, we got onto it straight away, and I think it might have only been a matter of a couple of weeks or a few weeks. But from the moment that we became aware of it...
You might want to check that and come back to us, but nonetheless we're interested in why, with such an important app, why that might have taken so long, and whether it was a result of the upgrade or whether it was previously as part of the structure of the app.
Sure. So as soon as it came to my attention, I fixed it. And just to let you know, from that point on, we've actually then built a stronger relationship with a number of representative bodies to make sure that they can also help us in terms of guiding us on things that would make our apps even more accessible. So if there's anything that's good, it's actually that we did that, and then
I'll redirect. Thank you, Minister. You've acknowledged that New South Wales has been a leading jurisdiction when it comes to digital government, thanks largely to the work of the former government and Minister Victor Dominello. You recently held a round table to refresh the state digital strategy. Perhaps you should have invited Victor to that. When will the strategy be refreshed, and when will it be made public?
So in the first instance, look, and I've acknowledged former Minister Dominello on a number of occasions, and he's one of the very decent people. They've had the pleasure of working with. I think ministers shouldn't go in and just trample on predecessors, but there is a difference between what Minister Dominello did and the things that I do. I'm very strongly focused on inclusion, on accessibility, on making sure that everybody has access to the digital tools that we have. The digital roundtable that you're talking about is a refresh in terms of looking at the priorities of this government. Some of those priorities are around the issues of, addressing the issue of housing, how we can use a digital solution for that. The essential workers, looking also in terms of environment, cybersecurity, inclusion and accessibility. And that's where we wanted to take the digital strategy and say, hey, it's due for a refresh. It's been a few years since we've had one. The digital world stops for nobody. It happens, continuously changes. So we need to continuously move with it. We invited a range of different stakeholders, and we'll be reporting back to them, because one of the things that I made really clear to the agency was I don't want to have a roundtable or a stakeholder engagement and then we just sort of, just leave it. We're getting back to them. We're back to them soon, and they are part of helping us better
Thank you.
have
So
a
on
digital
that,
strategy. And it will be made public, of course.
Thank you. So on that, my question was, and welcome that, this government is known for a number of reviews, so we might add that to the list, but my question is, when will the strategy be refreshed and when will it be made public?
It's being refreshed, and the review, I would call it an update. This is updating a
I'm going to redirect
policy.
you, Minister. I think I have allowed you to sufficient time on the first answer. So do you have a time or do you not on when that will be made public?
It's going to be finalised this year.
This year?
Yeah.
First, this quarter, next quarter?
Well, this year, we're still in that. We just had we had the round table.
Yep.
We're going back
When?
to report to that. We're going back to report to those people, as I promised them we would.
Yep.
And then what we're going to be doing is, taking on any suggestions, and we'll read it. I would imagine that it could be sometime in the second half of the year.
Is your expectation sometime this year, second half?
Not expected. It will happen this year. It's more than it's a commitment that it will happen. You're asking me about the specific time. I can't give you that.
So you don't have a specific time, and as Minister you've said later this year. You've already said that. You've answered that previously. It'll be later this year, so you still don't have any further clarity on which quarter that might be. You've not directed your department to come back by a certain time?
Look, we're almost in quarter two, virtually in quarter two now. We had the round table, say 3-4 weeks ago. We're due to go back. I would imagine that it's going to be in the second half of the year. Now, it will happen in the second half of the year. Specifically when, no, but we're waiting to hear what we come back with the consultation, and that's what's important. Let's consult properly, get it right, rather than just trying to rush to a particular deadline, other than to say to you, it will happen this year.
Yeah, lots of consulting, lots of reviews. So
I
did you
would say
discuss what improvements we might expect to see with the Service New South Wales app?
Improvements with the Service New South Wales in relation to the digital strategy, or just in general?
In the round table, when you've refreshed it, did you discuss what improvements we might expect to see with the Service New South Wales app?
So the way that it was conducted, I think we had about 40 maybe people, and a lot in the industry, community groups, government agencies, non-government agencies, and each of them were broken up in different ways about what we could do. And the improvements that we were talking about across the board was how do we better engage with the community as a whole. Obviously, accessibility was a key pillar for that, and that was one. There is a focus group that's, there is a focus group
Minister,
that
I'm
works
going
on
to
that.
redirect you. You've spoken about who was there and who you've consulted with. That's great. That's not my question. The question is the improvements we might want to see for the investment of this time and review and talking to lots of people and consulting. That's all great. But what are the improvements we might expect to see to the Service New South Wales app?
Look, you might sort of
in
you might kind of have a bit of a laugh at the fact that we're consulting, but it's actually really important to consult with people. We want to take all people's views.
I'm not laughing. I'm redirecting.
This specifically is about the digital strategy, about where we move forward, where we invest our money, what are the best things that we can do, what is it that the community needs. It's not a focus group on the service app, it's about the digital strategy and what's our roadmap and what's our path forward, given the changing nature. If I give you one example only of that, when we talk about cybersecurity, where we were cybersecurity 2 years ago to where we are now is so different. Where we were with AI 2 years ago is so different to where we are now.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to redirect because I've asked two very specific questions, neither of which have resulted in any form of clarity or answer with respect. So it seems that we can't understand when we might receive the strategy, and we can't understand what improvements we might like to see. We've talked about who's been consulted. I'll move on. So does the strategy have a standalone artificial intelligence?
Sorry, I'm advised quarter three for the
Quarter three.
Quarter three.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So does the New South Wales Government have a standalone artificial intelligence strategy?
We do, and I've got to say it's one of the, it's the lead one in the nation, and
That's
we
good.
recently...
Have you read it?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I have, and I actually read it all by myself.
You read it all by yourself?
All by myself. All by myself.
Great.
And when I read it the first time, I thought, hey, we need to update this. So we've actually just
Great. I'll move on. My question is
recently updated it.
Thank you, Minister. Are you aware that the Auditor General in New South Wales will be undertaking a review into the management of AI by the New South Wales Government?
I know that the Auditor General undertakes a lot of reviews at different times.
Are you aware of this one specifically?
I might have to take that one on notice, whether it's come across my desk or not.
All right, I can tell you the answer, it's yes. The New South Wales Auditor General explains that AI will, and I quote, free up frontline staff and allow for the cutting of costs. Do you agree with that?
I believe that AI can do a lot of things, and I think part of that is also understanding how we can best harness the use of AI. If it means that we can free up people from doing tasks that are, say like data entry tasks, and people can then do higher order tasks, then I think that's a good thing. I also think that what we need within the framework that we have, which we've articulated now, where it's been used as an example for the whole nation, is also how do we use AI ethically? How do we use AI to benefit the community? How do we use AI to ensure that, this actually enhances the way that we live rather than the other one? We've got an ethics policy,
Thank
an
you.
assurance framework.
I'll go back to the specifics, so that's very helpful. But you agree that it will free up frontline staff. Do you agree that it will allow for the cutting of costs?
That's not the intention of it. That is not the intention of it, and how people might use their AI. What this framework is about is saying, what are the ethical principles that we should be using in terms of guidance around the way that we use AI. I think using it as a way of saying this is about cutting costs is not the reason for the framework. The reason for the framework is because AI is ever evolving, and we need to make sure that we have a good, strong ethical framework around that.
Sure, but you'd accept that the Auditor General is well placed to make comments and assessments about these things. The Auditor General has said that AI will free up frontline staff, which you'd agree with, and will allow for the cutting of costs, for example, automating work. That's obvious, isn't it?
If automating work makes life a little bit easier and ensures that people can be performing other duties, then I think that's right. I think the other one too is to actually wait and see what the Auditor General finally comes up with. And I'm sure that we'll respond to it. But if you're insinuating, and I know that you're not, that this is about cutting jobs, it's not. This is about making sure that we have a solid framework, and indeed New South Wales is nation leading when it comes to this.
Minister, you've just said that it could free up staff from jobs to go and do other jobs. That surely is reduction in jobs, isn't it? That's
no,
obvious. You've said that yourself.
They can do more complex tasks, and if I give you a really good example, if I go to my other hat, for example, think about some of the emergency services, and particularly after a natural disaster. If we can have people enter data that can be somehow entered, it would enable somebody who, rather than just taking a call for the data, can actually spend time trying to find the solution for that person, trying to direct them in the right places, using that information. So when we talk about sort of some of the tasks that AI could be helpful in, it's that. It doesn't mean that a person loses their job. It means that they can actually have more time to do the complex things, the human-centred things, those things that are really important.
What plans have been developed to cut costs using AI?
None.
No plans at all?
No.
So no cost cutting?
No, that's not the purpose of what the AI framework is.
So we're going to invest money in artificial intelligence but not achieve any cost reduction for doing so?
I think if we don't actually get onto accepting that artificial intelligence is really out there, then I think we're not only one step behind the pace, we're a long way behind the yard. We need to be ahead of that. If I think about
Minister, we accept that AI is coming, we accept that it will work, we accept it's all there. That's not my question though. What plans have been developed to cut costs using that? You were saying the government is planning to invest in AI and that it could automate some tasks and reduce some jobs from those frontline tasks. What are we going to see for that? What cost cutting will we see?
It's actually not cost cutting at all. This is about government doing services better, being able to assist the community better, the people
Minister,
better.
it's obvious, isn't it? I'm just going to get back to that point, just to be clear. If a job is not required, if someone's not required to do data entry, then that job is gone, is it not? AI is coming to take over that job. That job no longer exists. That's obvious.
we're allocating resources elsewhere. So that person who would have been doing the data entry can now do something at a higher level.
Certainly, but that job for the data entry is now gone, is it not?
The job for the data entry then can be supported with AI.
That's
but that
right.
doesn't
AI
mean,
can do it.
But I'm
All right,
not,
I'll move on.
I'm, sorry, I'm not really sure this is
AI
about
is doing
people-
the job. The job no longer exists. The job is cut.
But then it means that we can actually do more complex jobs, which we may not be able to do otherwise. That's actually that's the really good thing there. This
Does
will help
Labor
us.
accept, Minister, that AI will change the composition of the New South Wales government workforce?
I really think I think you're speaking hypotheticals here. Like AI will
No, I'm not at all.
complement it will complement the work that's being done, and what we're doing here is we're actually taking, we're taking a really proactive approach to say
It will change the
is-
composition, will it not? That's obvious.
in terms of like the work that's being done.
It will change the composition of the workforce.
Well, AI will have a role in all workforces. We're not seeing it just in government. We're seeing it, in a whole of society. But it will change industry, and like public service is going to be no
Minister,
different.
this
But
is
if-
your strategy. This is your government. It's your department. It's your strategy. And you're telling me that it won't fundamentally cut any costs. It won't change the composition of the workforce. Is that what you're seriously
We are
saying
not
to this committee?
approaching this from a cost-cutting measure, or we're approaching this from a way of saying, how do we improve the services that we deliver? How do we improve the capacity of the services, the complexity of the services? How do we actually use the AI, for example, doing those little tasks that I was talking about, the lower level tasks, so that we can free somebody up to do the really important tasks.
Which changes
that
the
phone-
composition of the workforce. Surely that's an obvious
I
conclusion to draw. We're all for improvements and efficiencies, but surely you accept that if a job is replaced by AI, that job no longer exists for a worker, which means that there is a fundamental change to the composition of the workforce. That's correct, isn't it?
There will be if you're saying like changes in the way that certain jobs are done, but your inference is that people are going to be losing their jobs. My statement is that this will actually free up people to do other more complex jobs.
Tomato, tomato. So you fundamentally disagree with the Auditor General's proposition before she's even written the report, is that correct?
Well, I mean, you're the one here who's talking about the Auditor General's report before it's been written. I said that I would read the report.
Extraordinary. All right.
I don't know how that's extraordinary. I think it's not extraordinary to say that I want to wait to read the Auditor General's report.
Thank you. I'll move on. Are you aware that artificial intelligence currently is being used by New South Wales government agencies and in the management of critical infrastructure like dams and emergency services capability?
I know that we're using artificial intelligence within that framework, and in the practical way. One of the examples too is that one of our focuses was to see how we can also potentially use it in terms of assisting government, government in terms of the amount of, not necessarily paperwork. That's because it's not really paperwork given that it's digital, but effectively like that. But an incident-driven artificial intelligence system that provides situational awareness to the RFS, for example, is one that we use. Athena. We use Athena to basically use all of the information that we have, all of the historical information, to be able to better predict where fires might be heading, which actually allows us to better direct resources. That's what I mean by being able to direct
provide further
resources.
information on notice of those details. That's great.
On
Can I ask
Athena?
about the AI? Yeah, on the groups that are used for emergency services.
Sure.
I'll move on. I have
Sure,
4
okay.
minutes left, so please
Sure,
stop.
so I'm
Please
just
stop
gonna-
interrupting me. I'll ask the question. So, the
Well, stop
artificial
interrupting my
intelligence
answers, I'm
ethics
sorry.
policy. The artificial intelligence.
Sorry,
ethics
I missed the first bit.
because
Sorry.
you keep talking.
And
The
you keep
artificial
interrupting.
intelligence ethics policy of the government. Why isn't safety included as a standalone principle in that ethics policy?
I think safety is inherently a part of it, and it's part of the whole. It's within the whole system. The fact that we've got an ethics policy says that the ethics policy is about making sure that we can have things that are safe.
But why is it not included then if it's a fundamental part of it? Why is it not included? Are we supposed to imply safety?
Well, we give a framework that is all about safety, and wasn't this policy originally developed under your government?
I asked the questions, Minister. You
but-
are the Minister. It's your department. You've been here for a year. I'm asking about it. Your best form of defence is attack. I suggest that you answer the question. This is safety in the AI ethics policy. Why isn't safety included as a standalone principle in
Safety-
your own ethics policy?
Safety is part of it, and I've just spent the better part of the last 10 minutes talking to you about the AI ethics framework. We're looking at working to refresh the policy as we keep,
Right, do you
as I
think
keep
it should
saying that
be
we keep
included?
doing. As we keep doing it, yeah. Look, I'm happy to have a look at that, and certainly if I go back to the comments that I made earlier, everything is about continuous improvements. If there's things that we can do better, then we're happy to look at how we can do them better.
Right.
The policy
Okay.
will continuously be refreshed. That's
You've
the
said
nature
that.
of digital.
You've said that, but will you push for that safety to be included as a standalone?
I'll have a look into
Okay,
it.
thank you. Service New South Wales app, have the usage numbers of the highly regarded Service New South Wales app increased or decreased over the past 12 months?
Have the use of the app?
Service New South Wales app,
Yeah.
app of the government, has usage increased or decreased over the past 12
Can
months?
I take that one on notice because I couldn't give you a specific
Sure.
answer.
Can
on
you
that.
list any improvements that have been made to the app since you've been Minister?
Just recently we've added the Working with Children's check, which is again first one in Australia, and that's a really great thing because we're using that as part of our journey towards the digital and verifiable credentials.
I believe that started under Minister Dominello, in fact.
Look, I mean,
Minister,
if you're going to sit
what
here,
improvements have you
sorry,
made?
well, we finished it.
Well, I'll ask the
We
department.
we actually.
Well,
sorry,
then I'll redirect it to the department. What,
Miss-
under your government, what improvements have been made to the
Ms.
app?
Ward, if I could just answer that, we finished the app, we've put it onto the other thing. There's also other things that we have included. I'm happy to take any of those on notice, but
Can
the
anyone
fact that- the
assist
fact that-
from anyone who's responsible for the app talk about the improvements that have been made under this government?
I can come back to you with that if you like. I'll come back to you if you like.
Yeah, and not what was previously commenced.
Well,
under
you know
the
what's
government.
interesting
What
is
new- okay, I'll
you just said you just had a
Minister,
go at me for talking about work that the previous
Minister,
government had done, and
I
now
have
you're actually
30 seconds,
complimenting what your
Minister,
government
I'm
had
going to
done.
redirect you.
I know, but Madam Chair, like,
What,
let's be a bit
Minister,
fair
what
and
new
balanced here.
improvements have you asked for?
Well, the Working with Children's check, I'm very excited about.
It
There's
wasn't
some
your
things-
work. Minister,
there-
I'll
there are-
redirect you.
there-
What,
there-
Minister,
there are-
I'll redirect you.
there-
It's best that you answer the question.
There are things.
It's best that you answer, Minister,
there
under
are-
your time
there are-
as
can you,
Minister.
Can you let me answer the question, please?
I am trying to ask the
Well,
question.
I'm
Stop
trying to
talking
answer the
over me.
question, but you keep interrupting me.
Because
I'm
that's
happy
how
to
it
take-
works. I ask the question, so I'll ask it
Madam
again.
Chair,
What
I think
improvements
it's
have you
appropriate,
asked for?
again, as a matter of
Madam-
What
courtesy,
improvements
that the
have you
minister,
asked
when
for?
he is asked
Sorry.
a question, be allowed to answer
Well, the
it.
Minister keeps talking over me, and I have tried to ask the question
look,
3
before
times.
we move on to crossbench time, because time has expired, this has happened continuously this morning, and it's not just the members here, it's also the Minister. Please, order. Please refrain from speaking over the top of each other. Minister, you can provide an answer, but if you are being redirected from that answer, please cease speaking and listen to the member redirecting that question and then provide your answer.
No more sugar.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Order. We now go to Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you, Minister, and to all of
Morning, Ms. Boyd.
all of the officials here today. If we could turn to some Auditor General reports that have been written. So let's start with
It might be a different file.
the Internal Controls and Governance report from the Auditor General last year. One of the issues the Auditor General raised was in relation to the sort of cyber preparedness of government agencies, and she was quite scathing in saying that nearly all New South Wales government agencies are not prepared adequately. I'm also looking at the Auditor General's report into cybersecurity in New South Wales from the beginning of last year, before you took government. Cybersecurity New South Wales is responsible for conducting audits of agencies' self-assessments. When the Auditor General was talking about this, there had been no auditing done by cybersecurity. What has been done in the last year? Has it got better?
Yeah, it has, and we've taken that as a really important focus and a good learning and a way to be able to fix some things that needed repair. It seems to be a little bit of a common theme that we've had to do. The New South Wales Cybersecurity New South Wales has revised their policy, and it was released in February 24th, so just recently, and with relevant entities reporting as well. We're developing a cybersecurity strategy to guide that. If I could just say on cybersecurity and cybersecurity in New South Wales, the Labor government has actually ensured that there's some funding there. There was a bit of a cliff that they were facing beforehand that our predecessors seem to have forgotten about. They talked up a big game. They were effectively, writing cheques with their mouths that their budget couldn't cash and couldn't deliver. But what we had there, Ms Boyd, is with Cybersecurity New South Wales developing this, the focus from government in our digital strategy, there is a strong focus on that. In the Digital Restart Fund, cybersecurity is a focus. Cybersecurity New South Wales working with all of the agencies with that reset particular, and the roundtable that I was talking about a little bit earlier, particularly also had a focus on cybersecurity. It's in everybody's interest to ensure that we've got really good cyber hygiene, that we've got really good cyber strength, and that we support one another. So Cybersecurity New South Wales not only then works with the government agencies, but also working with non-government agencies and supporting businesses. Also the ID support team, also then working through communities. They did a bit of a travelling show. I think about the middle of last year I joined them. It may have been in Wagga that I joined them. But they do the travelling show, and when we've had some cyber issues, so in other words, a breach or an attack, they've been there supporting people as well.
Can I just ask you how many audits of agencies? How many audits of the agency's self-assessments on cyber preparedness has Cybersecurity New South Wales done in the last year?
Can I take that one on notice? But I will answer it, but I'll also then give you a correct answer further if I'm not sure. But I know that Cybersecurity New South Wales has been working with all the agencies in terms of where they're at effectively in order, where their potential weak spots are, and how we can improve it. And also looking at how do we make sure that everybody as well has got an equal level of at least high protection. That's a really key point for us.
Does Cybersecurity New South Wales track cybersecurity incidents across the whole of government?
They do. All agencies have to report. There's mandatory reporting, so not only just of government, but just also mandatory reporting in general of breaches, so that we can also keep an eye on what's happening around the whole place and what support we could provide.
So does it track those numbers of security incidents over time? Is that something that you're able to give to us so we can look at sort of how things are progressing?
In terms of the tracking or in terms of the number of cyber
So if they're
incidents?
tracking those numbers of incidences, one of the issues that the Auditor General identified is that a lot of agencies just simply weren't even reporting those incidents. Obviously that was before your time. So I'm curious now if that sort of oversight is being done. Presumably there is a register somewhere of those incidents. Are we able to see at least numbers over time or tracking over time?
Sure, Ms Boyd. So there is that reporting, and I'm happy to take that one on notice. I'm confident that we'll be able to give you that information. Off the top of my head, though, I can't. But more than happy to give you, provide you with that information.
Perhaps you could also take on notice there were, I think, 4 major recommendations from the Auditor General in that February 23 report. If you could just provide us with a sort of a progress statement against those.
So sorry, could just an update on those 4 recommendations?
Yeah, where we're at.
More than happy to.
Thank you. And is that recurrent funding that they now have?
So they're funded until 2025, and of course then we'll go through the budget estimates, not budget estimates, the budgetary process. But I will also make this point that they were actually facing a financial cliff, and it was as a priority this government to make sure that we funded them and we funded them well.
Yeah, good. We want that to continue. I understand that there's I don't know if it's an agency or a department, no one's been able to tell me, called Accessible New South Wales. It sits under customer service, and it has been leading progress to ensure that we meet the target of Easy Read by 2025. But I understand that agency is only funded until June 30 of this year. Are you aware of that work, and are you working to extend that funding?
Look, I'm aware that we work with Accessibility New South Wales, and I thank them for the work that they do. And we'll go through future planning, the future budget process. But again, that idea that I talked about in terms of accessibility is one of the things that we're very keen on. We've embedded it deeply into our digital strategy, deeply into the DRF applications that can be made we're looking at making all government documents accessible and easy read. So that's something that we'll continue working through, and we'll continue working with Accessibility New South Wales.
So we need to do that by, my understanding is they're called Accessible New South Wales.
Accessible New South Wales.
Yeah. Is it an agency or is it what is it within?
I think it's. I might just ask for a little bit of clarification on that. If I can ask Miss Christie to just give the exact, so that we know exactly where it is. Miss Christie, would it be all right? Chief Information Officer.
Thank you.
Hi, yeah, Accessibility New South Wales is a business unit in Digital New South Wales.
Okay, so it's called Accessibility New South Wales. Okay,
Okay.
thank you. And what is the progress of that commitment to make it's all relevant, all government documents relevant to people with intellectual disability, easy read by the end of next year? Can anyone tell me?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm happy to tell you. Accessibility New South Wales is supporting a Department of Communities and Justice on delivering this commitment. We've developed a style guide for easy read in conjunction with the Council for Intellectual Disability and in conjunction with people with intellectual disabilities. So that style guide is part of the accessibility toolkit to support agencies to put these documents in easy read.
Are we on track to meet the deadline of 2025?
DCJ owns that election commitment and can talk about overall tracking.
I will come back and ask them.
Style guide. That's done.
Thank you.
And can I just also add, obviously we're working in tandem with DCJ because there's a response to the Royal Commission into disabilities. So we'll work really closely with them. If I could just add one little thing, Ms. Ward, that I forgot about cyber security. Some of the great community stuff we're doing. So we launched a password protector tester that we did. That was quite good. And only last week, we also have started launching some work, some additional work into various languages, and did some interviews in other languages to make sure that communities are aware of the risk of phishing. You know, we're only as strong as our weakest link, so we need to make sure that while government agencies have got lots of protection, that people also understand the "Hi Mum" text message is not real.
Yes, thank you.
They never start with "Hi Mum."
I've got, they always do. I get a lot of those. That's not how my children address me. I also understand that you met with disability advocates at the end of last year in relation to the Park and Pay app.
Yes,
and it's great to see that even though it's past when the decision was made to scrap it, at least now we are consulting with people with disability.
Miss Boyd, it's still operational. So
I was going to ask you what is happening with it.
Yeah, so it's still operational, Miss Boyd, and you know, and it was good to meet with the advocacy groups and also to have another look at it. I don't know if you saw, but there was an Auditor General's report that came out that was pretty damning. And rather than go in and start blaming what previous people have done, it's go, how can we fix it? We're working through that at the moment. I've asked the department to explore a range of options for us so that, you know, and we're going through that process and they present me with some different options.
Can I ask you, will you be adopting all of those 6 recommendations from the Auditor General?
Yes, and I believe that we'll have them completed by, I think we've agreed to adopt them, and I think maybe, is it June? Or we'll be by June we think it'll be done. We saw that as a really good opportunity for us to have a look at the practices again and improve upon the practices again. I'll stipulate this was an issue that occurred well before my time as the Minister, and we'll just make sure that we don't make those same things. We'll change the way that we do that process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, I want to ask some questions about the Wildlife in Emergency sub-plan that the government published last month. Are you aware that the largest responders to wildlife rescues and disasters in New South Wales, including Wires, were not consulted about this plan or given any opportunity to provide feedback before it was finalised?
I'm not aware of that, but I'll find out for you if that is the case.
Does it concern you, if that is correct?
Look, I always like to think that we should consult with as many people as we can to try and get things done better, and I'll find out a few more details about that particular sub-plan and get back to you to see who was consulted and whether there was a way that we could change it. Again, more than happy to be able to improve it if we can. So I might get back to you there if that's okay.
Thank you. Can you also find out if there'll be any public briefings for the wildlife rescue and rehabilitation sector on the new wildlife sub-plan to actually explain how it will operate to improve wildlife emergency responses in New South Wales?
Yep, I will, and I'd be surprised if we didn't have some sort of a public briefing or maybe an information session, and more than happy to give you an update on that. you know, and specifically even to work together at how we might even proceed with that one. More than happy to.
Thank you.
And you know, just with that though too, like it's, even though it's the emergency sub-plan there, it also falls under Minister Sharp. So
I understand
we'll work with Minister Sharp's office and yourself and anybody who wants to. We're pretty happy to work with everyone.
Yeah. I guess it was just, I mean, obviously this is information that my office has received from organisations such as Wires that they weren't actually included in any consultation or part of the development of the plan, which seems quite alarming. I also previously asked you a question on notice asking if you would support having a wildlife representative on the State Emergency Management Committee. In your answer, you indicated that it wasn't needed as the sector was represented by the EPA. On notice, can you please advise who that representative is and what role they have within the EPA?
Sure.
Thank you. Again, are you aware if this representative has consulted the wildlife sector about their needs and concerns?
Madam Chair, I'll take that. Like because of the first one on notice, I don't know the person off the top of my head. I don't know what they've done, but we can include that if you like within the context of the answer. Would you like that? We'll include those into the one answer, if you like. But certainly, we'd be interested to know.
Thank you. Organisations that we've spoken to, again, such as Wires, say that they don't even know who the representative is. I'm just wondering how that person can represent the needs of the wildlife sector if the EPA is not actually consulting or engaging with the sector about their needs.
Look, I'd be concerned about that, but the EPA also falls under Minister Sharp, and you know, she would be able to talk about the EPA specifically. I'm happy to take those other questions on notice in terms of the committee and you know, advocate for whatever, but I'm happy to seek further information for you. But also the EPA specifically does fall under Minister Sharp.
I understand that, but obviously the wildlife sub-plan is made under the State Emergency Management Plan, which you are responsible for. And a question to an answer on notice, you told me that the environment sector is actually represented by the EPA and again, we're still talking about this management plan that falls under your portfolio, but it sounds like the wildlife sector is actually being cut out of the process.
Well, let me seek a bit of further information about that. Happy to provide you with an answer. Happy to also facilitate something with Ms. Sharp. You're right, the plan falls under my portfolio, you know, but there are the recommendations. Also, there are people who are recommended to that. But let me find out more info rather than, you know, give you the wrong information inadvertently.
Thank you. Another specific issue of concern for the sector is that while the wildlife sub-plan claims to be an all-hazards approach, it specifically leaves out heat stress events, which are increasingly affecting wildlife, particularly threatened species like flying foxes. Do you know why heat stress was actually left out of the plan?
No, I don't. But I can say that, you know, I know that we've got heat, you know, heat is part of our other sub-plans, but I don't actually know that one specifically, and I'm sorry.
Okay. States like Victoria have specific plans to address extreme heat stress, and it's not sort of admitted from a wildlife sub-plan equivalent like it is here. I don't know if it's part of the fact that there wasn't consultation with the wildlife sector around that plan, but do you agree that there kind of needs to then be perhaps a review of that sub-plan and to include wildlife organisations into that review so that we can make sure that the sub-plan actually works for wildlife rescue organisations, given they're the main ones on the ground dealing with emergencies?
You know, the EPA is responsible for that, but if we can look at improving it, then I'd certainly be asking for where we can have improvements and have more consultation and work out where things can be made better. But it would be it'd be hard for me and wrong for me to commit to something that I don't have a specific responsibility. I've got responsibility for it being as part of the larger plan, but I'm more than happy, you know, to support and to sort of advocate, I suppose, towards Minister Sharp. But the truth is that the part of the sub-plan there rests really with her, you know, and whether it's an opportunity.
So you're saying that the plan, the sub-plan falls under you, but that particular section suddenly falls under her without sort of it being at least a combined effort?
Yeah, so there'll be the combined effort in the sense that this is the one big plan, and there are different things about sections within the plan.
And you're the Primary Minister responsible for the overall plan?
I am, and obviously this is things that I'm just becoming aware of now. We took that one on notice last time. There's been some additional information there, but I can't commit to a review of another minister, but what I can commit to is saying that
So
I'll find out
a review
more
of the
details.
wildlife section of the plan that falls under your
Yeah.
portfolio would be the responsibility of the Environment Minister only?
I'm sure. Look, it's their responsibility, but I'm sure I also have a fair say in it, given that it's part of the larger plan, which is across the whole state. And I'm
Can I
happy
ask
to
you to
talk to
speak
Minister
with the
Shah.
Minister about the sections and the concerns?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if there are specific concerns, we've got the concerns that you've noted, and we'll find out about those. I'll give you my word that I'll raise them with her.
Thank you, Minister. At last estimates, you also expressed interest in expanding and reforming youth services. You said you'd go to every single expenditure review committee and push as hard as you can for your portfolios. Are you able to point to any new youth justice services the New South Wales Government has sought to invest in or roll out since the last estimates hearings?
Yeah, so I do, of course, go in there and fight as hard as I can. Better tell everyone, for all the portfolios, everyone. Look, there's also obviously youth justice there. You talk about some of those things. One of the things that I've been really working on hard on is that issue, and I raised it earlier with Ms. Higginson, around the what we can do around the diversion space. And obviously, what we discuss in ERC can't be revealed, but partly is an issue of making sure that we've got funding to be able to maintain the services and expand the services that we provide. One of the things that we did have, and I, excuse me if I get it a little bit wrong, but with the ACOs, we developed some of the partnerships with ACOs, and I think the Aboriginal controlled corporations to work within that youth justice space. I think we onboarded nine new ACOs, if I'm not mistaken. Also, some work around the remand, the short-term remand work, and obviously there's still more that we're doing. But the ACOs was really significant, especially about making sure that we can focus, as I said last time, on that place-based, community-led, a different approach to things. At the same time, not losing sight of the fact that community safety is got to be a critical point, and alongside that has to also be an opportunity to try and get young people onto the right track.
Can we anticipate new youth justice programs being funded in the upcoming budget?
I would hope. Well,
You'd hope so, or we are?
I'm certainly going to be. I'm certainly going to be trying, but obviously we'll go through a budget process. But I've sort of pretty much made it. Like my intentions clear in terms of things that I believe could be quite good, and if we can find ways and we can do it, then we can. The other one too that I've just remembered, I'm sitting here alongside my commissioners. We're also working in terms of some of the new stuff that we're looking at is how could potentially our emergency services also work with young people in trying to maybe help them get on the right track, maybe give them a diversionary strategy, maybe get them involved in community, and same with DCS. But I think there's a lot to be said for a young person who maybe is looking for a place to belong and does that in a really negative way to find themselves doing good for the community, feeling like they've got a sense of belonging. So we're looking outside the box. That's something that I'm really proud of my three commissioners here for taking that on board, without a doubt, as well as other commissioners who are not here today.
Thank you. We now have 3 minutes. 2 minutes? Three.
Oh, I like
we'll
that
go
one.
with 3, and I'll go straight to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. We'll divide our time. So, Minister, we were talking about the Service New South Wales app. You're going to come back to us with what new improvements you've asked for during your time. You agree with that?
Said I would, yep.
Thank you. Not the completion of previous work underway. Just to be clear.
Ms. Ward, I just said earlier before, like I've
No, we
acknowledged the
have
work of
59
my,
seconds. I'm gonna move on.
I've acknowledged the work of my predecessor,
Thank you.
but I also didn't take the
Minister,
cheap
is
shot
the-
when it came to the audit report.
Minister, please allow me, the time is precious, just allow me
It
to
is.
ask the question that the community wants asked of you. Has the headcount of Service New South Wales frontline staff remained the same?
I will take that one on notice. I believe
Thank
it. I believe it has obviously the frontline staff.
No,
is
that's
really
okay.
key.
We've got 30 seconds. I'll hand to my colleagues.
Okay.
Minister, as the Minister for Youth Justice, will you support a regional crime inquiry with a focus on youth? I know that the Police Minister described it as a talk fest, but would you similarly describe it like that, or would you seriously consider supporting a regional crime inquiry?
I think that issue was canvassed quite extensively with the police minister. I've made it pretty clear that I support things that looking at what we can do to try and support
So
young
are you
people and try and
suggesting
help
that,
them.
like the
and
police
and
minister described it as a
can I
talk fest?
Sorry, Madam Chair.
You can answer the question now because the committee members don't have the opportunity to ask any more questions.
As I said, it's been canvassed extensively. The police minister has obviously made their response. I support. I support young people in ways that we've just outlined today in the past hour and a half, and I think that's what we should really continue to do. We do regular engagement. We've highlighted the engagement that we do, particularly with communities, with young people, with government and with non-government agencies, and I think that's the really positive approach that I would like to take.
That's not an
Thank
answer
you.
to the
We now
question.
move to government questions.
Thank you, Chair. Because of the Minister's excellent answers, we have no further questions.
What answers?
Reluctant as
What
you are.
answers? He's
Excellent.
argued with
In
us.
that case, we now break for a short morning tea break. We will be back at 11:15.
Thank you.
Okay.
Where's the minister? He's probably wargaming upstairs. Terrified. Maybe he's just run away, I don't know. Peter, you ready to jump in the chair, mate?
We are live, just to let members know.
Well, you do give all the answers, Wes, when you ask the question.
Hey, maybe I should jump in there. You know,
Is
we were a good
there
government.
someone from the Secretariat that could try and locate the Minister, please? Or somebody from the government would like to locate the Minister? Thank you.
Oh, welcome, Minister. Nice to be back.
Thank you, Minister. We have started. We are live already. So I'll throw directly to the opposition, the Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you, Minister. I will try and keep my questions short if you can keep your answers short.
Sure,
So,
thank you.
have you visited Moree since you've become Minister for Youth Justice?
No, I haven't, but the Premier was there, I think,
I know.
on Friday.
Yeah,
no,
he
I
was.
haven't, no.
Did he, when he went to Moree last week, did he invite you to join him on that visit?
On that day, we released the State Disaster Mitigation Plan, so he went up there with the Executive Director of Youth Justice.
Okay, so and have you've spoken to him since then?
I have, yeah, and it was I understand it was a really good trip, and I think the member there, Mr. Marshall, spent a fair bit of time with him and with the Mayor, and had a really great trip.
So just to clarify, when the Premier went, I know you said you had other activities, but were you invited to go with him?
I was informed that he was going to be going, and I couldn't make it. We had the State Disaster Mitigation Plan that we planned to release well before that.
Okay, thank you. And are you aware, like from that visit, the Mayor of Moree Plains Shire, has said that there are over 54 service providers in the Moree area to assist the community and families. Are you aware if Youth Justice is collaborating with these services?
Yeah, I am. And Moree, the Moree area and the Youth Justice Centre Community Office developed a program called U-Turn. That's in partnership with the local police youth liaison officer. The program's developed in response to the increase in stolen cars that were across the region. It's a half-a-day program that provides young people with information about videos about the dangers of driving dangerously, particularly stolen cars. Moree Office also refers young people to a local organisation and driver licensing program called BAMARA to help young people obtain their licences.
Thank you. So, Minister, do you have a view whether there is a service overlap, and does the department or does Youth Justice have a strategy to ensure that there is best practice and best value for the programs that you've just mentioned in the Moree area?
So Youth Justice has a range of programs. I've just outlined a few, and obviously that's like continuously being looked at. It also involves other partners, including the local police, other government agencies, but also partner agencies, and we continuously look to how we could do things better. My intention is to go up to Moree. I'd made a commitment to go up there for a number of, that Northern Tablelands area for a number of different reasons, and I'll get up there. But I'm confident that they're doing all they can in terms of addressing the issues that are confronting the community at the moment, and looking at what ways we can get things done better.
So when the Premier was there, it's noted in the media, he said, we need to do more. What are your top priorities to do more?
I think, well, the first one, and I'll stay with, obviously I wasn't there with him, so I didn't hear what he said in the media, but I'd say my priority to do more is, particularly, it starts with that first point. We need to stop young people getting themselves into these positions, and certainly then if they do come into contact with the justice system, how do we try and correct them, get them onto the right path? How do we build the services around them? I said a bit earlier, and not only are we talking about diversion, but also the importance, and I know that you appreciate this, the wraparound services. So incredibly important, looking at where the gaps are, and rather than just use like a simple one punitive measure, actually say what is it we need to do to try and help this young person, and how do we support him? Again, also not in any way understating the importance of community safety and community involvement.
Yep,
That would be like, if I say my top priority would be around that.
Yep.
And I suppose everything then feeds off
Follows,
that, doesn't
yeah.
it? Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. So I can confirm you also hold the portfolios of customer service, digital government and emergency services as well as youth justice.
I do.
Yeah. And would it be fair to say that since you were sworn in, you've dedicated a lot of your time to the other two portfolios, and just going on, say your media and disclosures, it seems that you spend less time in the youth justice field.
Oh, look, I think that, I don't know that I necessarily agree with you. I've got a passion for youth justice. As you know, you've been with me at, on 2 occasions with centres, so my passion for that. But you'd also know from there, we try and avoid also posting things about that. We're dealing with young people who, if we do post anything up, have got their faces blurred. In terms of the meetings that I have, I'm regularly meeting with youth justice, and a lot of this work is done behind the scenes. Like for example, I don't post up that I did stuff with youth off the streets, separately to that visit that we went to.
Yeah.
I give everything that I can to all of my portfolios, and I certainly keep myself not only busy but deeply engaged.
Yeah. So you're saying because of the sensitivities, that's why not as much media?
I wouldn't use that as an opportunity, in the media. I think, and certainly in terms of what you declare on your, your diary disclosures, you don't disclose when you're meeting like with the department or, with the department agencies.
Okay.
But I really am, I'm confident that I've done as many. I've visited numerous centres, numerous, events. I don't post everything up on my social media. If I did, it'd just be continuous posting, and I don't think people need to constantly see that.
Okay. And so with just on the media side of things, Minister, with emergency services, say since our last budget estimates to say the 24th of February, you have 25 media releases and 15 for digital and customer services, but nothing for youth justice.
Yeah, and I can see how, that might look as a way of, there's not much happening there. But let's also remember, since our last budget estimates, we went through a really terrible storm. We've had storm season.
I get that.
But also we had fires. If I'm not mistaken, I think the day that we had our last budget estimates, the RFS Fire Commissioner had to leave because there were fires. I think we ended up having in the vicinity of 9,000 fires. I don't think it's appropriate to put out press releases when you go to Youth Justice Centre. One of the really lovely pieces that we managed to get into one of the papers, picked it up, was that beautiful thing, when they did the TEDx talk.
Oh yes, and about making my nan proud.
Yeah,
so
you were there for that. So that's why, I'm not going to...
there is good news that you could be putting out there.
And I did, and I certainly do. I mean, in my office sits, for example, I've got 2 pieces in my office. One is a skin that some youth detainees sent me from when I was there in Dubbo, when I visited Arana, and then another 2 is I've got a print that sits pride of place in my boardroom as a reminder. I tell the stories every time.
No,
I think
that's
I've done
You
2 or 3
can tell me
questions.
another time.
Yeah, well, I've done about 2 or 3 questions in Parliament on it as well.
I'll move on to remand, and say as of December last year, the youth detention population, and I'm sure it's changed since then, but say as at December it was 174. Of those 174, 45 had been sentenced, but 129 were held on remand. Why are so many young people being held in custody waiting for their day in court?
I think it comes to an issue of remand, and it's a decision that's been made obviously by the courts, and it's something for the Attorney General. As I said a bit earlier on, we don't dictate the circumstances to which they come into contact with us, and we do the best that we can. Obviously, remand, is an issue, and that's why there was that. I think it's one of the pilot projects out at WAGA, which is that short-term remand. I couldn't say, but where we're trying to do different things, because the other issue too is when they come into remand for a short period of time, by the time it takes us to process them, it's very hard to move them on. But it really is something that there falls within the Attorney General. But I mean, Mr. O'Reilly, more than happy to answer questions.
I can ask Mr. O'Reilly later, and I will. But surely, like with the whole of government approach, you would have something to add to the. But I'll move on. So, and I know Ms. Higginson mentioned the age of criminal responsibility. I just note from your diary disclosure, you met on the 15th of November with the Attorney General and the Minister for Youth and the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, where you said the purpose of the meeting was to discuss raising the age. What was the outcome of that meeting?
Oh, look, it was a discussion. I'm not going to necessarily share the outcome, but obviously you've seen with the people that were there and what the topic was. Then it was a discussion. I also met with, I think there was a group that we met with, and I think at different times as part of the capo process. Also, that's come up as one of the issues. But we did have that meeting, and I had said earlier, and I stand on answer that obviously there are discussions that happen between ministers where we get to give a perspective. But that's the discussions obviously have been taking place, and it sits at the moment with the it's being led by the Attorney General, and that's basically where my involvement comes into play.
Okay, thank you. And just going on from, say, the children in custody statistics, you do have some good news there in that the population has decreased 21.1%. But what is alarming is the number of both, say, Aboriginal, both female and male detainees has gone up. What's this doing?
And you said, it's almost that double-edged sword, isn't it? You want to celebrate the fact that acknowledge the fact that there's been that reduction in numbers, but then of course we've also got responsibilities in terms of trying to reduce the numbers of of Indigenous people coming in contact with the justice system, and that's why we're doing some of those other projects like that bail project. That's why we signed those agreements with the different ACOs, the Aboriginal corporations. That's why we're doing more place-based where we possibly can, trying to bring in more community-led responses. So I think we're trying to do as much as we possibly can to address some of those issues. And I think what's key here is, where possible, looking a little bit outside the box. So it's great that we can say the numbers have dropped, but it is a concern. And obviously that's a focus of ours, given the closing the gap sort of commitments that we've made. And we keep working on that. Only, I think 2 weeks ago, there was a CAPO meeting, which is the peak organisations, and we talked about this, and I've said whatever suggestions that you can make, it's a clear focus for everybody to get involved in.
So just on that, so, and I know this is mainly the Attorney General's portfolio, but with the Youth Koori Court, could be a measure in reducing the number of Indigenous children. Because as we know, 61.5% of young people in custody are Indigenous. This is as at December. You've agreed that it's just disproportionately high. So what steps are you taking to reduce this figure?
So I have.
And I know you said the programs that you've done, but like with the success of the Youth Koori Court, which the coalition government established in addressing the overrepresentation. Have you advocated to the Attorney General that he expand the Youth Koori Court to other locations outside of, I know we've got Surrey Hills and Dobbo, but other areas can't access that service?
Well, I know the Attorney General looks at these things closely, and we do have a number of discussions, and with that principle of trying to see what things work and how we can resolve things in a different way. He's very keen, he's very interested, but I'll always advocate for young people, where possible, to try and have the most positive interaction with the justice system. I've visited the Koori Court, I've visited Also, this is a while back, but also visited the Broadmeadow Court to see the work that they do, that idea of the wraparound services. And the Koori Court had a really good thing. But we provide services, you know, to the Koori Court, but really is the Attorney General, you know, who's responsible for the Koori Court.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm happy to keep raising
I'm aware
it.
of that, yeah, okay. And just on another issue there, were you aware that, and I know it's not in your portfolio, but there at the moment in King's Cross Police Station that there isn't an Aboriginal liaison officer?
No, I'm not aware of that.
And
And it's
can
not,
you-
as you said, like, it's not in my
Not in
portfolio.
your area, no, okay. But youth justice conferencing is, and that could be another measure. Have you conducted any audits to gauge the effectiveness of the Youth Justice Conference program? Because I know it is successful, but is it used throughout New South Wales?
So the youth conferencing has worked really well, and I alluded it to in one of my earlier answers, where I think it was about 60-something percent of young people who'd been involved in youth conferencing didn't then reoffend within 12 months. And youth conferencing is a really good way of trying to say, how can we still take a young person to accept responsibility for their actions, but also to form a restorative justice with the victim of it, also the local police and any other local stakeholders, you know, and community representatives, to try and find, again, what I talk about, that place-based solution, the place-based initiative. So, like, that comes from us having a review of it, but the also the number of plans that have been agreed to and the positive outcomes, I think, is up in the 90%. And that, to me, is a really great success. So we'll continue working on that, because that fits really tightly and really well with the things that I know that everyone on this committee would agree with.
And just safety action meetings are mandated and go a long way to combating domestic and family violence, and yet youth action meetings aren't mandated, and they could be a way of identifying children at risk of either reoffending, at harm, a multitude. Would you commit to mandating youth action meetings or advocating that these meetings?
I'd certainly advocate for them. I can't commit to mandating them, you know, but it's a good suggestion, and I'm happy to take it on notice. But certainly advocating, and again, everything that I have said, and I know things that you also believe in, is about looking at what we can do better, what we can do differently, what we can do to support not only young people but also the community. You know, that's the responsibility that we all have. So if these youth action groups are going well, how do we make sure that we do them? How can we expand them? And how do we have a positive outcome to them? And how do we link that also then to the possibility of diversion? I touched on earlier one of the diversion points with the emergency services. That's, to me, thinking outside the box.
Yeah. And I also wanted to thank you for inviting me to join you at some of the youth justice centres, and I welcome them.
Thank you.
And hope that you will continue to invite me. And what time is it?
And if I could just say thank you, Ms. McDonald, and seriously, like, what we do in that space is above the politics, and it's just as important that we work together. And I think it's a really important thing for young people and for the agencies to see that, you know, everybody in government and across the parliament has a responsibility to try and help young people where they can.
Thank you.
Sorry, Wes, I'll make sure.
Order. Thank you. We're now moving on to crossbench time. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Dr. Conn.
Coming back to your emergency services portfolio, I, and I'm sure many people, were really concerned by recent reporting about the inaccessibility of 000 for some people who are deaf or hard of hearing. I understand that the National Relay Service offers SMS, Skype and other services in an emergency, but only during business hours. Do you think that that's adequate?
Look, I can follow that up. I did recently write to some of the telecommunications, you know, the big players, and just say that we need to have some conversations around accessibility, and that was based on when I think there was the Optus might have gone down and people couldn't do the 000, and I was a bit concerned about that. So it's really important when that does the work with the you know, the public safety network, with the work that we're doing in terms of the communication rollout, the connectivity. But I'm happy to look at that. I'll be honest with you, wasn't aware of that one. So I'd rather maybe have more of a discussion around it. But I have already reached out to telecommunications carriers in terms of looking at what they can do to help us, especially if somebody has got a carrier and that particular carrier goes down, how can a network still enable?
Thank you. Just coming back to specifically accessibility, I understand that there's $3.2 million of funding for emergency services products that provide community members and emergency services access to timely, accurate and actionable hazard warnings. So I'm assuming this is things like the Hazards Near Me app.
That'd be one part.
How are accessibility needs factored into the design of those products?
Yeah, so Dr. Curran, I said before, and I apologise, that one of the recent upgrades resulted in making it a bit more difficult for people with vision disabilities, and we worked with, as a subsequent work with Guide Dogs, I think it was Vision Australia and the Royal Blind Society to rectify that. But we've also made sure that we've established good lines of communication so that they're always a part of it. I also said beforehand that we recently held a digital strategy roundtable, and at the heart of that was accessibility and what we need to do in terms of making sure that it's all accessible. One of the things that I've said about anything to do around that digital space is, look, it's all good and well to have the greatest and the best apps, but unless everybody can use them and everybody is included and can access it, then I don't think we're doing the best job that's available. So that's been an overlay that we've put in. I've added that into the DRF, but fundamentally we've built an even stronger relationship and just made sure that we're, I suppose, getting it to be tested by people who would need to use it the most beforehand to see if there's anything we can do to improve our accessibility. Particularly in our emergency services space, I'm really conscious about that. And if I could just add, at that particular time, there was a concern that people might not be able to get onto the Hazards Near Me app. So additional work had happened that while it was, how else could we inform community or people that are affected? And that's how we worked with some of those advocacy groups to say, if we got to a situation and this hadn't been rectified, what could we do?
Thank you. Are you familiar with the work of emergency leaders for climate action?
I've met a group around, and I meet lots of people, sometimes just I could be at an event and someone says something.
No, that's all right. I'll help jog your memory.
Yes.
So this is a group that includes dozens of former senior Australian fire and emergency services chiefs, and they're doing work at a national level.
Okay, yes, okay, thank you. They're just, I remember a former commissioner, Mr. Mullins, so that's who it is, yes. I'm familiar with Mr. Mullins, and I've had a conversation with Mr. Mullins.
Great. They have released a report entitled Powder Keg, Australia Primed to Burn, which demonstrates that climate-informed emergency preparedness is critical, particularly for New South Wales. That group has warned that New South Wales is dangerously unprepared for the impacts of accelerating climate change. How are current emergency preparedness strategies in New South Wales integrating climate predictions?
Well, I think one thing I could point to here is the State Disaster Mitigation Plan that I referred to earlier that Minister Scully and myself launched on last Friday about looking at like a holistic approach to what we do in terms of disasters, from what we could do mitigation-wise, what we do preparation-wise, and what we do post. So that's one really key element that's going to shape then local plans and how we also then seek funding and how we work with the Commonwealth and how we plan for the future to ensure that we're minimising any of the risks and we're mitigating. In addition to say that the RFS, has a really important role to play, and a lot of that is about hazard reduction where possible. You would have heard me last year talk about the fact that we had less hazard reduction due to the conditions the year before. But there's a number of different strategies, and every opportunity that we took, every opportunity that was available because the weather conditions were favourable and it was quite good, really made an enormous difference. So we did that, but there's other hazard reduction strategies, if I can refer to the Commissioner as well. Like there's mechanical, there's cultural burns, but
yeah, sure.
if you're happy for the Commissioner to add a bit more.
I'll have questions for the Commissioner later on, and I'm happy to chat about that. But Minister, I'm hoping you can be a bit more specific. I'm really pleased to hear that a holistic approach is being taken to disaster resilience. But I'm interested more specifically about, some of the quite catastrophic new normals that we're seeing in terms of climate and weather patterns, how is that being taken into account for things like infrastructure resilience, public health advisories? Specifically, how is the climate change being taken into account?
And the sad thing is what you're saying, the new normal, and it's actually sad that there's a new normal. I mean, we've gone from drought to fires to floods to fires to a storm. It's the climate is changing, and we need to adapt to that, if not reverse the damage to climate. The state disaster mitigation plan really does a lot of that work in terms of how do we build better, how do we build more appropriately, where is it that we build. That goes in conjunction with the work that the Reconstruction Authority had also put together about where are the most appropriate places to effectively set up a community. What are the materials that we should be using to build? How do we work kind of with nature rather than against nature? So there's that acceptance that climate is having a massive impact, that climate change has an impact on natural disasters, and there's a commitment to then, rather than just kind of poke into the dark, to actually have a really good, dedicated, specific answer. This state disaster mitigation plan, I've referred to it now a couple of times, is the first time in Australia that we've developed, that any government has developed something like this, that is specifically addresses those issues. And even in relation to heat, if I could touch on, because I know that we've spoken about heat before, following the last estimates and then a subsequent meeting, that's been referred to to the CECON, the State Emergency, the CECON, the State Emergency Operations Controller, to have a look at what are we doing in terms of the heat, in terms of how do we build that into the plan, update how we work with health, and also pleased to say that when we did the Get Ready website, heat was a really important part of that as well. So trying to get that information out to communities and an acknowledgement that heat is kind of like a little bit of that silent natural disaster. We see the floods and we see the fires, but we're affected by the heat, but we don't think of it in that context.
Thanks, Minister. Following the devastating Duck Creek bushfires that burned through most of December, what work's being done to address the potential fire hazards from methane and leaks associated with coal seam gas in the Pilliga State Forest?
I might ask the Commissioner for that one. Those Pilliga fires went for a long time, and we visited there, but the Commissioner might be better placed to answer that question.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Those when we had fires in those areas, they were shut down from operation. They didn't cause any difficulty. The operator had a very quick response to that and closed them down. So I don't think there was an issue. Well, certainly we didn't have an issue with them. It wasn't anything that was brought to my attention, just the fact that they were closed down whilst we had fires in the vicinity.
Thank you. And moving forward, are there any measures being taken to assess or to mitigate the cumulative impact of multiple projects being proposed in that region?
I'm not aware of what other things are being considered, but what I have in our discussions when these things are being planned, they've got some pretty good systems in place to ensure that they don't contribute to either starting fires or being impacted by fire and magnifying the problems being faced, given they have separated areas, they have quite a robust shutdown procedure. So I haven't heard of anything different being considered for it.
Okay. I'm aware I've only got about 20 seconds left. The 2020 Bushfire Inquiry recommended a cultural fire management unit. Has there been any progress on implementing that recommendation?
I understand there's been more cultural fires, and there's also just recently there was an announcement as well with, I think it might have been with national parks, doing some cultural burns and working with the community. If I could just come back really quickly to your answer on 000, do you give me a sec so I'm advised that the National Emergency Communications Working Group continues to work with the emergency call person, aka Telstra, on the accessibility issues. So the initial call 000, it's answered by Telstra and not the combat agency. So there's a continuing work on that, and as I said to you a bit earlier, I've written to them. We can keep following that up.
Thank you.
But they're part of that working group.
Thank you. I've got some questions for Commissioners Futrell and Rogers, but I'll have some follow-up questions based on what I hear for you, Minister.
Sure.
And that's why I wanted to bring it up in this morning's session.
Sure.
I have a number of quite specific questions about the 2019-2020 bushfires, and some of these are quite detailed, so I totally understand if you need to take some of them on notice. The New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry reported that there were 43 Section 44 declarations made in the 2019-2020 bushfires. I'm wondering what the final operation costs were for each of those Section 44 declarations.
Sorry, what were you asking if we had...
Sorry?
Sorry, I missed the question.
So the question was, the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry reported that there were 43 Section 44 declarations made in the 2019 and 2020 bushfires. I'm wondering what the final operation costs were for each of these Section 44 declarations.
I don't have that, but I could get that.
Can you take that
I
one
can
on
get-
notice
yeah,
for me?
absolutely,
Thank you.
absolutely.
So I was going to... So operational costs? As
Correct.
in... Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What were the, and I also, this one is probably another one on notice, but what were the total operational costs for the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, Fire and Rescue New South Wales, and any other government entity involved in fire operations relating to each of these fires? I've actually got a list here which I'll ask to be handed up, but essentially it's a long list of backburning escapes and incidents as well. If I could ask that to be taken on notice as well.
Yeah, we'll take that one on notice.
Thank you.
Both agencies there.
Thank you. And the other one is what was the total cost of fire retardant drops during the 2019-2020 season? And if you're able to break that down into cost for retardant per load, the hourly operation costs for each aircraft type, and total number of retard drops for each aircraft type. If I could ask
You'd
you.
understand I wouldn't have that on hand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I just need it on
I
record
wish
for you
I
to
did.
take on notice, if that's okay.
I can't believe you don't know. We'll try
Are
our
you
best.
happy to take that on notice?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Minister, you should know that.
Has the RFS performance during the 2019-2020 bushfire season been independently assessed to provide a strategic cost-benefit analysis to show what worked and didn't work and how taxpayer funding was being spent?
There's been I guess that's what part of the inquiry into those fires were part of that, about what worked, what didn't work, and what we needed to do.
So are you talking about the coronial inquiry?
No, I'm talking about the government sponsored inquiry, which was Dave Owens and Mary O'Kane. Professor Mary O'Kane, and that came out with a number of recommendations, and obviously the agency, as well as some other agencies, but by and large a lot of that was directed towards RFS, was to areas we needed to do better at, improve on, and that very much has formed the body of work for the agency since that time to where we are now, and a lot of that was about detection of fires, early excuse me, early response, and then community warnings. Sorry.
That's okay.
And
I sympathise.
yeah, and then there's been a number of coronial inquiries into those fires that are still ongoing, and we're expecting those to be finished this calendar year, and that will obviously give us then another body of work, assuming there's a number of recommendations from that. And that's very much how we've been shaped as an organisation in response to fire events, continuously learning. But yeah, so I think that there's been a lot of work done.
And so a lot of that was looking at the costing and where the money was being spent, and where that could potentially shift to have a better outcome.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's where it can shift. I think the whole idea was about what we did, what worked, where we needed to do better, and that was part of, I guess, submissions to government on measures that we could do. For example, we put on more fire behaviour analysts to ensure that we could map fires better. We've done more robust upgrade of our websites so that we can get more warnings out to people. The Fires Near Me app, before it transitioned into Hazards Near Me, added functionality to try and make sure that it gets that information out to people. And that's also in recognition of community expectations, rightly so, have changed in that time as well. So community wants more information, they want it quicker, and that's very much what we've been trying to do.
Thank you. Commissioner, I'm assuming that you're aware of Busby's flat fire in 2019. It was a fire that commenced in October as a result of backburning that got out of control.
Which fire, sorry? The which?
The Busby's flat fire. I might ask this to be handed over to you as well. Sorry, thanks for that.
I know the name, but I just can't remember the fire.
Okay.
What area was that in, sorry?
So I might just hand you this
Okay.
so that then you've got sort of all the information in front of you. Thank you. Do you know if there's been an investigation into that fire regarding the response and management issues regarding backburning escapes?
There's been a number of fires that have been looked at. Certainly Gospers Mountain Fire, the fire at Conjola. I'll have to check if this one was subject to a separate, where we've done an internal look and said, well, what worked, what didn't. And indeed, the coroner has looked at any of those fires of concern. That's certainly been something being looked at, but I'd have to... Sorry? Okay. And so I'd have to come back to you on that as to whether that...
if you could take that one on notice and provide any sort of information around that if there was an investigation as well, that would be really useful.
Certainly,
Thank you, Commissioner.
Certainly. As a routine, there's always a fire investigation that's done into those that talks about how it started and the like.
I'm looking more at that, the response and management regarding and whether there was an assessment about what worked and what didn't.
The other thing that would contain a lot of the information that you're looking for would be the report into the Section 44 that the incident controller does, and that's required to be done on each fire that we have at that level. So that will probably have some of the information that you're seeking.
Thank you. Minister, given the economic, health, environmental and property impacts caused by fire management decisions, can I ask what work you're specifically doing in this space and whether you've met with the Environment Minister and other relevant ministers to evaluate and shape the management practices?
I think the management practice, particularly one of the things that ministers need to recognise, is that we've got people who are the operational experts in here. So the management of fires and reduction is really within the purview of the agency. We will more than happily work together when we need to. I know that I think you talked about health at one point.
That's it. Obviously, fires. Obviously, you're a minister with the emergency response, but then it's also going to affect the portfolios of health. It's also going to affect the portfolios of environment. I guess what I'm trying to understand is there kind of a whole of government approach amongst the ministers to make sure that there is oversight on this, because obviously we could end up with a situation where the departments are quite sort of disjointed and doing their own work, but when they're working in separation, it's great to have the ministers making sure there's a whole of government approach.
So we do have a whole of government approach, and I meet quite regularly with Minister Sharp. We've discussed bushfire recommendations, progress on them, what we could do. I've met with the Health Minister. We've had a bit of a conversation, particularly around, and it happened after the last estimates, the issue of like smoke as a result of hazard reduction or bushfires themselves. We have got a cabinet that really works well together, and a number of ministers who...
So is there any specific meetings to deal with this, or is it more when something comes up that you'll meet with those ministers about?
A bit of a combination of both. So I'll meet specifically, like if we meet with another minister, for example, this might be one of the topics that we discuss, but I can't say I've met specifically.
There's no formal process of saying, well, every now and then we have a specific meeting for any relevant portfolios to deal with bushfire emergencies?
No, but the Premier's Department does a lot of the work around this, and we've got Mr. Draper is here, and he could talk about it from the Premier's Department, because they then have that overarching view and an overarching way of connecting everybody together. So we will meet, but they're also the coordinators of the emergency services and help us out by ensuring that where particular connections need to be made, they could see it. And the good thing about having that is when you've got something effectively of a bird's eye view or a helicopter view, you can see where people are, where there's potential gaps. And as much as we try not to, as ministers get caught up only in our own portfolios, there are sometimes some things that, we don't see in that formal sense. So the Premier's Department does a fair bit of work there, and I don't know whether you want to ask later of Mr. Draper or not.
Yeah, we'll come back.
And also, I'll come back to you later also about the wildlife, the wildlife thing if we get a chance.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
We now go back to the opposition, the Honourable Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. You mentioned and acknowledged that Indigenous numbers have sadly gone up
Sorry, I just
in
missed that.
youth
Sorry.
justice. You acknowledged that sadly Indigenous numbers have gone up in youth justice. Have you asked why or sort of briefing about that?
Yeah, I have. I meet with Youth Justice, I think it's about once every 4 weeks that I actually have a formalised
And you
meeting.
specifically asked why those numbers have gone up?
We discuss a lot of things in that, and that would be
Have
one
you
of them.
specifically asked why those numbers have gone up and sort of briefing on the reason why?
That would be something that I would ask for from the police. But, what we've got is a percentage that have gone up, and not necessarily the numbers. And I think that's a really key point. So against the...
Tomato.
Well, not really. Not really. I mean, you've got the numbers have actually gone down. The proportion has increased, which I've acknowledged is a worry. And I talk about what we can do.
Will you
what we can
undertake
make it better.
to seek those reasons and obtain a brief about why, sadly, that seems to have increased?
Yeah, look, I'll continue to work with the police and particularly the police youth wing, and we've met we've met with them.
Good, thank you. You mentioned CAPO. What does CAPO stand for?
The Council of Peak Coalition of Peak Aboriginal or corporate organisations.
We'll answer, Mr. Draper.
What does CAPO stand for?
The Coalition of Aboriginal Peak Organisations.
Aboriginal Peak. I just wanted to know if you did mention it. And SEAC. You
Why
mentioned
did-
SEAC as well.
I didn't mention SEAC. I mentioned
You
SECON.
mentioned SECON. Yep, that
SECON.
stands for.
The State Emergency Controller.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I ask about
Can I
digital
buy a vowel?
procurement? No, terrific. No, all good. Ask about digital procurement and just some concerns been raised by business and community groups, particularly small business, about the burden placed on them and the procurement methods of providing digital services to the government. Are you aware of this?
Look, I'm aware that there's some issues, but I'll also make, as I said a bit earlier, when we were talking about the Auditor General's report that came out from the Park and Pay, we want to make sure that we get our procurement right. There's also a procurement minister, as you know, in Minister Husos.
Yes, but I'm asking you, Minister, I'm going to redirect. Are you aware of the concerns raised by small business about the methods of providing digital services to government, the challenges they're facing?
I'm aware that there are some concerns and we'll work through those, but on the same token I also want to make sure that we've got good robust systems to ensure that we don't get into a situation like we found under the previous government with the Park and Pay procurement issues.
Let's talk about Park and Pay. Minister, your government decided to axe the Park and Pay app. Why wasn't it funded in this year's budget, and have you put in a bid to have it funded?
As I said a little bit earlier, it wasn't axed. It wasn't axed. It's still operational at the moment, and I've asked the department to work with a range of different stakeholders and come to me with a range of proposals around the Park and Pay app.
Do you know how much it costs to run per year?
I think it was about, off the top of my head, about $600,000 a year or so. 600. There's a 600 and there's about 600.
I think it might be 460, but I'm happy for you to allocate 600 toward it.
No, I think it was,
Sure.
it's in the 600-800 mark like we're talking about.
If the app has, thank you. All right, if the app's not there and it's been axed, have you considered?
It's running. It's actually still running.
Well, have you considered the impact on cost of living if it is not funded? The funding was cut in the last budget. It wasn't funded. So have you considered the impact on cost of living of that not being funded?
We inherited this system that had not been funded, funded. We've kept it running. We are looking at how we can, looking at different options, and the premise itself, I'm not really sure about so the cost of living in that context. So can you just sort of, and I'm not allowed to ask questions.
You don't know how the Park and Pay app relates to cost of
but
living?
I'm just trying to get the premise of your question.
Right, well, the Park and Pay app assists with cost of living. Are you not aware of how it does that?
Yes, but I'm trying to understand the premise of your question. I know
All
that...
right, well, I'll explain. As this is the only app that doesn't charge a levy to the motorist, the savings tabled in Parliament in 2021 show a savings of 20% of the normal parking cost if you use the app instead of a physical parking meter. That's how it assists with cost of living. It's a 20% saving. And there's a good approval rating for it. Will you commit to putting in a budget bid to ensure that continues?
I've committed to continue the work that I have started with the department, where I've asked them to come with a range of options to also discuss this with different stakeholders, including advocacy groups, about the ways that maybe potentially we can move forward. And we'll do that. The Park and Pay app, if there's a way that we can make it better, if we can make it succeed, we'll continue looking at those. That's my commitment.
Good,
is
thank
let's
you.
have a look at what we're going.
That's helpful, thank you.
Thank you.
Could I ask about the, speaking of cost of living and the Fuel Check app, when did Treasury first communicate to your department they were looking at no longer funding Fuel Check?
Well, Treasury's never communicated that to me at all, and I raised that in the last estimates when I was asked a question about fuel check.
So you haven't been made aware that Treasury are looking into cancelling this app? You're not aware of that?
We would certainly. I've said that, as far as I'm concerned, the app will run, and it will continue.
Is there funding for it to continue running?
It's going to continue running. I'm giving you that commitment.
Thank you. That's great. And do you know what it costs to run Fuel Check?
Oh, look, off the top of my head, and let me just make sure I give you the correct answer. But
Sure, you can take that on notice.
Yeah.
And also in terms of cost of living, Minister, with Fuel Check, the average saving is $800 a year, and cost to run the application per customer is about 3 cents. So do you agree that makes sense from a cost of living perspective? That would be a priority.
The Fuel Check? Yeah. So but that's why I've said I'm not sure where you're going with this. We're not looking to discontinue Fuel Check, and I've said it costs about about $1.5 million a year. I've just been advised. I've made it clear.
Thank you.
That I support the app.
Excellent.
So I don't disagree with you about it being a good app.
We're
and I
in
know
furious
it's well
agreement.
used.
Thank you, Minister.
Great.
That's terrific. Okay.
Maybe the first time today.
Hey, good. No, and also about your mum. That was good too. Are you familiar with the New South Wales Data Analytics Hub?
Yes.
Yeah. And you'd be aware that the hub houses the New South Wales Insights Hub? Yep. Can you explain what the hub does?
Yeah, so they look at insights into the community at any given time. They have continuous, for want of a better phrase, a survey. They're continuously seeking people's thoughts and views about things that are really important to them, and about some feedback. It also looks at how messaging's been used. To give you an example, government messaging. I asked them, particularly when I was very concerned about the impending bushfire season, to just get it, were people picking up that we needed to do some work around bushfires? And I thought that was really important. But all of government science, they perform functions to support all of government agencies in terms of getting a better understanding and a feel of what's going on and how we could do it. It's got about 15,000 data sets that they use, and it's about being transparent.
And thank you, and that's helpful. You're not proposing to discontinue the New South Wales Insights Hub, are you?
We'll continue working with what we have. I've spoken about the importance of the Insights Hub and the value that it brings. And we'll keep looking at all of the services that we offer.
What does that mean? I mean, if you've spoken positively about it, surely you'd be supportive and you'd oppose discontinuing it. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah. Look, the thing, I'll come back to that first one about what it means, and I know that you'll say that we're looking at blaming others, but the fact of the matter is that we inherited some difficulties, some financial difficulties, and we're not looking at removing programs. Look at how we can make programs more sustainable.
So are you proposing to discontinue the New South Wales Insights Hub?
No.
No?
No.
So you will continue it?
I've just said that.
That's
we're looking
your
at ways to
commitment
make
to
it
this
more.
committee?
We're looking at ways to make things more sustainable. We're having a functional review at the moment that's looking at all of the areas around service.
Is this subject to that review? Is it under review?
I think, but everything is being reviewed. Because
I'm not asking about everything, Minister, with respect. I'm asking about your portfolio, and I'm specifically asking about the New South Wales Insights Hub. Are you committing to continue that, or are you aware, in your evidence to this committee today, that that may be discontinued?
Every aspect of the DCS operation is being looked at, and part of that is because of the position that we inherit, the financial position.
So
We're
you're
looking
not
at how we can make sustainable moves forward and still maintaining the best services that we can. You know, I don't think it's unheard of that we'd be looking at functional reviews, and it's happening across agencies.
I be assured I'm aware there are many, many reviews going
I know
on
it's
by this
because-
government, over 30.
I know, but it's because the previous
I'll move
government
on.
left us
Why
such a
hasn't
mess.
Data New South Wales issued a press release or public update since June 2023?
Sorry, what was that?
Why hasn't Data New South Wales issued a press release or public update since June 2023?
Look, I can take that. I'm going to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, I want to turn now to the number of volunteers that we have. Could you provide for us an accurate figure of volunteers of the New South Wales RFS?
I'll tell you, there's about, I think about 71,000 people who are on the RFS as being volunteers.
Okay, and how many are active?
Members of the RFS, I should say, sorry.
How many are active, do you know?
I stand to be corrected, but it could be about 56,000. Maybe the Commission might do, is it
50,000.
Who have been active most recently.
Okay.
So that's quite substantial. There's
Yeah,
over 50,000 people willing to volunteer for the
We're a little bit confused
RFS.
because we've seen reporting on Sky News that says there's 56,579 operational, but the previous budget estimates indicated there was around 45,000. So we're at a loss as to how there's a differential in the numbers.
Well, the latest numbers that I've got are that there's there's the 56,000 number, and
So the 45,000 from last budget estimates, that was misleading us, was it?
I don't think it was misleading. I might have said about.
About.
And around. And
around is somewhere, plus or minus, what, 11,000?
So is
that how we operate in this government?
Mr. Fang, is your problem that we've actually got people who are volunteering? Is that
No,
what your
my problem is that when we're asking serious questions in estimates, Minister, you're not providing suitable answers. An answer of 45,000 plus or minus 11,000 is a huge differential. And you'd almost call it misleading the committee.
Mr. Fang, I give answers in the best way that I can, and I said to you that's what I thought was about.
Well, you have to do better, Minister.
Thank you for the advice. And now, can I just, sorry, if the Commissioner can just clean it up, and then I want to come back to you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure he will. You'll fix up your... Commissioner.
Look, both figures are correct. So of the
How?
I'll explain it.
Okay.
Of the 70-odd thousand, there's 56 or so thousand that are deemed operational people. Of those, 46,000 are firefighters.
Right.
So there's operational people that aren't firefighters. So
Okay.
hence why there's three different figures. So
Okay.
they're all
So
true,
why weren't we provided
but
those figures in the previous estimates?
I'm sorry?
Why weren't we provided all those figures in the previous estimates?
Well, I can only presume it was about the question that was asked. I can't recall exactly what the
Okay,
question
because
was.
fulsome answers at estimates are appropriate.
Mr.
And I note the government members are laughing at this, but ultimately, this is not a laughing matter.
Mr. Fang,
The
the
figures that are provided in estimates are serious.
Mr. Fang, the Commissioner has just given you the reason why it was 40, in the 40s and then in the 50s. He's actually explained it to you. So none of the figure
I appreciate that, but I mean,
none of the
that
figure was
disclosure should have been provided
But the
in the
figure
previous
wasn't.
estimates.
The figure wasn't incorrect that I gave you. This is now, if you might say, a more nuanced.
It's figures with qualifications, Minister.
Well, okay. So you've got the answers now, Mr. Fang. I said that I'd come back to you as well about the things that you presented me a little bit earlier.
We can do that. We can do that in government time. You get 50.
We might. Sorry, Minister. We might do that at the end, just before we go to government time. Before then.
Okay, sure.
We will give you an opportunity.
Sure. Thank you.
Just turning to hazard reduction burns, Minister. To date this financial year, what proportion of the total hazard reduction burn target has the RFS completed?
I think this financial year I could tell you the percentage, the number was about 500,000 hectares, is it? No.
The target?
The target? No, it's completed.
We've done 60,000 hectares.
Okay, and what was the target?
320,000. I think.
Minister, does that concern you that you're quite far behind your targets.
Sure, and let me give you the fulsome answer that you so desire. The fulsome answer is the fact that every year the targets that are not met just keep getting added on to. So what is like, the 300,000 is because of the things that weren't done the year before and the year before and so forth. Now we know, and I was pretty upfront and frank about it at the outset, we didn't get to do the hazard reduction that we wanted to, particularly under the previous government, and I don't blame them. The conditions were not right. If you'd recall, 2022 was one of the wettest years that we've had, certainly in recent times that I can think of. And there weren't as many opportunities to undertake the hazard reduction in whatever form it was. I didn't hide from that fact.
Minister, that's fine, and I'm just going to redirect now, because while I appreciate the answer, ultimately, only or less than a fifth of the target has been completed this year. What do you say to the people of New South Wales that you haven't completed the work
as minister, I would say in the time that I've been minister, there's been an incredible focus on hazard reduction. But unlike you, I will not play cheap politics because I won't talk about what happened under the previous government.
Because
I won't talk about what happened
holding you to
previously.
account for the targets that you set and your government sets.
Mr. Fang, I've explained to you the way that
1/5,
these...
Minister.
Point of order,
Mr.
Chair.
Fang...
1/5.
Sorry, there's been a point of order, yes.
Yeah, point of order, Chair. We're just descending again into this situation where the witness, the minister's being treated discourteously in that a question's being asked, and before he can get 3 or 4 seconds into an answer, a statement is coming over the top of it, attempting to verbal the minister.
Yeah, look, we are order. We are moving into that.
There was no answers.
Order. I just asked Mr. Westphang to just pull back a little bit.
I
Thank you.
understand, Chair.
Thank
I
you.
apologise.
You've got 4 minutes left if you want to use
the
it.
lack of answers from the minister.
Madam Chair, can I answer that question, please? I just wanted to say that we're cleaning up the mess. I've just said to you, it's a cumulative effect. You're talking about 1/5. We're cleaning up the mess that you left behind. But I've also said that we were not able to undertake hazard reductions in the years preceding that because we had some of the wettest seasons in history since becoming minister.
I'm going to redirect apologies because you just keep deflecting and
but,
you're not
but
actually
that's not a
answering the
deflection.
question.
It's actually a wholesome answer. You said you wanted a wholesome answer.
You're deflecting. Minister, I want to turn the attention to the government's housing plan. Earlier this month, Sydney Morning Herald reported the FBEU will use the government's push for high-density housing in wage negotiations. Were conversations had with Fire and Rescue New South Wales ahead of the housing plan being finalised?
Look, that's the article that you referred to is not one that I've paid attention to it, but if the answer to the question is no.
No. Okay. Thank you. Minister, are you concerned that the government's new housing plan will put too much pressure on the state's fire and rescue services and resources and maintenance?
I'd say this housing plan is all about actually ensuring that people can have homes to live in. We know that housing has been in incredible short supply for a long period of time, successive governments. This is actually the first time that a government said we need to address this issue. We need to make sure that we deal with the issue. Now, what will happen, of course, is with that comes the social, the social
and Minister,
infrastructure.
I accept all that. I'm going to redirect now because I want to know. Do you hold concerns that community safety is at risk in the event of an emergency because of these high-density suburbs, and that you haven't consulted with the appropriate services that are tasked to actually fix it?
Mr. Fang, what's actually happened at the moment is there's a plan. It hasn't actually moved
Minister.
forward. The Fire and Rescue New South Wales, as well as other emergency services, also play a role. We're talking about fixing up something that had been neglected.
You could ask them. I mean, I think they're calling out to be consulted.
Fire and Rescue New South Wales does work across all the agencies. They've also got the appliances that are required and will continue.
I'm going to redirect now because I'm not getting the answer from you that you should be
Mr. Fang,
providing.
with respect, every time I answer a question...
Well, there's no answers, Minister.
I think you're not getting the answer that you want.
Minister, I want to turn to pod villages now. Minister, can you please provide an update on how many people are currently living in pod villages?
In pod villages?
Yeah.
I can get a specific number for you, but I'll say to you that there are some pod villages up in the northern Riven area, and we still have some people in pods in the central west, and they're on pods primarily on their own properties while their properties are being repaired.
Minister, how many people are currently being housed out of their hometown or region in pod villages?
Look, I can
take it on notice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Minister.
Actually, here, sorry, I can give you an answer right now.
Yep.
546 housing pods across 11 villages, with a capacity of 1,800 odd people.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, is the emergency housing provided free of charge?
I think there was. Are you talking about the housing pods, emergency housing? Yeah, it is. It is. And I visited one in, I think it was in Koori.
Yeah, and I'm sure we can hear about that a little bit later. But
Well,
just before I've got 40
I-
seconds
but,
left,
but
Minister,
I just want to tell you about my trip to Koori.
I know, and I want to hear about it a bit
they
later.
Were really
Minister, I
appreciative.
want to redirect because I want to confirm whether your residents living in the pods are going to be soon charged rent.
So when I visited the
So when you said it was free,
when I visited, well, you asked me how they free. I said it's
and
covered
are you
free of
now going
charge.
to consider charging them rent?
Mr. Fang, when I visited,
Are you
the
going to charge
community-
these people in vulnerable situations rent?
When
You
I
should answer
visited,
the question.
When I visited
Just
the
answer the
community
question.
of Koori,
Yes
one
or
of the
no?
things they were really
Chair, point of
appreciative.
order.
Yes or no?
Sorry, there's been a point
Why
of
won't
order
you answer the
taken.
question, Minister?
Minister, Minister,
Why won't you
there's been
answer
a
the
point of
question?
order taken.
My point of order, Chair.
Obfuscating,
the
doesn't want to
time's
answer.
expired, but yet again, the Minister was asked a question. He can barely get an answer out before the Honourable Wes Fang is seeking to talk
It's
over it.
irrelevant.
With a
not
statement
answering.
rather than
Look,
a question.
we're now moving on to crossbench time anyway. If the Honourable Wes Fang wants to put that question on notice, he may.
Oh, I would like the Minister to. I did get it out. I did get it out before the bell. I'd like to know whether they're going to pay rent or not. Are you going to?
You can answer the question
Which one? There are
briefly,
about
Minister.
10 questions after the bill.
There were a number of questions there.
Are they going to?
Are they going to have to pay rent?
And we will get back to you with that.
Just won't
You're
answer
taking
whether
it on
they'll pay
notice.
rent.
You won't. You don't even know. You don't know if you're going to charge these vulnerable people.
Order. We're now going on to crossbench time.
Wow.
Minister.
We're now moving on to crossbench time.
Minister.
Thank you.
Where's the heart? Where's the heart of this government?
Thank you. Minister, Minister, I ask you to direct your attention to Dr. Amanda Conn now, please. Thank you.
No heart.
I don't say anything during your time, Wes. Please don't say anything during mine. Minister, what role do you see for neighbourhood and community centres in disaster response?
Incredibly important. And we saw one really good one that was established. Again, if I talk about Lismore, just up in Lismore then, which really just sprung up, but the role that they play is so crucial. And that's where the Reconstruction Authority has been working in terms of developing better relationships with local community centres. So we've got the state plans coming down to the local plan, and the local plan also includes then how we work with the with local communities. But again, this idea of place-based, I think local communities and local people and local community centres have got an insight that no outsider can have, no government agency can have. So we work with them. So I suppose that was a long-winded way of saying I think they've got a really important role to play.
Thank you. And I'm pleased to hear about their inclusion in the planning, but let's talk about funding.
Yeah.
I understand that the Social Sector Transformation Fund has funded some really excellent projects like the Women's Cottage and Eden Community Access Centre for about 18 months. Are there any plans for longer-term funding like this?
Oh, I don't know that specifically. Did you say Eden is on the south?
Yeah.
On the south hill. I don't know about that one specifically, but we had made also a commitment that in terms of funding, funding agreements, so we look at 5-year funding agreements to be able to better support community centres to give them a bit of surety and things like that. But those ones specifically, I'm sorry, Dr. Khan, I don't know of that one specific.
That's right.
I don't know the group.
Yeah, that's right. So those two community centres were just examples, but I was particularly talking about the Social Sector Transformation Fund, which, you're welcome to take on notice.
If that's okay with you, yeah.
NCOS has written a report entitled Aftershock, addressing the economic and social costs of the pandemic and national disasters, which called for sustainably funded place-based services, which you just outlined the importance of. Have you met with NCOS to discuss those recommendations?
I've met with NCOS, but I don't know that we actually discussed. Might have been before the report, and I have met with NCOS, and I've got a lot of time for the work that they do, and I highly respect the work that they do, and I agree with them. We're seeing a society that's been fractured in so many ways by different things, and we need to understand that they sit at the heart of that social services about keeping communities together. We see incredible inspiring efforts by communities, particularly when, after a disaster, We just need to make sure that we just keep supporting them wherever we can. So, I mean, they're preaching to the converted with me, and I think that there's a really important role to play, and that's why the Reconstruction Authority and the plans that we have in terms of the mitigation plans, in terms of the action plans, all have the community sector at the heart of it. We've learned as a government from not only from things that have happened in the past, I won't say with the previous government, things that have happened in the past, and where we can improve them. We saw that the responses have been better, particularly last year. If I use Bega as an example, when there were some bushfires there, the learnings that we had from what we could have done better from Lismore and the Central West, we applied. And in that, the community sector plays a really important role. So they're embedded into the work that we're going to be doing, and we continue to do.
Have you met with the local Community Services Association on the same note?
Local, I don't think I have. I don't think I have, but if I have, I'll take that on notice. There are so many meetings that I have, but I don't recall that one, and I don't want to mislead you.
Thanks. Flood inquiry recommendation number 24 was to prioritise funding for community groups that are currently providing social and mental health support to their local communities. How has that been implemented so far?
Yeah, there's been some money that's been put in specifically around mental health, and I know that, but I know that the Commissioner SES could also add into that, because we use some of the mental health support in terms of across the agencies, but also in terms of with the community. We recognise the incredible impact that those disasters had at the time, but also the long-term ramifications. I know that there's a place up in Wardell where they offer a whole heap of community support, and a lot of that is that mental health support. And some of it could almost be, obviously there's the formalised bit, but sometimes it's just, like for example, I think they do a pizza night on a Friday. I promised them I was going to come, but I haven't quite got up there on a Friday night. But they do things like that. That contributes to mental health, but also to well-being of communities. So those things are being progressed, and also the Minister for Mental Health is well aware of that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're talking about Wardell Core, who gave evidence to Portfolio Committee Number 2's mental health inquiry this year. What I'm particularly interested is if you're looking at longer term funding for those mental health components, recognising that there's a disaster response piece, but that's also part of disaster resilience. That's also part of preparing for the next one. So are you looking at longer term funding for those organisations rather than just those one-offs after a disaster?
Yeah. So it fits into two different areas. So there's there's the community sector, but then also if I talk about with the Reconstruction Authority, specifically our plans are for the first time ever to have a really good view of what we can do and to plan for the future, and within that sits really closely also the community sector. I'm not sure, I can ask Joe if you want to add any more specific about the community sector.
That's right, I might come back to the
later,
Department of Witnesses this
but it does sit at the heart of it, and that's that planning and to ensure that we allocate funding where we can, and also we think about things in the most practical ways based on the learnings that we've had.
Sorry, I'm just moving to a different topic because I'm very short on time. The 600 new professional firefighters that the Premier committed to pre-election, are those in addition to Fire and Rescue's normal annual intake of new firefighters?
Yes. And I'm pleased to say that I think there's a class of 20 that's either just about to start, because I met some the other day and I wasn't sure if they were in, but there's a class of 20 that's just about to start as well. So there's 600 additional firefighters.
Fantastic. What's the current training capacity of the Emergency Service Academy?
That one they're out at Orange Grove, not Orange Grove, Orchard Hills, sorry. And I've been out there, they train, but the specifics of the capacity with that might be an operational thing that the Commissioner would be better across, but obviously we run training sessions there. I think it's a 16-week program, but would you mind if I hand it over to the Commissioner?
Just before you go to the Commissioner, what I'm specifically getting at here is, does the Academy have sufficient resources to meet its regular intake as well as the demand of the additional 600?
So we've addressed that by making sure that we've actually now increased the number of trainers, and we did that as part of the award agreements. The last award agreement, I think, that was signed off in October, specifically about making sure that we've got enough people then who can go to different training categories so that we can ensure that they're there. So it's part of that thing that we've had to address in terms of delivering our commitment. We said that would be our commitment, and we had to address the issue of making sure we had enough trainers.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just in relation to that, it's a 14-week program for our new permanent firefighter recruits. The Education and Training, who manage the Emergency Services Academy, have had a real focus in the last couple of months of reworking the program, looking at the most efficient way to do it, specifically with the purpose of ensuring that we can deliver the volume of firefighters that are needed to deliver on the 600 additional firefighters. So previously we were running courses that maybe were covering 100 firefighters a year, maybe 120. We're ramping that up to be able to do at least 200, and we're looking at further improvements to the system, again, to get the volume required.
Great, thank you. And just following up on Mr. Feng's earlier questions, I'm interested in how the RFS defines an active volunteer within the total number of registered volunteers on the books.
I stand to be corrected, but there's a number of volunteers who, like they volunteer and do different things. So, for example, they might be the person who goes and opens up, or it's just part of the RFS for their whole life, and they don't want to let it go. An active volunteer, I'm assuming, is one that's more, can go out to the fire ground themselves. Will be more active in their participation.
Yeah, sorry, so can I just be more specific? So I know there's plenty of volunteers who do activities other than firefighting. I answered radios during the Black Summer bushfires. I'm not a firefighter.
Thank you for that.
I'm interested in the when you're considered active versus inactive in terms of training being up to date, when the last time someone turned out to a fire, etc. So I think some of the confusion around these numbers is this definition of what's an active firefighter, and that's what I'm trying to, an active volunteer in any capacity.
Yeah. And some of those are also then dependent on the brigade as well. So there are different brigades that have training at certain times. It might be a situation where some people just turn up specifically for the fire. I know of people who are farmers, for example, who go, look, I've got my fire training. We turn up whenever I can, but if there's a fire happening, I'll specifically go there. But they can't do that. But the RFS is pretty clear to me that they rely on information from the local brigades, and local brigades are different depending on where they are.
So there's no statewide definition of what it means that someone's active?
I don't think there's a statewide specific definition.
No. As the Minister said, I mean, we look at people who are trained, and the brigade each year reviews their membership. Are people still active? Are they no longer active? If they haven't turned up, they might write and request them be removed from the brigade register, in which case they get written to. So it's very much a brigade decision, because, as the Minister said, there's different activity levels for brigades. Some, if you're not there every, week in some capacity, they frown on it. Whereas, as the Minister said, in farming brigades, it's just not like that. So it's very hard to have a one-size-fits-all for, the whole state.
And if I could just add on that, though, and we saw that, and again, I just want to thank the volunteers who go out there. We saw it during the last bushfires, between October and December. There wasn't a situation where we didn't have enough, firefighters would turn up. Volunteers would turn up from all over to make sure that they lent support. So, we're confident that we've got the RFS volunteers there. I'd like any Minister of Emergency Services say we'd love to have more people join our volunteer services. It's a great opportunity, but I don't want the committee to feel that, because there's that numbers and that explanation, that any situation it means that, we can't cover bases if we need to.
Thank you. Minister, I'll just jump back quickly to bushfires, just to finish my questions there. Minister, do you believe that communities, particularly those in rural areas, are feeling fully supported in the response to bushfires?
Look, I hope they do, and we certainly do as much as we possibly can. I mean, in some of the communities before this impending season came, we held information sessions, in community halls. We had the Get Ready weekend. We also had the open. Call it an open weekend or open house. We had those as well, across all of the brigades.
What about response sessions? So after a bushfire, are there sessions being conducted after a fire has occurred?
Yeah, so I understand that they do. That there are sessions, and they're not just organised by the RFS alone. That's where the whole of government comes in. So when we think about, and I'll use Bega as the example, after the Bega fires occurred, the RFS were doing the firefighting at the same time. DCJ and Reconstruction Authority were doing their bit in terms of setting up the evacuation centres. DCS had already set up emergency supports in terms of
Sorry,
grants.
Minister, what
And
does
then
this have to do with sort of after the
Well,
fire?
then I'll tell you,
Yeah.
because then,
Yeah, if we could
obviously
jump
after that goes full circle and they just make sure that everyone's okay and see if there's any additional support that they require.
So what else are you doing to make sure that, that these rural communities are feeling engaged in the whole process and that they're actually part of that response and recovery?
Well, that's where the Reconstruction Authority really plays that key role, particularly if they've been affected, if the community's been affected by fire, in terms of making sure that we're communicating with people. Service New South Wales, for example, makes contact, as they did with members of the community. We had we've got a roving service team, I think we've got 4 of them, that go out and visits communities. The RFS then, of course, makes sure that if any homes were in danger or need to do some mopping up, they go and support them. And whilst we haven't needed it, I was going to say, and whilst we didn't need it in this particular one, thank goodness, if there's a time that the community needs to come together, well, then we'll organise for community to come together and, for want of a better phrase, to heal. We saw that, unfortunately, in one of the tragic deaths where, the community came together.
Sorry, just to redirect you again to those long-term strategies.
That'd be
to engage the community.
Yeah, so that's again, like it's part of the plans that we have. Like that's where the M plan. So the M plan that we have is the emergency management plan that we've just sort of released as well. It's an update on the previous one. It's actually allowed money this year to make sure that the emergency services are working together and working with communities. So we're developing effectively. And for one, it's like literally, here's the manual, take it out, follow these steps, because what we've found over the years is there's been some great work, but no one's actually ever developed something that's just consistent all the way through that can just quickly kick in a gear. So it is part of our plan to keep working with communities, but pre, during and post, and that's where also the State Disaster Mitigation Plan has a really important role to play.
I'm just going to move on to the working with children's checks system. I know that obviously there was those recent changes, which you mentioned before, where applicants are now able to renew their applications online rather than in person with physical documents. Can I just please confirm that the online system will still be checking whether applicants have criminal convictions of animal cruelty?
It'll still do the same things. The only difference with this one is just that it's going to be using biometrics to save you having to go in. But we haven't changed
Everything
at all.
is exactly the same.
Yeah.
I know my office has had some difficulty in the past trying to determine if certain individuals working with children actually have a valid working with children's check. I know obviously you can look up the system if you have the actual working with children's check number, but if you don't have that number but there are concerns, has there any consideration been given to a system where members of the public can actually look up someone's name and see if they have a valid working with children's check?
Look, not that I'm specifically aware of, but also, the Office of the Children's Guardian, they have the ownership of the working with children's check, and this for us is that verifiable credential. It's that first step that we're doing, but not that I'm specifically aware of.
Okay, so that's not being considered as part of the online platform?
With the online platform, we're not making any changes to, all the usual checks in place are remaining the same. The online platform was about being able to make it easier for people to obtain a working with children's check, and everything that used to be under the paper version, the other version, which you can still get, is also available. Nothing's been watered down, so to speak.
Thank you. In March 2023, $15.6 million in funding was provided for the digital renovation of the New South Wales Pet Registry, which was a joint project between the Office of Local Government and the Department of Customer Service and Digital Government. I understand that the work's being led by local government, and I can ask that minister next week. But do you have any update yourself on where this is up to, or the first phase of this work?
It's going well. As you know, we did the pilot, and you're right. The work's being led by Office of Local Government. We in DCS support them and help build the platform, but they own it. But the latest I've heard is it's progressing really well. And hopefully we'll have a bit more to be able to say on that. But the pilot runs, and it's been running well, and we're very confident that we're going to be able to get there.
When you say you hope that you'll have more to say on that soon, Have you got a date in mind as to when something might launch?
It might be better. That one, I don't want to steal anyone's thunder. That may be one for the office of the Minister for Local Government. He'd be most upset if I said something.
Okay, fair enough.
Especially if it's good news.
Yeah. In October
Won't be. It won't be.
2023, it was announced that the suspect target management program would be discontinued for young people in New South Wales, with the New South Wales Police announcing it would develop a replacement program that will improve outcomes for young people. I know policing matters don't fall under your portfolio, but given the serious negative effects of that program on young people and their interactions with the youth justice system, I just wondered if you had been briefed on the replacement program and if you had any updates.
Look, the youth justice is engaging with police, and I've got to say at the outset, I'm really glad to see that there's a new program that's being developed, and youth justice will play an important role in that. We need to make systems better where we possibly can. So we'll provide our expertise as youth justice, but yeah, there are those changes that are coming. So we haven't been excluded from.
So you've been involved in the. Your department's
My
been
department's
involved
been involved,
in
yeah.
the creation of that.
They're making a contribution, but maybe what we might do, and I don't know, we're conscious of time now, but if I could respectfully ask, maybe in the afternoon, Mr. O'Reilly might want to add something to it. I've just given him some homework for lunchtime.
Yep.
But I think that's so that we address it. But youth justice will contribute wherever we're asked to.
Thank you. And I know Ms Higginson asked some questions earlier today about the music and tablets and computers in youth justice centres. Do you know when there'll be any kind of formal feedback process on this or evaluation?
So we're doing, as I said before to Ms Higginson, we're doing the scoping work at the moment. The scoping work is about what's feasible, how it would work, potentially what the impact will be. We're hoping to get that done by June this year, by the end of June. But that's the scoping work that's taking place. We want to do it right. As I said,
so that's the scoping. That's the prior work, and that's the only sort of part of the timeline that you've got at this point.
Well, because that's then going to at least give us an idea of where we can go the next steps from. But the fact that we're doing scoping work highlights that we're pretty interested and keen on getting some things done. What we need to know though is what are the impacts that it will have. If it was easy as just giving every young person an iPad, we do that straight away, but it's not that easy. So let's wait for that body of work to come through, which will then be able to formulate where we go. But the fact that we're doing it is a positive example of the work that we want to do into the future.
Thank you. And I know that the Raise the Age has already been discussed this morning as well. But have you had further meetings with the Attorney General about this? And if so, can you tell us what progress there has been on that since the last budget estimates?
So I have met with the Attorney General, as was alluded to. Met with the Attorney General and with other ministers. There's been a number of different meetings that I've attended. He does lead the work on it. I've said that we're happy to contribute as youth justice wherever possible, I as the Minister, but also just as a person with a little bit of context and understanding, particularly of young people, given some of the work that I'd done before I came into Parliament. But we've got to look at, raising the age of criminal responsibility is one element of the whole, issue that we need to resolve around youth, and a great deal of that also then links up with what are we doing to try and ensure that, the ideal world doesn't see young people engage with the criminal justice system because, they've got every opportunity there for them. So raising the age is one part of many pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, and I've made it very clear that I'm very happy to get involved wherever I can and offer any suggestions.
Thank you. I think we've got 8 minutes left.
Call it 8.
It's just a vote.
So we'll go with 8, and we'll start with 4 minutes from the opposition. The Honourable Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just want to come back to artificial intelligence, just to be clear about your evidence today. So am I to understand, or is the committee to understand that you don't have any plans to create cost efficiencies from the use of artificial intelligence in government?
What I said, and I could be, if I misunderstood the question, is that the inference I felt was that the artificial intelligence was about getting
No, it's
people to lose their
it's
job.
not- It's not the inference. I'm just asking
Yeah.
to be absolutely clear on your evidence, not what you're inferring from me, not what I've said. Do you have any plans to create cost efficiencies from AI?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No cost efficiencies.
It's not about, this is not, I said before, this is not about looking at cost efficiencies, it's looking about how we can do things better.
Okay, so then, can I just be clear about this, can you confirm or provide further information to this committee about whether you actually think AI will dramatically change the New South Wales public service in the coming years? And if you don't, why not?
Well, no, I think it will. Of course it's going to make changes, but it's also going to complement the work that we've done. We're not replacing public servants with big computers, but if the computers and the AI generative materials, as they're seeing them outside of government, will make a difference, then of course, they're going to complement the work that we're going to do. But to say it's not going to be any change would be incorrect. But to say there's going to be...
I wanted to give you the chance to clarify, because it will make a dramatic change to the workforce, won't it? That's obvious.
Well, it's going to make a...
It's not a trick question.
It's going to make a change to the way we do our work.
Yeah, and a change to the workforce. We talked about individual roles may change.
Maybe the individual roles, yes.
Yeah, so those roles will change. That will bring about a dramatic change to the workforce. That's clear, isn't it?
And you'd like to think that those changes will be ones that, allow people more time to do the complex things that...
No, I'd like to understand your evidence to this committee, Minister. I'd like to understand whether you agree, because the terms of reference from the Auditor General, I'd like to be clear about whether you agree with those, that it will make dramatic changes.
Well, the Auditor General has put out the terms of references that the Auditor will then go through their processes and we'll read their report.
Do you disagree with the terms of reference?
I acknowledge that there are going to be some pretty big changes as a result of AI, and that's why we developed our framework updated so that we can work with this rather than just pretend it's not coming.
So do you agree or do you not agree with the terms of reference from the Auditor General?
It's not really the Auditor General has put up terms of reference and they will do the work that they need to do.
But I'm asking you as a minister with your department, do you agree or disagree with them? It's a very simple proposition. It's not no trick to it.
If the Auditor General feels that they're the terms of reference that they want to pursue.
Do you agree that the New South Wales Government will free up the workforce for critical and frontline tasks? It will help the government free up the workforce for critical and frontline tasks, cut costs and enable delivery of better, more targeted services. Do you agree with that or do you disagree with that?
I agree that it will enable better and more targeted services, yes.
Will you accept that there will be job losses if artificial intelligence makes those roles redundant?
I think, we discussed this recently at...
Yes or no?
We discussed this recently in a meeting at a national level, actually about the fact that it creates a
Minister,
whole
I
heap
have
of
very
new jobs.
limited time. I'm going to ask you yes or no. Do you agree that if those jobs are redundancy, there are job losses?
I agree that there will actually be new jobs that are created through AI.
That's not answering the question. Will AI make those jobs redundant? Of course, the answer is yes.
It could, but it also creates other jobs, and that's
No, that's not my question. Will it make those jobs redundant?
But you're asking me a
You said that
hypothetical, and
earlier.
I'm giving you an answer to say that, of course, some jobs may be
you're
redundant,
fudging.
and there will be other jobs
My
that will be
colleague has a
created.
question.
Minister, I just want to
Have
ask
you got
quickly.
30 seconds, Minister?
I don't know what you're so nervous
I've
about.
got 10 seconds now. Minister, you committed, the Labor Party committed to an upgraded natural disaster warning system before the election. Can you provide us an update as to how you've delivered that promised system?
An updated warning system?
Yeah, natural disaster warning system.
Well, the natural disaster warning system, for example, I'll give you the Hazards Near Me Act, and the changes that have been made only a month ago. We added onto it I think it was the storms and floods, was it storms? We added storms to it as an update in terms of giving people advance warning of what might be coming their way.
That's it? No gauges? No physical...
Order. So there's no further questions. The remaining time actually goes to Dr. Amanda Conn. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There's growing recognition of Aboriginal knowledge and expertise in fire management, and I think that's really clearly demonstrated by the increased demand for cultural burning in the private market, such as in southeast New South Wales. I understand that practitioners like the Fire Sticks Alliance have criticised the lack of government support and some red tape to broader uptake. What are you doing to better enable implementation of Aboriginal knowledge in fire preparedness and management?
So we've been working. RFS have got within the work that they're doing a recognition of the importance of cultural burns and cultural work, and And I know that across government, there was just said recently, I think it was through national parks, some cultural work, cultural burns being undertaken as well. And we'll continue working with them, through the RFS, through different government agencies. Here are people who have got, thousands and thousands of years of knowledge that would benefit. And it's also a different way of conducting burns. So it'd be a balancing act between, whether we do a hazard reduction in the way that we know it, or a hazard reduction in a way that's been traditionally done that's like a slower, lower burn that could work in different things. So the RFS is part of that working group. They're actually part of that working group.
And those cultural burns, I'm interested to understand if are they currently regulated in exactly the same way as hazard reduction burns, or are you looking at a different framework there?
No, I think, would you,
sure.
Yeah, sure.
They are. They're subject to the same regulatory requirements, and often what we've done is had brigades go and stand by there just to support them, but to enable them to occur. One of the things we are looking at in working with the cultural management group, but also the Aboriginal members that we've now got on the Bushfire coordinating committee. So I think it's 3 on there, and we're working with them about how we develop an environmental code that can streamline some of the environmental things, because cultural burning is very different to hazard reduction burning, but they're unfortunately captured in the same group. So it's something we're looking at trying to nuance the support for those groups to enable them to carry out cultural fire management activities. So it's a live issue for us.
Thanks.
Thank you. Minister, before I go to government questions, was there anything that you wanted to put on the record rather than, I think there were some questions that were taken on notice that you wanted to address now?
Yes. So there's a couple of questions. One was around the question about the rent that you asked, that Mr. Fang asked me.
Heartless rent, yeah.
The heartless rent. So Mr. Fang, I might sort of remind you that this was suggested by the Vivas report that was actually commissioned by the previous government, of which you were a part of.
Are you implementing it?
The Community Leaders Forum.
Vivas still there?
Sorry, members, this is just for the Minister to answer. It's not a question and answer session.
Oh, he was.
So if the Minister has things that he wants to questions that he wants to answer on notice, he can put them to the whole committee. But there's not a further question and answer session.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Community Leaders Forum in the Northern Rivers and Central West have been asked to provide feedback on the future of pod villages. Charging rent has been something that was considered in these forums, and the government continues to engage meaningfully with that feedback. So
yes.
the original idea came previous government. We're working with the local Community Leaders Forum to engage with them and to.
It's a lot of words, but I don't see an answer. Yes or no.
And the other one, if I can add, it was the wildlife one, Madam Chair. The wildlife one. So I'm advised that the EPA undertook listening tours around the state with wildlife carer groups prior to developing the sub-plan. When the State Emergency Management Centre endorsed the plan in December, it also requested that a review be undertaken within 12 months to confirm that the plan is fit for purpose, which kind of goes to that point that I made a bit earlier. If we can make it better, we will. That feedback that you've added will certainly be included in that. So,
could I just ask to take on notice when they said they did the listening tours and they spoke to different wildlife groups, if I could get a list of the wildlife groups that they met with?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. And I think the key point there is that it will be reviewed with a view to improve things where we are. And if I can come back to another question around cyber security, I think was it about the recommendations? Was that being? Yeah, that might have actually been, I think, from Ms. Boyd, I think. But that's okay. I know
good questions.
I know that you're super keen, Ms. Ward. So cyber security has accepted, it was about the 4 recommendations. So cyber security has accepted all recommendations outlined in the Audit Office of the New South Wales report. It provides a reasonable assurance that New South Wales government agencies are assessing and reporting their compliance with the New South Wales government cyber security policy. Cybersecurity New South Wales detailed, complete and accessible catalogue of services available to agencies and councils, comprehensive engagement strategy and a plan with the local government sector. Cybersecurity has now completed all 4 of the recommendations. This includes developing an assurance methodology to support New South Wales government agencies to consistently assess and report their compliance with the New South Wales government and cybersecurity. The agency is not an auditing function. And has thereby introduced the assurance methodology as part of the New South Wales Government cyber security policy. Cyber security New South Wales leads collaboration and coordination with its state, territory and Commonwealth counterparts such as the Australian Signals Directorate and the Australian Cyber Security Centre. And I think, Madam Chair, that responds to the questions that I said that I'll get back to people with some information. There's also one that I do want to address, and it was the issue around the fire trucks. The fire trucks. Now, my learned colleague, Mr. Fang, gave me. You know. I know. I'll say. Gave me this. Presented this to me, and obviously I've sought some information in the break. Unfortunately, unfortunately, Mr. Fang couldn't give me any particular details. But what you can see there is that looks like a temporary solution. So I've got this. From the moment a fire New South Wales fire and rescue vehicle enters service till the end of its operational life, it's subjected to preventative maintenance program. That maintenance program, incorporating around 726 vehicles, has not experienced any cuts to its budget in the 2023-24 financial year, and the program has not been compromised financially. The photo Mr. Fang circulated of the temporary repair to a tail light, no such incident has been reported to Fire and Rescue New South Wales. It appears that this may have been a temporary measure applied in the field. This is not an ongoing repair situation. The truck may have reversed into something and needed to get back to base for a permanent repair. You also shared a photo of a Revesby fire station. I can advise that the Revesby fire station has a new aerial pumper in service. That may be an old photo. So you presented a photo to us of something that hasn't actually come to fire and rescue, and you presented a photo of a station that has now actually got a brand new fire truck.
No, I presented to you a picture of
so
your
sorry,
fire
I'm
trucks
sorry.
being held
Thank you,
together.
thank you.
with
Is there any
cable
questions
ties,
from the
because they're being
government?
held together with cable
Order!
ties.
Is there questions from the government?
You just admitted your trucks are
The
being
Honourable
together with
Cameron
cable ties.
Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to ask questions without the horrible interruptions from the Honourable Les Fang. I've really just got one question for the Minister, which is, Minister, what is the government doing to enhance interoperability in our emergency management arrangements?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Murphy, for that question. It was really appreciate being asked a question
Thought of it all by
by
himself.
yourself, and I'm
You're
glad you
welcome,
participated. Thank you.
It's burning issue.
I might have a note for this one. Interoperability lies. It's got to lie at the heart of what we do, and it's one of the key focuses of this government. It's certainly something I've spoken about a lot since becoming minister. Beside me are three commissioners who work really closely together and supported also by other commissioners, including Marine Rescue and the VRA and other emergency service volunteers such as Surf Lifesaving. So all the emergency services working together in an interoperable way is really quite good. And if I may be so as presumptuous, Dr. Cohn talked about answering phones. I've been on the call desk. I know Dr. Cohn as a volunteer with the SES, and that's interoperability. So that if there's one of our partner groups needs something, that's actually a really fair-minded approach to things, and I think most people would say that's a really good way. But I did mention earlier the M plan, the state emergency plan, and it's all about interoperability and making sure that we have good things that we can do. So I'm really pleased to say that we have our emergency services ready for when disaster strikes. A while ago, I joined the Commissioner for SES out at Penrith, where they were doing some training for flood rescue across different agencies, and we had a lot of fun there. I had probably a bit too much fun, but there was a really important thing there about sharing the different experiences and expertise and doing some cross training together. What I've made it really clear is that is for me an absolute priority, trying to get everyone to work together so that we can actually just, when there's a disaster hits, we've got people who can do what needs to be done. There's no silos, there's no bands, there's no you wear this uniform. It's just about what do we need to do, because the truth is just people just want help. So let's make sure that we train everybody as best as we can. But I'm also really pleased to announce that there's a $250,000 program for the emergency management and exercise training program, because it's all good to say that, but we do need to provide training opportunities. It's going to fund 14 exercises over the next 6 months, and it's going to allow our emergency services to test our emergency management arrangements across a range of realistic scenarios. I think about the one that we did before the bushfire season, where we had a two-day operation that had everybody in it, and it actually used real data from previous fires, and it was an excellent way of ensuring that people were prepared. And this bushfire season, people go, we had over 9,000 fires, grass and bush, over this past year. So we were blessed with a little bit of rain just before Christmas. But the exercises are going to include urban search and rescue, flood rescue, dam failure, and management of mass casualty incident. They're going to be led by all of the agencies. The agencies are going to be working together: fire and rescue, the SES, Marine Rescue, Police Force, Environment Protection Agency, Southwestern Local Health District as well, misconduct. So we're talking about some of those heat issues as well, of course, the RFS. It's, we've done this and we funded it because of the consultation process. And I would hope that if one thing that's very clear during my answers, it's all about trying to be consultative and collaborative and actually working as a team. When it comes to things like disaster management, it's got to be a team sport. We can't afford for everyone to go and do their own thing. But you can give the most inspiring speech that you want, and unless people are well trained and well prepared and well led, that doesn't help us out. And I'm really proud of the work that all of my emergency services do. I'm proud of the work that the team in the emergency management, the whole committee do. But also I'm exceptionally proud of the volunteering and the volunteers who give up their time, often volunteering across a number of different, agencies, to just be there for the community when they met. And these are regular, run-of-the-mill people who just want to give their bit. So I want to make sure I acknowledge those. I also want to acknowledge and pay condolences. We lost 4 people during this past 6 months, and they were fire people. They were members of the RFS, members of fire and rescue. These are people who literally gave their lives for the community. And I think on that really important point, that when we get into the argy-bargy of politics, we actually always do remember that it's about people who are genuinely looking after communities. And if I can just conclude with that, I want to conclude in the same way I did last time. I want to thank everybody who contributes to my portfolio, all the people who help out, the team beside me, but the many who we don't know, who have prepared folders, who make sure they get things done. I'm blessed with the portfolios I have because they're about people. And I just think that everything that we do, whether it's in DCS, whether it's in the emergency services, and whether it's in youth justice, it's always about the people. So to my team, the many thousands of people who contribute to this, I want to say thank you for the work that you do. I'm really proud to be your minister, and thank you so much to the committee.
Thanks, Minister. Keep up the good work. No further questions.
Chair, may I just
but
thank
there was no other
the
questions.
Minister? May I just thank the Minister on behalf of the Opposition? Thank you for your attendance today and for assisting us with the information you provided, and to your team who works very hard on this. Minister, can I just ask if it's possible to pass on the phone number for your hairdresser to the Honourable Bob Namvar? If there's any possibility, and maybe do a budget bid for some money to back it in, that would be amazing for all of us in the upper
There's a
house.
funny story there, because I did tell he calls himself a barber. He says not a hairdresser, he calls himself a barber. But I did say to him that I've got a problem with him, because I used to go to him when I had long flowing locks. And since he's been cutting my hair, gradually I've been losing more and more of it. But Mr. Namvar, I'll take you to punch bowl with me. It gives a
That's where the long flowing locks have gone. That's where they've gone.
I dream of having locks like that once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Minister, for attending this morning, and thank you for your time. You won't be returning in the afternoon. However, the committee will be back with everybody else. We're now breaking for a short lunch break, and we'll return at 2 p.m.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks,
you.
everyone.
Yeah,
Welcome back to the afternoon session for budget estimates. Before I throw to the opposition for questions, I believe the Commissioner Rogers has something to put on, or one of the questions to put on notice on record.
Thanks, Madam Chair. In relation to the Honourable Wes Fang and his question about fuel cards.
Yes.
I can advise that the other fuel card issue was in Kempsey on the 14th of October 2023, which was before the last estimate hearing. We were not aware about this issue until we've made inquiries. We've gone out to our area commands, weren't aware either, so we've gone out to them all and made sure that those things have been taken into play and we know what's going on with them. The fact is that the card is council's card, but obviously the concern for us is to make sure that our brigades have the way to get to fires and do all those things. The volunteers involved paid for the fuel and reimbursed 4 days later. And we have a backup system, but for some reason that didn't work, as in there's a card, an extra corporate card. So I've asked for some inquiries into what else we can do to ensure that there's no repeat of that.
Thank you. We now move to the opposition for questioning. The Honourable Wes Fang.
Thank you, and thank you very much for that detail, Commissioner. And obviously, the member wasn't seeking to politicise it, which was why they didn't raise it at the time. But I do believe it took 2 months to get the reimbursement, so that's probably why.
Okay, I'll check on that out. Yeah.
But I thank you for that detail. Just for Commissioner Futrell. How many times has fire and rescue been called out to the new Coffs Harbour building, the Coffs Harbour Council building, since it was completed? Do you know?
I don't have that information to hand, so I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay. So are you happy to take that one on notice? Are you aware if they are all false alarms? Are you able to take that on notice as well?
I do have some stats for the Coffs Harbour LGA,
Yep.
so that's more generally, obviously, than just the Coffs Council building.
Yep.
So there were 176 automatic fire alarms in the Coffs Council area in 2023. 171 of those were false alarms, and there was 5 actual fires reported by those.
And does Fire and Rescue New South Wales charge the council when there's a call out? What is the cost, and does that occur if it's a false alarm as well?
Yeah, so there's a sort of a tiered approach to that, and we do apply that to all property occupiers or owners. The charge for attendance at an automatic fire alarm, if there's no fire or no exonerating reason for it to go off, say water had leaked through in a massive storm, we wouldn't be billing for that.
Yep.
But where there's just a fault in the system, or people have burnt toast or done whatever, it's $1,600. Now they get basically one free one in the first 60 days.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's an activation in a building and there's no others in 60 days, there's no charge. If there's a follow-up in the first 24 hours, so additional alarms, which is what happens quite frequently when there is a problem with a system.
Mm-hmm.
And so to give the occupant or the building manager time to get appropriate service technician to come and rectify it, there's no follow-up charging in the first 24 hours either for any subsequent calls.
Understood. But after that, there's a $1,600 fee?
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
And look, I'll give a bit of background on that one.
Sure.
The rationale is there to provide a sufficient incentive for building occupiers, managers to maintain their systems appropriately. And where we have well-maintained buildings, you tend to have very low level of automatic false alarm activations. So it's enough of incentive for them without being too onerous.
Understood. I might pass over to my colleagues now, and I'll come back for some further questions later.
So my question is to Mr. Paul Riley, and it was in terms of closing the gap and youth detention. I just wondered, with The New South Wales Government 2002 to 24 New South Wales Implementation Plan for Closing the Gap. Are you still working on that one, or do you have a new plan? Sorry.
So we're working with ALS, who is the Capo rep responsible for Justice Partnership, on new strategies, continuing existing strategies to reduce overrepresentation towards Target 11. And Target 11 has been performing well at various times and performing poorly at various times.
Can you just say what Target 11 is?
Target 11 is to reduce the number of juveniles in detention, Aboriginal people, young people in detention. And so the Justice Partnership with ALS is about trying to make sure that everything in the youth justice system is geared towards responding effectively to Aboriginal children to reduce the chance of reoffending, which would lead to them coming back into detention.
Yeah.
The other part of that work is to prevent them coming in through work to support the provision of bail and prevent remand.
And with so that was a special bail support and advocacy program?
That's one example of the work that we do together, yes.
So, like, I see, like, it says the accountable minister and agency is Attorney General and Department of Communities and Justice. Why isn't youth justice? Is youth justice supposed to be like in that cluster of department? And
Well, originally when that plan was developed, it was a different government, and youth justice, the Minister for Youth Justice was part of a cluster.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
and a lot of the work that impacts young people in our system occurs across the whole justice system, so the portfolio of the Attorney General is always relevant.
And one of the other actions was enhanced community-led court diversion programs by establishing circles of support. Where are we up to with that? It said by 2023. Obviously, we have a new government, but...
Yeah. So my team commissions a number of diversion programs, and the Minister this morning talked about the transfer of some of those programs to Aboriginal-led organisations, ACOs, and that is a critical component of this strategy to divert Aboriginal people from the justice system. The community has told us, and I completely accept and agree, that Aboriginal people are generally best placed to lead those services for their community. They absolutely are. And in terms of changing behaviour for young people and supporting them to not offend, a statutory agency like mine is often the least likely to be effective for a whole range of historic reasons. So we have the Youth on Track program, which has been running since 2013. There are 7 sites. We recommissioned that contract recently following a funding extension, and across a number of those sites we replaced the provider with an ACO. So now ACOs are running most of those sites across the state.
And would that be happening in the New England Northwest area?
The New England area is run by Centacare.
Yep.
But across, and Riverina is run by Mission, but all of the other locations around the state are run by ACOs.
And you've just recontracted, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're for how long?
18 months.
18 months,
Yep.
okay, yeah. All right. Also, we heard about the Youth Offenders Act being reviewed, and here we see it's by 2024. Do you have any input into?
Yeah, the Young Offenders Act is administered by 3 ministers: the Attorney General, the Minister for Police, and the Minister for Youth Justice, because the Act has been designed that way to divert young people. And so we have an input and a role and responsibility for part of the Act. Our part of the Act, and Minister Dibbs' part of the Act, is around youth justice conferencing. But the major part of the Act in relation to diversion, cautions and warnings and referrals to conferencing is with police.
Yep.
And so because it's a multi-minister justice-based legislation, the review's being led by the Attorney General, and the next steps, as the Minister said this morning, to get it through the process need to be led by that portfolio.
Okay. And are you, you don't have a timeline for that though, do you?
I don't know, it's
No.
a decision for the government.
Yeah, for the government, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I think I'll leave it for there and over to
Okay.
you now. Thank you.
you. Thanks everybody for attending this afternoon. I may jump around a little bit, so forgive me, but I might start with you, Mr. O'Reilly, given
Sure.
you're there. You spoke just then, can I just follow up on one of those questions about the ACOs stepping up into that space? That's great. What evaluation will be undertaken following that change?
Yeah, so Youth on Track was evaluated previously by Boxar, and so the next evaluation will be by Boxar again. And so one of the things that we have already done and will continue to do with this new round is we work closely with Aboriginal communities around the design of the new implementation. So some aspects of the service model have changed to suit those communities. Similarly, the evaluation will need to be negotiated and designed with the community in mind and the community voices. But it absolutely must be evaluated and will be evaluated with the level of rigour that Boxar brings to all of its work. The measurement of effect size in terms of measuring the effectiveness of criminal diversion programs is always really difficult to pin down. It always has been, and so there's always a lot of focus on making sure the evaluation is set up for success at the beginning. So these early contract stages are where we start to get that right.
I understand that and understand the necessity to involve communities, and very supportive of that, but it's also the necessity for independence in the evaluation. So you say that Boxar is Boxar fulfilling that role of the independent evaluator?
Yeah.
All right. Can I turn to the working with children check? You, in your evidence earlier, spoke about it being managed more effectively. What did you mean by that and how?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't recall that, but was that perhaps in response to the question about what we're doing to safeguard young people in custody?
I thought it was in relation to working with children, but why don't you answer both?
Okay, I do remember the discussion about working with Children's Check for the digital changes.
Digital, yeah. I thought it was in relation to that, but that's okay. You
No, I
can
don't
speak
manage the digital side of things.
Sure, in relation to the earlier
Sure.
aspect. Why don't you speak to that? I'm just
Well-
interested in how you say it's being managed more effectively and what's being
Yeah, I
undertaken.
don't have any comment on how it's being managed effectively through the digital process, but working with Children's Checks is a critical part of our safeguards, has been since 2013, and all of our staff are put through that process in recruitment and then have to renew that every 5 years, and we have processes for checking to make sure that that occurs.
Sure, but that doesn't, with respect, address the managing more effectively. I'm interested in why you had that emphasis. What steps have been taken to do that more effectively?
Yeah.
It's a critical part of the step. It's not just ticking a box. It's obviously something that's critically important. I'm just wondering.
I'm not being argumentative, I promise.
No, neither am I.
I just,
it's not
in
a
my
trick.
earlier answer, I don't remember focusing on working with Children's Check.
Sure, okay, well, in relation to the youth aspect, yeah.
So,
Youth in detention.
again, it's a critical part of our system. People don't work in our system
Yeah.
unless they have working with Children's Check. It's a basic requirement for all of our staff and people who come in and run programs for us. It's what we rely on to check people's safety to work with kids and their criminal history, and it always has been since it was implemented.
All right, I might give you some time to think about your thoughts on how you say that's being managed more effectively in that space. It's not a trick question. I'm just trying to understand what improvements, if any, have been made to that program. Can I just turn to?
We don't control that program, by the way. It's the Children's Guardian who run that program.
That may be so, but I'm interested in what improvements you were prompted to address when you raised that issue. All right, can I turn to and this is more a digital question, so it's a Service New South Wales, I think, type question, but the AED register, who might be responsible for that? Sorry, I can't see behind your microphone. Sorry.
Christie.
Hello, thank you, Ms.
Hello.
Christie. Yeah, terrific, thank you. I just was interested in the AED register. It was obviously set up under the previous government, a life-saving program. Can you just tell us what it costs to run that program annually?
I might have to come back to you on the specific cost of the AED register. Apologies.
No problem. Can I perhaps suggests that it might be around $85,000 a year. Have there been any discussions about closing that platform?
There's been no decisions or indications about closing that platform, and I can give you that number if you just give me one moment.
Just for the benefit of Hansard, that's the automated external defibrillator program. I think it's 85, but in the meantime, given that 3,800 people, I'm informed, suffer a cardiac arrest each year, 90% of which can't be revived, it's obviously a critical program, and having an assessment of it and ability to understand the maintenance of it is important. Can I ask if the department or Minister's office have indicated whether that will continue to be funded?
Yeah, we've had no discussions about ongoing funding of the AED register.
Okay. Can I understand whether that is something you might raise, given the critical importance of it?
Yes, it's currently funded,
budget process.
as I understand it. So, yeah, we will.
Okay. And can I understand if there's been meetings with advocates for the AED program, in particular Greg Page, the former Wiggle, an AED advocate who was obviously whose life was saved by such a program, or by that defibrillator at least?
I haven't had. I'm not aware of any meetings with AED advocates myself.
All right. We'd be very interested in whether that will continue to be funded. Thank you. Can I come back to Park and Pay? Are you also dealing with that, Ms. Christie? Thank you very much. Can I just ask what engagement's been held with councils, mayors around that program?
Yeah, sure. There was a round table that was held with councils and also the disability community.
I'll get to that, yep.
Yes, earlier this year, and there's been ongoing discussions with councils who are users of Park and Pay on a regular basis.
All right, and what's the outcome of those? The round table's lovely and lots of discussions are lovely, but what's the outcome of the round table and what's next steps?
We're preparing options for the government's consideration on the future of Park and Pay, and those positions from councils and the disability community are informing those options.
Thank you. What's the timeline for preparing those options and putting them to the Minister?
Yeah, they are imminent. Those options are under consideration. So yes, they will be with the Minister shortly.
In this quarter?
Before the second half of the year is over, yes.
Given the budgetary process, budget bids, I would have thought that's a necessity. All right. So you mentioned the Disability Council, the Physical Disability Council. So engagement's been undertaken with the council or with advocates?
Yeah, I can get you a list of those attendees to the round table if you would like.
Is that just the one round table or is that ongoing?
There's been, I couldn't talk to all of our engagements with various advocates and councils, but I could take that on notice and give you a sense of that if
Thank you, that would be helpful. It's obviously imperative to seek their views in the lead up to a decision about whether to continue this program. So can I just ask about the situation with parking sensors and the way in which they help someone with a disability in the 2 minutes I have left? Can you perhaps take on notice how many parking sensors have been installed across Sydney? I'm sure that's something that's important, but also how many are in disability parking places?
Will do.
And I understand disability advocates have lost access to this data. Is that correct?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not aware of that.
If you could, please, that would be helpful. All right. And
yes, sure. I've got some questions about Eugowra's flood recovery. So, just wanted to, I guess, address the fact that Eugowra locals have spent their second Christmas now without homes. The community consultation on the $40 million housing program has only recently commenced. They're wondering what the timeline is. Can you provide some, I guess, detail as to when people are going to be able to move back into homes?
I might call on my colleagues to help answer this, but that program, first of all, I'd say I understand that the community leaders are very happy with where that's at. That's my understanding from talking to them. And part of that program is not so much about paying for people to move in their homes. It may involve buybacks and accelerating buybacks of homes that are at risk. So it's in that sense, it's not necessarily about fixing existing homes. I'm probably, if you want more detail on the exact timing, I should probably get Joanna. Joanna, or yeah.
Sure, I've got plenty of questions on the issue, so Joanna might be best to come to the table and she can provide a little bit more detail. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello.
Just in relation, I'll start at the top, and obviously the community consultation's happening at the moment. When do you expect the findings might be released? Are they going to be released? And what's the time frame around the completion of that project?
So we have kick-started the year with the first meeting of the Central West Community Leaders Forum, which is oversighting and guiding the $100 million package that the New South Wales Government and the Federal Government have announced, a recovery and resilience package for these 4 local government areas that were so heavily impacted by the flooding events of late 2022. We've taken lessons very much from the Northern Rivers experience, which tells us that it's very important to have those community leaders involved in the design of the program right from the word go, as well as having our partner agencies, Transport for New South Wales and Regional New South Wales, at the table from the word go as well. And to also really factor in community consultations. And that's particularly important when it comes to the housing component, the $40 million housing program that is a key part of this overall package. So that community consultation is very much about a listening exercise for our flood modelling experts and for our council engineers, as well as for the RA's own staff, to understand what the experience of community members was, what they're wanting to see, and to really factor that into the design of this housing program, which is going to be very important to so many people, but also is a $40 million program, and so there will be limitations, and it's really important to manage community expectations in relation to that.
Yes, but the question was around timelines.
The timeframe will be informed by the information that we're in the process of gathering, and we will then take that to the next Community Leaders Forum, and we will start working with them on an actual program of delivery. So it's very much an iterative process, and it is very much working lockstep with the community leaders, the mayors and the general managers of the councils, and taking into account community feedback.
Thank you.
I'll
if
ask
you've got
when we
further
return.
follow-up
Yes,
questions,
I'll
there'll
ask when
be
we
plenty
return
more
back
time.
if there's actually a timeline.
Thank you. I might start with Mr. O'Reilly. In the last session, the Minister suggested that you might have more to say on the replacement program for the suspect target management program, and your involvement in that and where you think it's going.
Yes, only a little bit of information.
Okay.
It's a police-led program. They'll design it and they'll consult us on the process. That's where we're up to.
Okay, so you haven't been consulted on it yet?
No, but they're very early on apparently, and when they're ready to, they'll consult us, and I assume other agencies as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm just wondering, I noticed on the website it confirms that Youth Justice New South Wales has given funding to various NGOs. I'm just wondering if you're able to provide any information around the services that are being funded and how many are funded within the last financial year?
I can, absolutely. So we fund a number, and I'll give you a list. We fund a program called A Place to Go, which is a service set up to try and prevent remand, and there's 2 parts to that program. The Nepean Police Command works with young people that they pick up, and a team of social workers and other groups. to try and build bail plans that are going to be successful so they don't need to go into remand to support a police decision to grant bail. That includes connection with family and school, etc. The other side of that, a Place to Go program, is a supported accommodation site run by an NGO, and that's a really specialist supported accommodation site. A lot of youth supported accommodation is not set up to deal with young offenders, and they will be risk assessed out, but this one was designed specifically with that level of risk in mind. So we have specialist people that run a model called the Sanctuary model, which is designed to deal with risky behaviour, and they have access to justice, health, psychiatrists, etc. So that's one program, and that's been running for some years and has been evaluated. We have the Bail and Accommodation Support Service, used to be called the Bail Assistance Line, that provides support to people who are in the hands of police following an arrest that need accommodation, and as police are making their bail decisions, they will contact our bail support service and accommodation service and see if there are any options to accommodate the young person to support a bail decision. Sometimes the police will also just seek advice around accommodation options for kids. So that's a service that we run. The Broadmeadows Children's Court program is similar to a Place to Go, although it doesn't have an accommodation component, but that's in Broadmeadow in the Hunter, and that is a integrated case management model that works around the children's court in that town. And it includes health assessments, education assessments, connection with school, connection with elders. Again, it's about bringing services around the young person to inform the best possible court decision for them. The Casework Support Program we've been running for many years. That is a really important program, and it provides welfare services for kids who are under community supervision. We have about 190 caseworkers who do community supervision. They're specialist caseworkers who focus on criminogenic intervention. That's what we want them to be doing. And so this other service is NGOs who do the other casework. It might be getting them to appointments, getting their driver's licence, getting their ID, getting bank accounts, connecting with family. And my caseworkers focus on the criminogenic intervention to try and stop offending. So it's like dividing the casework into two different kinds of work. And so we have different NGOs in different parts of the state running that. And that's a critical part of our system. And some time ago, Juvenile Justice decided to fund that to make sure that kids would have guaranteed access to that more welfare casework side of the business. We had domestic and family violence family therapy program that we run in some locations. A lot of the young people in our system, in fact, a very large number of kids in our system are both victims and perpetrators of domestic and family violence. It requires a very specific kind of intervention, particularly for kids at that age. So in addition to the in-house therapy that our therapists do, we also fund services to do some of that. We fund 2 rural rehabs for adolescents for alcohol and drug abuse. They are set up exclusively for our clients. It can be difficult to get access to rehabilitation in the regions, and so we have funded one in Dubbo and one in Coffs Harbour for some years. And we have a careful assessment and prioritisation process to make sure the right kids are going in there. And they might be engaging in that treatment after they're released, but they don't need to have been in detention. They just need to be a youth justice client. We have the Safe Aboriginal Youth program, which is often described as a night patrol program, and that's in a few locations around the state. It's not a large program. We would seek to expand it at some point, and that is about funding Aboriginal organisations to have a transport service to try and help young people get home or get somewhere safe and not be in places that are not safe, particularly in regional communities. We do have a small mentoring program at Frank Baxter that we fund an NGO to run, and they provide really good individualised mentoring services for kids who are in Frank Baxter Youth Detention Centre. That's a successful program that's been running for some time. And we also have the Youth on Track program, which I described earlier, which is probably our most complex NGO-funded service for criminogenic intervention. They use similar cognitive behavioural therapy tools that our staff use to work with young people.
Great, thank you. And I'm happy for you to take this on notice, but I was just wondering how much funding each one of those programs has
Yeah, I can tell you
received.
that.
Okay, great.
Absolutely. So the Place to Go is $2.91 million a year. The bail service is $3.15 million a year. The Broadmeadows Children's Court is $370,000 a year. The Casework Support Program is $5.2 million. The DFE program is $1.5 million. The rehabs, 2 rehabs, is 3.7 million for the 2. The Safe Aboriginal Youth Night Patrol program is 1.1 million. The mentoring program is 0.19 million. The short-term remand program, which I inadvertently skipped over, which I shall explain in a moment, is 3.28, and Youth on Track is 6.8. The short-term remand program is in Wagga and in Mascot Police Commands, and that's where we have a very carefully designed model, again, to support police with their bail decisions. So one of the reasons, or one of the drivers, I guess, behind bail decisions is there a suitable support plan to give the bail decision maker confidence that the person will not offend. And so in Wagga and Mascot, we have this short-term remand program, which is a combination of accommodation, casework, intervention, working with community. The Minister referred to the elders group in Wagga this morning. That's part of that short-term remand program. It's different in each location, and the police do a great job in those 2 programs because they have been willing to look at their processes, their bail processes, and help and work with us to try and identify ways to improve it. So that is a bit of a proof of concept, if you like, and if that is successful in the long term, we would then consider with the rest of the system and talk to government about potential for expansion. The early signs are encouraging. Already in Wagga, where we have a detention centre, we've seen a big reduction in remand numbers in that centre as a direct result of that program, because the system comes together to support the bail process, but it needs to be organised, designed and funded to do that. So that's what those 2 programs are trying to do.
Thank you. You've predicted my next question, which was, will the short-term remand initiative in Wagga Wagga be expanding?
We would like to see it expand, but it's early days.
Early days. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is it anticipated, do you know, if the amount of funding will actually increase in the next financial year, or are you looking at funding new NGOs going forward?
Funding is a decision for government and ARC, obviously, not for me, but we believe in these programs and we evaluate them and support them.
Great. And are you proposing that further NGOs are funded, or is that just sort of outside of your...
Well, it's a decision for government, really, not for me.
Yeah, no, I understand. Thank you. I have some questions around emergency services. So I guess I'll put these questions to the variety of commissioners that we have, and thank you for your time today. At the last estimates, the Minister mentioned that 700 firefighters will be trained in wildlife first aid. And I'd just like to ask a little bit more about this. I'm just wondering if that training, to your knowledge, is optional or mandatory for firefighters?
It was an optional thing for RFS firefighters. We gave the option for them to do it. I'll have to get I'm not sure if I've got the numbers. Let me just check if I've got the numbers, if you could.
Of how many people took it up? Yeah, that'd be great.
I'm just not sure if I've got the numbers on how many actually did it, or whether I've just got the actual...
While you're looking for that as well, it'd be interesting to know if you know who actually conducted the training. Was that someone external that was employed in for?
It was a wildlife first response course developed by the Department of Planning and Environment and Taronga Conservation Society of Australia. And it aims to improve the coordination and capability for wildlife response, and particularly for our firefighters that are on the scene, they can maybe assess and provide better information for people like wires, so that they can do that. The other thing that was done is there was some training given to bushfire awareness training given to wise people themselves, so that there was more confidence in allowing them into firegrounds earlier, so that they could look after animals earlier rather than waiting for the whole thing to be out, because obviously it's a bit time critical for them to be able to get their job done.
Yeah. If you could take on notice how many firefighters did take up that training, that'd be useful. I'm wondering as well if there are any records on the number of yearly firefighter interactions with injured wildlife. Is that something that's recorded or kept?
I will check. I don't think it is, to be honest, but I will check for you. I mean, if they've called for say wise to attend, then that probably would be recorded. But if they did it themselves, they knew wise, and like sometimes there's those connections locally that they might do it. So it might not be a complete answer, but I'll see what I
Yeah,
can find.
if you
for
could find out, and then whatever you do find out, if you're also able to provide those statistics based on, the parameters of that as well, that'd be
Certainly.
great. Thank you. And I assume, obviously, that there's a limit to the training where at some point animals will need, veterinary treatment. Are you aware of any collaborations between the RFS and Wildlife Veterinary Services at all?
Apart from what I just mentioned, I mean, it was certainly something that was quite a focus during the inquiry, and was something where we've met several times with representatives, environmental representatives, about the management of injured animals. So it's something where we've got, we've got procedures in place now, and I think that getting better awareness within the agency about those things was something critical for us. But I think it's probably fair to say that that probably shouldn't be just tick, job done. I think we need to continue to work towards providing a fulsome service to not only looking after people but obviously the environment and the flora and fauna.
Where an animal is taken to a veterinary service, I'm just wondering, is it the veterinary service then that sort of takes on that cost, or does the RFS assist with the cost of that, or do you know what that arrangement would be?
No, it's not. It's normally not something. I think my understanding, and again, I'll just confirm that what I'm saying to you is correct. But my understanding is most of the time we do this with wires, and then wires sort of take care of it from then on. That's certainly been our experience.
Thank you. I was wondering, Commissioner York, if obviously this was in regards specifically to firefighting. I'm just wondering if there's been anything similar for emergency training outside of fire in regards to wildlife care for floods or anything else?
Not that I'm aware of. I know we do have experts in large animal rescue, which would bring in to some wildlife, but certainly more directed at cattle, sheep, horses, things like that. And coincidentally, I'm meeting with the head of RSPCA in a couple of weeks to talk about how we can improve our communication. They do get called out through DPIE as part of the emergency management structure, but they also want to talk about some of their close local relationships, and we just want to make sure that it's streamlined and we're not duplicating. So there's things in the wings, but we don't have the training like the Bushfire does.
Yeah, thank you. I also have a couple of questions about the new Marine Rescue New South Wales. Would that be to you, Commissioner York?
No, they're a separate agency.
Okay. Is there anybody else that here would be able to answer that?
Is there a non-government agency? So they wouldn't be here.
Okay, so maybe that would only be to the Minister.
If you put it on notice, then I'm sure
I can put it on notice to the Minister directly. Thank you. I just wanted to ask around the recent fires, in a media statement regarding the fires in Cessnock and also Narrabri in late 2023. The government said that freight subsidies for primary producers to help transport animals and food would be provided. Is that run like in isolation by the DPI only? Or is that something that other agencies have information on as well?
I certainly don't have any. I don't know if that's the Reconstruction Authority.
No, so those, I can say that those freight subsidies are available under the disaster recovery funding arrangements that are in place with the Commonwealth and state governments. They are activated when a natural disaster declaration is made, as happened with that Cessnock fire. The freight subsidy provisions are Category A provisions, which means they are stood up once that natural disaster declaration is made, but they are administered not by the Reconstruction Authority but by another agency, and I'm not sure if we have information on. Are you wanting to know the quantum of the subsidies?
I was actually just wondering whether it was done by the DPI in isolation or whether other agencies had involvement in
so
that
it
as
is
well.
certainly under the disaster recovery funding arrangements.
Okay. I might put those questions on notice then if that's easier. I also I have some questions around digital government. I'm not sure if Ms. Christie might be the best one to answer it in regards to AI. Thank you. I was just wondering what extent AI is currently used within the departments, and if it's something the Office of Digital Government is monitoring and auditing to identify any efficiencies, but also any problems or pitfalls that may arise.
Yeah, absolutely. AI is used extensively in New South Wales Government in various New South Wales agencies. The role of Digital New South Wales is to look after the assurance framework that we have for AI. The Department of Customer Service developed that in 2019. We developed an AI strategy, an AI ethics policy and an AI ethical assurance framework. That's been recently updated with the developments around generative AI. So we're calling that the Assurance Framework 2.0. And so we administer that in Digital New South Wales. We are also embedding that in the overall ICT assurance work that we do. So Digital New South Wales assures every single ICT project over $5 million and every project that's funded by the DRF. We're in the process of embedding that AI assurance framework within that ICT assurance framework to make sure, to your point, that we're understanding all the use cases of AI across the sector.
Thank you. Could I also just get an understanding of the key protections that are in place within the department to mitigate the privacy and security risks that have been highlighted around AI?
Yeah, so the privacy and security risks on the use of AI are the responsibility of the agencies who use AI in their day-to-day work. That responsibility lies with the departments themselves. We support them in understanding what those risks are through the AI assurance framework, and we also issue guidelines for CIOs and other leaders of agencies like Chief Operating Officers to understand how they can protect themselves and their people in using generative AI. So we've released generative AI guidelines to help agencies use generative AI safely, cybersecurity AI guidelines as well to support safe
and have there been any concerns that have been brought to your office to date, or is there anything that's been flagged specifically?
My team has recently taken on responsibility for the AI assurance framework. Absolutely, that is the purpose of the AI assurance framework, is to help agencies navigate these risks. So I'm sure that, yes, risks would have been raised with the department more generally and worked through with the AI assurance board, which we have who are experts in AI who help people work through those risks.
And you mentioned that you provide like a support system. Can you just sort of detail some of the ways that you're working to support those agencies?
Yeah, so I think I have outlined a couple of the guidance that we have issued for people. So basic prompt guidance, this is how you use AI. As I said, cybersecurity guidelines, how you use generative AI, so the big large language models like ChatGPT and Llama, how you use that safely in a government environment. So yeah, that's some examples, as well as administering the AI assurance framework more generally and embedding that into how we assure all ICT projects.
Wonderful. Thank you. Sorry, did you have something else to say?
I just wanted to add take those questions that I took on notice for Ms Ward. So the AED register, you were right, it's 87,000 per year. And to your question about...
Sorry, could you say that again?
87,000 per year. And to your question about whether it's an ongoing budget, that's currently, given the majority of those costs are platform costs that government technology platforms administers. So there's no specific line item for for the AED register, but it's covered in our other platform costs.
I might come back in our time
Thank
to
you.
follow up on that.
Great.
Thank you.
We now go to opposition questions. Honourable Westphane.
Thank you. I'm just going to return back to the Yarra flood recovery issues that I was discussing earlier, and I was trying to find out around the community consultation when it might be completed. It seemed to me as if it's an open-ended process. Would that be a fair description, Mr. Draper?
I'll just jump in with Ms. Quilty in a moment. But I will say it may be true to say that the timetable in the process is going to be directed by those community leaders. That, I think, is now, we've very much established that's good practice. We made, I think, honestly made a mistake in the Northern Rivers by declaring some artificial timelines for implementing the Resilient Homes program. That, I think, was the root cause of some errors in the Northern Rivers and created a lot of anxiety in the community. I think we're now advancing quite well in that program in a number of respects, not just in the raw figures, but in the way that it's being implemented. But perhaps most importantly, the leadership of the Community Leaders Forum, which we've established there with the 7 mayors and I think it's 4 members of Parliament, is a fundamental change in the way those programs are done, and we're repeating that process in the Central West. So that's a slightly long way of answering a question, but yes, the timetable for it, everybody involved has a sense of urgency and wanting to expedite the process, but they also know that it's a very disruptive process and that we have to work with at the pace that the community wants to work at. So with that, I don't know if Ms Quilty wants to add anything.
Just to say that community engagement and consultation will be an ongoing part of the program. It wasn't a one-off exercise, the consultations that we undertook last week. We very much need to go at the community's pace and keep them very involved in the program, seeking their input, but also providing them with information and updates as the program rolls out.
I accept what both of you have said, but I think certainly some of the feedback to us is that people are wanting some concrete decisions and an understanding of when they might be able to move back into residences. When can residences...
I should say, though, Mr. Fang, so a lot of people have moved back into residences.
Yep.
So we've had pods on properties.
What we're talking about
and reconstruction of homes. Many people have moved back.
Thank you, Mr. Draper. What we're talking about, though, is those displaced residences who aren't back in a residence permanently. And in that respect, when can we expect construction or buybacks to commence in Yarra?
So we would want to be able to provide that certainty and give people a time frame, but we need to get the design of the program right, and that's what we're going through the process with the Community Leaders Forum to do. Once we have that design right, then we will start to put in place a time frame and to be able to give people those timelines.
Okay. You've sort of answered the next...
I think, sorry, just to add, I think, as I said earlier, it's important to understand that part of that program is not necessarily about getting people back into the same homes. There has been programs to financially support people to rebuild and to repair their homes and provide them with temporary accommodation while they did that. So that's that part of the program. What the community out there was asking for last year was support in rebuilding community assets, road resilience, potentially supporting acceleration of buybacks, and which is what that part of the program is about that you were referring to.
The next question I had was if there was an anticipated timeline, but it doesn't seem like that's anywhere that the community can have any certainty in. So the next question I'm going to ask
maybe as a guide.
Yes.
the program, the events that happened in Eugowra were about 9 months after the Northern Rivers. The Northern Rivers program has really started to hit its straps in the last, I'd say, 5 months. So that just gives you a sense of how long it can take to work through those things and get community agreement. Like I said, I think we've established this process in a much better way than we did in the Northern Rivers because we've got the community leaders involved from the very beginning. So I don't
Will
think
that
we should
speed up or slow down the process, do you expect?
I think it potentially helps it move along more quickly. It helps decision making be made more confidently.
Okay.
But I don't think we should
so if
create an expectation that these types of recoveries happen quickly. That's been one of the big lessons the Reconstruction Authority's taken from the Northern Rivers, is that trying to force this to happen more quickly than the community is ready for is one of the fundamental areas you can make.
No, I appreciate that. But I guess if I'm going to extrapolate the logic that you've just provided, the Eugowra events, as you said, happened around 9 months after the Northern Rivers. You said that in the last 5 months or so that the Northern Rivers, I guess, reconstruction effort has hit its straps, to use your term.
The buyback program, yeah.
Yeah, so that would mean that we would be looking at the hitting of the straps, shall we say, in Eugowra in about 4 months' time. Would that be a reasonable timeframe?
Look, I'm not going to. Having warned about.
I'm just extrapolating the data you provided.
Sure. You can extrapolate, but I think we've got to be led by the mayors and the MPs and others out, the community leaders out there.
How confident are you that the $40 million that's allocated will be adequate to complete the program?
I think we're pretty confident because the scale in the northern that was built on the sort of information that we had available from the Central West, and these things are somewhat driven by you establish an amount of money, you prioritise, you work through those at the highest priority first, and then you see where you end up at. $40 million for the number of homes that we're talking about in the Central West is a pretty reasonable estimate, but we'll get work through the program. There's a lot of work being done to establish how broad a scope that program should be, and we'll have to reassess.
Is it limited by funds, do you think?
Ultimately, everything is limited by funds.
Oh, I appreciate that, and the longer the consultation, the longer the process goes, the more funds are eaten up in the process and not the actual production.
No, that's not happening. No, that's not the case. The funds there are there for that purpose. There's none of those funds are being expended while the community has its say.
But inflation continues to increase. The cost of building continues to increase. The cost of labour continues to increase.
Well, as I've said to you, this is not. So you may be mistaken about the purpose of the program. The purpose of the program is not all about rebuilding. Part of it is about buying back homes.
No, I appreciate that, but it's a mix, and that's where I guess there's an allocated amount of funds. There's no timeline. There's people that are still outside of their homes. Mr. Draper, how confident are you that the residents of Eugowra that are still displaced are going to be in their homes or a permanent residence that they can call home by the next Christmas?
Once again, Mr. Fang, I think you've misunderstood the purpose of that program. It's not that this program is in large part oriented towards buying back homes that are at risk. It's not all focused around rebuilding homes for people displaced. The large part, the people who've been displaced or had their homes damaged, have already received that support.
Yep. But for those people that are waiting for that buyback or the assistance so that they can actually make plans for their future, they want to know when they're going to have a concrete answer. And at the moment, from what I'm hearing, there's a lot of great programs that are underway, but for the residents of Eugowra, for the people that want to know that they'll have a permanent home, the timeline seems to be exponentially off in the distance.
I think we've covered this. We've talked about it quite a lot in the last 10 minutes or so.
No, I appreciate that.
The timetable of the program is going to be driven by the community leaders who have advocated for those residents very strongly. We've got teams out there who work every day with those residents who well and truly understand the needs, and we are working with those community leaders to push it along as quickly as we can.
I'm gonna ask my last question before I hand over to one of my colleagues, and it is sort of a tangential, I guess, link, but it's a question I'm desperate to ask you, Mr. Draper. Obviously, today, part of covering the estimates process, I know there's been a number of media articles in relation to the questions I've asked the Minister. Not that I'd know, because our media summaries haven't been delivered. So tangentially, I'm linking it to the estimates process here. But when are we going to get our media summaries back?
Yeah, we did get that question. I think it was at the end of the Premier's.
It wasn't answered then either.
Well, I think a pretty good answer was provided. I think we offered at that time to get more information on notice, but the background is that the contract that provided service of parliamentarians was never linked to the contract that we had in place for government.
Yet they disappeared at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. So when the service providers changed over, the previous service provider who had been providing that service, not under our contract, but they stopped providing it to parliamentarians, as I understand it. Anyway, we've agreed to, on notice, provide more information about that and provide support, understand the needs. I think it was raised by Honourable Sarah Mitchell the other day.
Yep.
We've offered to provide some more information and support that process as much as we can.
Okay, can we just get our media summaries back? You're probably getting them, but parliamentarians, we need them, and it's now been 3 months. That's not an answer. I noted the nodding, but I'll indicate that you nodded for the Hansard.
The answer was that we were taken on notice, and we've already agreed to do that, having discussed it with.
Well, that's 21 days, so that'll now be 4 months since we've had media summaries. So you're also heading up the Premier's Department, and the Premier's Department's getting their media summaries, but we're not. So anyway, I'll leave that there and hand over.
Thank you, Chair. I might just follow up on that, Mr. Draper, if I may. It would be, I think, imperative that we do have media summaries. It's always been the case in this Parliament that all MPs have had those made available, and if I can finish, the media summaries at the moment are bereft. It would be very helpful if that could be implemented.
We've undertaken to have a look at it. But to be clear, the service that we have contracted for is to provide a media service to the government, not to Parliament.
Now, for us as well.
Well, no, we don't. The Premier's Department is not a service provider for the Parliament. There's a parliamentary services organisation. That organisation is there to provide services to parliamentarians, and quite rightly. But let's just not get the two confused. We understand the need, and we certainly. And so, if there's something that Parliament needs to do to support the members of the LC or the LA, then absolutely. We'll work with them to
Thank
see.
you, Mr. Draper. That's helpful. I think it is the case, though, that has been in place for a long time, and certainly under the previous government, and why it seems to have changed overnight is a mystery to all of us. The media is something that everyone in this building is interested in. I would have thought that's something that would be bipartisan, but I'll leave it there. Can I turn to whoever, apologies, I don't know who the subject matter expert is, but artificial intelligence? Perhaps through you, Mr. Secretary, you might direct that.
Yes, or we can have
Ms. Christie. All right, Mr. Head, Ms. Christie. Just turning back to the AI and the Auditor General's report. So could you just update me on what preparation's been done for the Auditor General's report?
Is this the report you were referring to in this morning's?
The Auditor General's review into AI, yes.
The prospective review?
Yes. What preparation work is being done?
Well, I did have a query about that, because you read from terms of reference this morning, which, as I understand it, the language used in the discussion this morning is somewhat different from my understanding of what's described.
That may be so, but the question from me, Mr. Head, is what preparation is being done by the department into the Auditor General's review into AI?
Well, when the audit is on the forward program, as I understand it, it's described on the Audit Office's website. When the audit itself is initiated, the Audit Office would communicate formally with department heads and agency heads to discuss the scope of the audit and how they're expecting the agencies that they choose to involve in that process. Now, I've checked quickly at lunchtime. I'm not aware that we have received any such correspondence at this stage, but I will take it on notice to ensure that we give you an accurate response.
Thank you,
The
but it would
audit,
be
as
fair
I
to
understand-
assume that you would be part of that audit as the Department of Customer Service. I would have thought that you can't make the
Perhaps,
assumption that
but-
you won't be.
No, I would never make the assumption that I won't be, but I would also not make the assumption automatically that the Auditor General will. I mean, obviously we have a policy role, but we have not been communicated with by the Auditor General at this stage.
So
as
no
I
steps have been
understand.
taken by the department. It's not a
No,
trick question. No steps have been taken by the Department of Customer Service and Digital Government to prepare for or in any way do any work towards
Well, no.
the Auditor General's review into AI.
No, I don't
Is
think
that my
that's a fair
understanding?
characterisation.
All right, tell me
Ms.
how it
Chris-
is then.
Well, Ms Christie has been outlining an array of work that the department is doing in this space, all of which, based on what is described on the Audit Office's website, will be relevant when that audit commences. Now, it is standard practice with a performance audit that the Audit Office initiates the contact with agencies, with the detailed
Sure, I
scope
understand
of
the
audit.
process, thank you, but
And-
hence my question. There's been a lot of talk about AI, a lot about what the department's doing, Ms Christie's very capably doing. It wasn't a trick question about what you're doing to prepare for an audit that you're on notice is coming up and is highly likely to involve this department. Ms Christie, can you add anything to that?
As the Secretary's outlined, I too haven't been formally notified of this audit, but we will obviously, if we're within the terms of reference, absolutely cooperate and provide whatever the Auditor General needs in this space.
Thank you. Can I ask, does the department share the view of the Minister that artificial intelligence will not be used to identify cost-cutting opportunities as set out in the terms of reference of the Auditor General?
Well, we haven't seen terms of reference for the audit at this stage, so I can't really comment on the terms of reference for the audit since they've not been provided to me. But I expect that when the Audit Office formally notifies us, they'll provide terms of reference, and the department would comment on those things that are proper matters for the department to comment on as part of that process. So the description on the Audit Office website doesn't have that particular construction in it as far as I can tell, but that's not, but as I've said, we have not received terms of reference, or as I understand it, or the audit hasn't been officially initiated
Right.
with us at this stage.
Given that we've talked about that, we're very clear that you haven't received the terms of reference, so we don't need to go there again. Can I ask this? Do you have a view as Secretary of this department about AI and its potential or the opportunities for cost cutting in your department?
Well, as was discussed this morning, AI is going to be transformative. It's already ubiquitous. I'm old enough to have lived through a number of technological revolutions, and there are often views at the early stages of those processes about impacts that turn out to be somewhat different through the lived experience. But I think that everybody expects that AI will be a significant disruptive development, and that it will provide very valuable additional functionality for a whole range of programs, and it will have impacts on things such as workforce capability and design. But it's not really for me to speculate at the front end of an audit that hasn't commenced.
Mr. Head, I'm just going to
for which I-
redirect you. Yeah, so just park the audit. As Secretary of the Department, I'm asking whether you have the view, given the role of your department and your obvious understanding about AI, about the opportunities for cost cutting within your department.
Well, I don't think I've really got anything to add to what I've already said. I mean, obviously new technologies, whenever they're considered, are considered in terms of improving business processes, the efficiency of those processes, which can relieve people from work and allow them to be redeployed to other more complex work. I mean, I think that's been the history of technological development.
It's not a trick question. It's obvious that if there are efficiencies to be made, they may cut costs and they may lead to efficiencies in terms of the budget or cost cutting as a result, isn't it?
Yes, well, I've just said that with technological development, there are often improvements in efficiency as well as effectiveness. So it will depend on the different use cases for AI.
And indeed, this is evidenced by other global jurisdictions and other experiences in other jurisdictions where AI has dramatically changed the workforce and the makeup of departments such as yours. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, I haven't done a jurisdictional comparison in the 12 weeks that I've been in the job, so I can't really...
I'm not asking if you've done a jurisdictional comparison. I'm asking of your general knowledge as a secretary holding your role, if you're aware that AI has had some dramatic impacts in other workforces. That's not
well, as
something that's grey, is it?
No, but as a general proposition, I see all of the
Do you think that it
information
won't? Do you think it won't have any impact? Let me try it the other way. Do you think it will have no impact whatsoever? So starting from no impact through to some dramatic impact,
No, I think
somewhere in the
earlier-
middle there's going to be some impact to the workforce, isn't
I
there?
think when I started the answer, I said it's a major disruptive development and it will have impacts on workforce design, workforce
Thank you.
capability, and I've indicated that efficiency and effectiveness will be captured in all of that. So
We'll come back to it, but I'm interested in your planning for that.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Conn.
I'm going to come back to Commissioner Rogers. At last estimates, I was advised of fire trail upgrade and maintenance work that was conducted over the 2022-23 period, including the investment figures by the state government and National Parks and Wildlife, as well as where trails were upgraded. Can I get an update on where that's up to for 23-24?
So I might, there's a fair bit of info on fire trails. Is it okay, but okay if I give you that on notice, or I can read through a fair bit of stuff, but if there's...
No, that's all right if you've got it to...
I do. There's quite a number of trails that there's work on in different areas and different money being spent. So if you're happy, I'll give you that on notice.
Please. And I just have a couple of specific questions. I understand that there is a sort of a statewide strategic perspective to prioritising that work, but what consultation do you do with local stakeholders as well?
So the strategic nature of the fire trial program is the ones that are classified as strategic are done from the local area. So that's a local bushfire management committee that has the fire agencies, has local government, farming reps, it has NCC, it has all the key reps in the local area, councils, and they work out what trails are strategic and which ones are more tactical. Our priority, obviously, on the work is on those ones that are strategic, can be used to either contain fires, access areas that are really high likelihood for lightning ignitions. So that's the nature of that, and so there's a lot of consultation locally, and indeed the decisions are made locally and then they're conveyed to us.
Okay. I just had one particular example to try to understand this better. I've heard that because of a landslide near Bellingen, the shortcut fire trail has been rendered inaccessible to emergency services. The local community sees that as crucial for both flood and fire access to the nearby valley, which has only got one road in and out otherwise. The local council has costed that at less than $10,000 to fix, which really seems astonishingly cheap for this level of work. But I understand it hasn't been done yet. So what sort of specific support can be offered when there's these really very localised short-term priorities while that broader strategy is being rolled out?
Again, it really depends on what the classification of the fire trail is that you're talking about. So I'll have to look into the particular one, what it's classified as. Have we had any requests for funding for it? But in theory, if it's not a deemed strategic fire trail by the local bushfire management committee, then it's not saying it wouldn't get funding, but it's more unlikely for us to give funding because our priority has to be to those trails that people deem are really important for that local area. Now, how they do the consultation locally, I guess I'd have to look at the particular one. So if
that's
I'm
right.
not
Are you able to take that specific one on notice as well as that broader list?
Yeah, I just don't know the details of that one. I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's right. moving into backburns, which my colleague Emma Hurst raised this morning, my understanding is that the University of Wollongong was commissioned to carry out research into backburning as recommended by the 2020 Bushfire inquiry. The latest progress report states that the New South Wales Bushfire and Natural Hazards Research Centre is conducting an evaluation of backburning and firebreak operations to build guidance for assessing risks associated with future backburns. Will that research be utilised to inform the revision of the operational protocols that were released in 2021?
Yeah, of course. Whenever there's new research carried out and new guidance that becomes useful, then of course we would look at it. I think it's important to context backburning operations, and I think indeed it's actually, even in the coronial inquiries that are still underway, it was actually even accepted by expert witnesses of the court, not just RFS, that backburning was a critical method in containing fires. And of the more than 1,000 backburns that were done in that 2019-20 fire season, less than 4% of them escaped. But in saying that, it's not an exact science. I mean, you're introducing fire at not necessarily the ideal time, but it's a balancing act between what the fire could do and what you're trying to prevent.
Yeah, absolutely. So my specific question is just about this research that I understand has been funded and is underway. I appreciate your comment that it will be taken into account. Is there a timeline for revision of those operational protocols to be able to take into account that new research?
I don't. Let me just see if I've got something in my notes about backburns. No, I don't have. I don't have specific on that research, so I'll have to take that on notice if I can.
No problem.
Please, ma'am.
Thanks. While you're taking that on notice, I expect this one will be as well, which is how much funding was put towards the University of Wollongong research and how much is now going towards that further research by the Bushfire and National Hazards Research Centre.
I will take that on notice because I'm not sure that that's RFS funding versus government, more general government funding, so I'll have to just check that out for you.
Okay. Coming across to Fire and Rescue New South Wales now. I understand that Fire and Rescue New South Wales uses establishment numbers that are designed to ensure that stations are adequately staffed. Does the current number of active firefighters match the establishment numbers?
No, there is some discrepancy, and in some places that goes over and some places it goes under. So in some of our retained stations, we'll have establishment numbers but not have a full crew in place because of challenges we've had around recruitment, and that remains an ongoing focus for us to fill those. We're more than happy to fill all the places we've got available. And then in other locations we will have some extras, particularly in relation to our permanent firefighters. Gives us somewhat of a buffer to ensure that as people exit the organisation, we're avoiding being caught short, and there's not a long lead time before people can be brought back in to replace those that have left.
Yep. And when you look at it overall across the state, my understanding is there is a current shortfall of active firefighters, hence the recruitment that we were talking about this morning. So would I be right in understanding that we're below establishment numbers on average?
So certainly for our retained firefighters, we're in the vicinity of about over 500 short of what the establishment is. And then for our permanent firefighters, I'll just get the numbers for you and let you know. So for our permanent firefighters, we've got an establishment for 2022-23 of 3,472. And we've got a head count of 3,605.
Okay. Thank you. And I understand as well, I think we discussed it at the previous estimates relating to the overtime bill being over budget. Is that contributing to is the shortfall of active firefighters what's contributing to that?
Yes, in part.
Okay. And how are you addressing it?
So, as I said, from a retained firefighter shortage perspective, a big body of work going on with recruitment for particularly retained in regional areas, a range of activities to attract, but also to retain the people. And then from the permanent perspective, there's a range of measures being implemented, much closer managerial oversight and scrutiny over around attendance, trying to increase the availability and attendance of permanent staff. Focus on reducing inappropriate use of leave, and attendance management policy is being applied, as well as looking at our staffing distribution. So we've been increasing the number of specialist qualifications and also promotional ranks that we're trained up. So we've increased the throughput, particularly for our station officers, to reduce shortages at that rank, which was a key rank, increasing over time.
Okay, thank you. And I've just got one last question, which is about the asbestos mulch crisis. I understand the hazmat capabilities of fire and rescue are very relevant to some of that work. When were you contacted by the Environment Minister or the EPA to assist?
Yeah, so at the point that the task force that was being established, we were contacted in the initial phases of that, and were part of the initial task force meetings.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no worries. So I don't have to fit it into 12 seconds. Okay. All right. Given I've got another 10 minutes, I'll come back to Commissioner Rogers. Sorry, I thought I only had 12 seconds. I wasn't going to fit this one in. I understand that some researchers have raised concerns about availability of data relating to aerial bushfire suppression, in terms of being able to inform their research in terms of evaluating that and making recommendations moving forward. Is anything being done to improve record keeping, or even if you could explain what kind of data is actually collected?
So this is about the effectiveness of
aerial suppression. Yeah.
There's, I mean, we keep, because it's very much tracked because we track the aircraft, but it keeps where we make drops and how much we drop on fires and at what time. So I'm not sure what other data is needed. There's certainly, it's an active area though. Indeed, AFAC, the national body, is coordinating a project to actually evaluate the effectiveness of aerial firefighting. So there is work going on. There's been work done previously. I'm not quite sure what specific data that is being requested, if we haven't provided.
I can be more specific if that helps. So it's the Bushfire and Natural Hazards Cooperative Research Centre. They're recommending that fire management agencies should create an evaluation database that summarises objectives, outcomes, the number and type of aircraft, drops, type and leaders, and ancillary observations such as weather and resources available, etc. It sounds like from your answer that information exists, or that it's kept in your databases. Is the issue therefore about the availability of that data for independent research?
Yeah, and it wouldn't be in one particular system. There's probably about 3 or 4 different systems that data would be in, because you've got the strategies that are being employed, which is kept in a system, then the deployment of the actual aircraft and the tracking of that aircraft is in a different system. But I mean, I think we would be able to make data available. I think we just need to understand exactly what's needed. But I'm not sure. Are you suggesting they've asked us for data and we haven't given it? Is that what?
I can't speak to whether they had contacted you directly or not, but they were recommending that these databases existed and be either made public or made available on request for research purposes.
Okay. I'm happy to, if I can get some more details what they're looking for, I'm happy to try and give you an answer on that.
Okay. Notice. Thanks very much. I had one on my other sheet that was for you. I understand there was a review initiated in 2021 into some complaints by RFS volunteers and staff of bullying and harassment. Could you provide an update on that review?
Yeah, certainly. Following that, which I won't go over all the details which I did previously into the concerns, but certainly I became concerned about the fact that we were having some people that had the view that they weren't being looked after, and certainly some of the incidents that I became aware of, I don't believe people had been treated fairly. In particular, some victims of sexual harassment, and that obviously causes a level of concern because particularly where you've got female members who might be in a smaller number in brigades, it's we've got to put in place measures to ensure that we support them as best we can. So we've done a complete review into that system, and indeed we've got a lady, Dr. Joy Townsend, who helped the military with some of these same issues. And she's a brigade member who's been involved in this and putting it together and talking to our members. And we've now got a new system ready to go. It'll launch in May this year. We've just had a little bit of time needed to train up our staff to make sure that they're ready to support this. But it basically will provide phone support for people if they want to lodge a complaint. It'll give them advice, independent advice of RFS, that they can ring up and get some advice, making sure we give them support throughout the process. And I think something like our discipline and grievance system was developed more than 20 years ago, and I think that it shows, and that's why I think we have to update it, and that's why this year we will be launching this new system that I believe will be a lot better for people and a lot fairer for everybody that's involved. Because also part of the problem is about the delay and how long it's taken to get some of these things resolved, and that's something where we want to try and put some time frames on it and make sure that we're keeping in touch with everyone, because when people don't hear something about those sort of things, then they start to think there's nothing happening. So we've got to, I accept we need to do better in that regard.
Yeah, thanks. It's good to hear that there is some progress being made there.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are your plans in terms of sort of monitoring and evaluation moving forward?
So part of this as well is also about, I guess, databases and keeping data on what happens in the timeframes. And we certainly, as we do with almost all programs, once we've rolled them out after, like I say, 12 months, we'll go back and do a bit of a review. And part of that review will be talking to people who've used that, needed to use that service and find out how they found it and were we meeting the objectives that we wanted to do. So we will absolutely go back and relook at that.
Okay. Just coming back to fire and rescue, sorry, I should have put these in a better order. I understand that fire and rescue invested in several Dodge Ram vehicles following the 2022 flood inquiry. Are those vehicles being used?
So those vehicles are still in the process of commissioning. And that's all on track in terms of our delivery of meeting what we said we would meet with the flood inquiry and the funding that came from that. And so they're in the process of configuring the vehicles, working out the stowage arrangements, and then the construction and installation of those. And so once they're completed, then they'll be in service before the end of the financial year, from my understanding.
Yeah. And for a new type of vehicle being introduced in the fleet like that, what kind of consultation actually happens with the end users?
Well, a lot of that work has all been done by the people who are the end users of that are the flood rescue technicians. And so they've played a key role in shaping and guiding the design, the configuration, the type of vehicle they need. Previous vehicles we were using were way too small for them. They're in those vehicles for sometimes, best part of 24 hours when they're in the middle of the flood rescue operations. To have the space, but also to have a slightly larger vehicle to be able to navigate some of the conditions they have to deal with on the road was what they were seeking. So in addition to that, obviously there's the normal sort of health and safety type overviews and assessments, but very much driven by the feedback from our flood rescue technicians.
Thanks. Last month, sorry, I think I'm coming back to RFS now. Last month was the 3rd anniversary of the C-130 Hercules crash, which resulted in the death of 3 US crew members who were assisting in aerial firefighting in the Snowy Mountains. Bowdy Macbeth, who's the widow of the pilot, said on social media that she's been blocked on social media, and it wasn't clear whether that was referring to the RFS. I'm just giving you context for why I'm asking. Have you been in contact with them?
I haven't seen them since they were here. Certainly when they were here, I had involvement. I don't know who's blocked them. It certainly wouldn't be us. No, I mean, we will remain ready to support them however we can. I've got there's no concern with the families. I mean, they still keep in very close contact with our local brigade down there, who was the first on scene brigade. And I know from my time visiting that brigade down there, they keep in close contact with most of the families. So I think my understanding is that relationship's still there, and there's certainly no problem from us. That matter is still subject to the coroner at the moment, but I'd expect over the next couple of months that there'll be a finding on that also.
We're going 4th anniversary now.
And with increasing bushfire risks surrounding the communities of Mount Gilead and West Appin, are there going to be additional resources allocated to that area? And I'm actually not, that's questions to both commissioners, I think.
Yeah, and look, that's one of those areas in the growth parts of Greater Sydney, and Fire and Rescue and RFS are working very closely across all of those. We've got a particular area of focus with the Aerotropolis, but it's not too far down the road to get to that Gilead Appin area. And so we're continually reviewing the fire district boundaries, and our teams are working closer than ever to look at what those transitional triggers are, and so getting ahead of the game so that knowing that what we'll be doing in some of those areas is identifying agreed variation zones. So this all sort of forms work as part of the subcommittees sitting under the Fire Services Joint Standing Committee, particularly the one that looks at fire district boundaries. There's a whole formal process about gazetting those boundaries and going to the Executive Council and getting the appropriate endorsements all the way through for that. But as much as possible, that work's done at the local level, so that our local commanders will meet with the RFS local commanders, look at what development is going to occur, the timeline on that, and at an appropriate time agree that a certain level of development would warrant a different type of service delivery.
Sure, and can I just have a quick follow-up? When those boundaries change, I'm just specifically interested in that relationship between resourcing. So does that then mean resources become automatically allocated, or is that a separate process?
Well, part of our future planning, and we're identifying these areas in advance, and we're aware. Our senior planner works closely with his colleagues and counterparts from the Department of Planning, understanding where the development's going. So we're putting that out on our future developments for new stations, and then our responsibility is to sequence it to be ready around the time with the identified sort of transitions likely to occur.
Thank you. There is 1 minute if you wanted to grab Miss Ali McDonald.
Thank you.
Take every minute you can.
So, Mr. O'Reilly again, if I can focus on youth justice conferencing. How many conference administrators are there in New South Wales?
I have to get back to you on the exact number. We have all over the place.
Would that be, do they try and correlate that with the number of officers? So like one per, or one per area, I suppose?
They recruit periodically based on the demand and the forecast demand. So the demand is driven by two things: police command referring young people and courts referring young people. And so one of the things that our staff do is work closely with police commands, who often experience staff turnover, to educate them on the purpose of the conferences, encourage referrals, and the court. And so in each area there's normally a senior person responsible for coordinating the conference, and their job is also to manage the demand and the forecasting, and then it flows to the recruitment. So you would have multiple conveners connected to each office.
Thank you. The committee will now break for afternoon tea, just for 15 minutes, and we'll be back at 3:45. Thank you, and welcome back to the afternoon session. We will start with questions from the opposition. The Honourable Amy McDonald.
Thank you. I'll just follow on with the focus on youth justice conferencing. With those, you said the some areas don't have them at the moment because it'll depend on whether they have...
No, they do have them, but the numbers vary depending on the level of referrals.
Right. And they're referred from either the police or the magistrate?
The Children's Court, yeah.
Yeah. And of the areas that... Can you provide a breakup with rural and regional youth justice conferencing, whether they successfully use the program?
Yeah. Do you want me to tell you where the areas are?
Yes, please.
Sure. So there are 17 areas. In the metro we have Sydney, which is based in Surrey Hills but covers quite a large eastern Sydney footprint. We have Ashfield and Parramatta and Blacktown and Penrith and Campbelltown. So they're the offices that have a zone, if you like, for managing all youth justice matters. So that might be court work or it might be supervision, and it certainly is conferencing. So those teams in the city have the job of making sure they've got a good supply of conveners who are trained and supported to do that work, and then the caseworkers in those offices do the casework to facilitate the administrative process, I guess, of the conference, and it's the convener who does the facilitation around the group. In the non-metro areas we have Wollongong and Nowra and Queanbeyan and a very small office in Bega. We have Wagga, and then we have Dubbo, Orange and Bathurst, and Burke and Broken Hill. And then on the north side we have Gosford and Newcastle and Maitland. And then we go up through New England, Almerdale and Tamworth, up to Moree. Then we have Kempsey, Coffs Harbour, Lismore and Tweed Heads. So each of those teams do that work.
And how do they report how many conferences, because there's the referral process to start with.
Yes.
And then there's the actual conferences. So it doesn't, just because they're referred doesn't mean a conference takes place, does it?
That's absolutely correct, yes. Yes, and I've just got something here to share with you on that, I believe, somewhere. Just bear with me. Yeah, thanks. So we have 843 of the 840. So with each conference there's an outcome plan that's negotiated between the convener, the young person, the victim of crime and police and anyone else who's there. They negotiate an outcome plan, and then at the end of the outcome plan we know if it's been successful or not. So there were 843 out of the 849 outcome plans last year were agreed on and approved, and 91% of them were completed.
Okay, and so following on from, say, a youth justice conference where you've had a participant, do you then follow to see the rates of recidivism or reoffending?
Yes,
and can you give me a breakdown on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So youth justice conferencing is one of our three main statutory interventions. The reoffending rates vary for each of those three, and it's probably the one with the most effective or the lowest reoffending rate, but that it's important to note the types of offences that are eligible for youth justice conferencing are different to the types of offences that end up with a sentence to custody. And I'll just get you my comprehensive... So for youth justice conferencing in the 12... And reoffending is measured over a 12-month period, so the most recent figures we have the measurement starts in June 2022. So youth justice conferencing in the period up to June 2022. So out of that period, 64.6% of people who did a youth conference in that period, 64.6 had no more contact with the justice system the following year so far. Whereas for other interventions, it's not quite as high as that.
But then you said that the offences that are eligible for referral aren't as high as, say, some...
Broadly speaking, yeah, they're different kind of offences. Yeah.
And so in the regions, or has an audit taken place of the different areas to see, which areas are utilising?
Oh, yes. Yes, absolutely. I can dig that out for you now or through the course of the hearing, absolutely. So we have an information management system where all our data goes, and the referrals, the completions, the outcomes are all recorded in there, and they're mapped to each location. So,
and is that publicly available? Or?
Yes, versions of it is, once it's completed and cleansed and corrected. Absolutely, that should be public information. Again, the volumes differ depending on what's happening in the area. So it's driven by the level of offending and then the level of referrals, those two factors.
And just on, say, the young people that are participating in youth justice, are they getting younger, or is the cohort remaining the same? I'm just thinking, if the success is, say, 60%, and we're getting them at the lower end of the offence scale, then perhaps we could be utilising it more in the regions.
I agree. We absolutely need to be using youth justice conferencing more. We believe it's a really effective tool. Other jurisdictions use restorative justice. Restorative justice is effective with young people. It's not just used here, it's used in detention centres when there's been a conflict. It's a really effective way of intervening with young people. And it's a great opportunity to teach things like regulation and empathy. So we agree, and that's why part of the role description or the responsibility of the local manager is to work with police inspectors and youth liaison officers to drive up those referrals and the courts as well. And so they send the referrals in, but it's always a process of, meeting the new staff.
Okay. So is that a barrier? So even though the police and the magistrate possibly refer, it's because they've not had contact with the local office, like if there's change of staff, or what would be the barrier of not referring?
I don't know if barrier is the word. Police have committed to the process and they participated in it, and so does the court. I wouldn't describe it as a barrier. I would just say that part of the normal business of doing casework anywhere, but particularly in the regions, is impacted by changes of staff because I can't speak for the police, but when they have changes of key people, there's a whole range of things for them to get across, and this is one of those things. So our job is to be proactive and go and introduce ourselves to the new people and promote the practice and explain it and do workshops to educate people. And so that's our role, is to do that. And there may be times when we're really good at that, there may be times when we're not so good at that, but that's our job. And the police then respond with referrals.
And so in the region, say like if I picked Moree because the Premier's been out to Moree, are they utilising youth justice conferencing?
Yeah.
Okay.
So to give you a snapshot of our business in Moree, we had about 40 clients, statutory clients in Moree this week, around about now. We have 25 on supervision orders and about 15 who are doing youth justice conferencing at the moment.
And if someone is participating in the Youth Justice Conference, is there support for the family or care providers for the participant?
Of course, yeah, there absolutely is. So it's more effective if the protective factors or positive people in their life are there. Police usually attend, and we always try and include the victim of crime, and they need to be supported as well in the process. And it depends on the offence. We might include support from fire brigade, for example, if the offence related to that kind of arson-related offences. Depends on the situation, but yes, the young person needs to have the right people at the table to get the point across, to support the outcome plan, and to make them feel secure.
And outcome plans aren't, they can be simple, can't they, as well as being quite complex?
Yes, depends on the case. It also depends on the young person's abilities, and many of our young people struggle with education, haven't connected well with education, so struggle with literacy. Many of them have cognitive difficulties, developmental difficulties, disability. So all that needs to be taken into account, and adjustments need to be made. And the outcome plan has to be tailored to that person's capacity.
Okay.
in order for it to be effective.
And in the metro areas, would you say there's a standout area that utilises youth justice conferencing well?
I think they all use it well. All of my managers will be listening to this and reading the transcript, so I think they do a great job. And they all have that challenge of they all have that challenge of needing to be proactive amongst everyone's busy work lives. But the metro teams are really effective. For example, Campbelltown has a high load of youth justice conferencing. They're very busy with that side of the business. That's one example. The Ashfield team also is very busy in managing youth justice conferencing, but all of our metro managers and regional managers are very committed to it.
Yeah, okay. I've just had
Can I jump in there? Yeah, if I might just jump in there to follow up on my colleagues. And can I just say, Mr O'Reilly, to you and all your teams and all the managers, thank you for the extremely important work that you do. And it is not easy work, so and it's vitally important. So please from us know that we're very grateful for it, for all the teams and everyone in your group doing it. Can I just follow up on a couple of those things? So you just noted that not every referral results in a conference. Can you just talk to and elaborate a bit more on the reasons for that? Is it just a personnel issue, or are there other surrounding reasons why it doesn't
Yeah,
happen
so
every time?
some examples I'm aware of. Sometimes all of the parties may not agree, or they may change their mind, or there may be another offence in between the referral and the date. They're the kind of things that would drive a referral to not convert to a conference and outcome plan.
I mean no offence by this, but you would expect me to ask it. Is it because of a lack of conveners or coordinators? Is it a lack of resources in any way?
No offence taken. No.
I'm on your team.
No, I mean, there are times when recruitment can be challenging, and it's also really important that we hire appropriate conveners. So in an area with a lot of Aboriginal clients, we want Aboriginal conveners. We've done some work with some Aboriginal communities to try and work out what is the experience of an Aboriginal convener like, and if some of them have left, why have they left, and what could we do to improve the process, the supports. Sometimes the administrative component of it can be onerous. How could we help with that? So we do those sort of things, and there are times when the numbers are not as high as we would like for conveners. I'm not aware of a situation where that has prevented a conference happening, but it does put pressure and stress on the workforce if we have low numbers, like any big workforce. That pipeline of staffing issue is sometimes a challenge in some places, but we make sure it doesn't.
Yeah, thank you for your work in that. As a former Minister for Women's Safety, I'm aware of the workforce challenges and very well intended, but getting people and recruiting people is an issue.
Yeah, and it's difficult work if you live in the community as well. So there are a lot of things we need to do to continually examine our practice and work out if we can get better at supporting conveners.
So DICSA, I'm going to dish it up anyway. Would additional funding assist?
I don't think that's an area of funding pressure, to be honest. Sometimes it's just about getting better at understanding what it would take for people to feel supported and stay.
It's a very diplomatic answer, but recruitment,
I was going to say,
advertising, support, obviously resources for those would assist in some sense.
That's my position. I think that it's an area where we need to make sure we're supporting people and making it an attractive, especially in the regions. We're often competing with other employers as well.
I'm happy to keep going unless you have something you want to.
No. I'll hit them up later.
Oh, right.
We'll get tough a bit later.
Right. Okay. I will just turn back to Service New South Wales app. Whoever is dealing with that. Thank you. I'm sorry, but I apologise. I can't see you.
Greg
Thank
Wells.
you, Mr.
Good
Wells.
afternoon.
I appreciate that. Can I just ask? So, the Minister was unable to articulate this morning any improvements to the Service New South Wales app that were new. Does the department have a work plan for the app?
Yes, we do. So there is a pretty well developed roadmap for the service app and account. They're interchangeable in one. We did sit down with the Minister and have agreed that sort of roadmap. We update him, brief him regularly on those developments and everything that is being developed. And as you're alluding, it's a really important channel for us. Obviously, I think it was 140 odd million transactions last year is through those channels for us, so it's a really significant channel. There's been actually a great deal that's been added in the last year. We've talked about working with Children's Check being integrated into the process, which is allowing customers to do a full online renewal of that check and that process, which has been a big improvement, and a lot of other digital ID and verifiable credential changes. There's been a lot in terms of profile management. There's been new licences added. There's been integration of the next toll relief scheme. A lot on accessibility and security. I could list these if you like, but there's been quite a deal of enhancements to the personal app. There's also been a business app that's been upgraded in a big way for business customers as well.
Yeah, we might deal with both of those. As a former roads minister, I'm a former lots of things, has been, nobody. But I'm interested in the toll relief and the administration of the toll program, which is very helpful. Can you just elaborate on where that's at?
Yeah, so there's an existing toll program, toll relief second program, which was, I think, to a threshold of 40% of cost, and above that you're reimbursed. So the next scheme we've started to capture the data from January 1, and from April this year you'll be able to claim, I think, anything above a $60 cap. So that's being integrated into the process at the moment.
So the former scheme was if you spent over $375, you get up to $750 back. That was under our government, and the next one that's coming under this government is 1 January, which is coming into place now. And are you confident of the ability to manage those claims and transact each of those?
Yeah, we are. As you know, there's two providers. We have to source e-toll data and Transurban data for Linked, but we're in the final stages of getting those data sets, combining those to be ready for. They are ready for. It's just being ready for customers to be able to claim that data from April this year. Yeah.
All right. And can you share any further new improvements in that work plan, other than completing what was in trying to add, aside from the toll? I think you mentioned the business aspects. That would be helpful.
Yeah, and I think it's important, and the Minister was talking about this also, is that the products that we have are constantly enhanced. That's the approach we take to digital development, is we have products, and there are a range of those products, we continually enhance those. So I've mentioned a bunch of enhancements already, but we've also added odometer checks, we've added in-payments, in-app payment experiences for getting your driving record, for example. We have added conversational AI to the account and the app to help customers navigate to things they need to find. We've also started to integrate some of the Tell Your Story Once and Grants as a Service capabilities from our learnings from the disaster process into the account and app as well. So those have happened as well.
Just in terms of that, there was consideration at one stage, particularly in the Tell Your Story Once space, but in relation to women's safety, for the ability to upload documents and identity, given the challenges around proving identity if you have to flee in circumstances where you're not able to gather your papers, let alone anything else. Is that progressing?
I'll take that on notice and check specifically on that example, but that sort of model that we're taking with Tell Your Story Once that has been proven in disaster is one we would like to apply to a lot of scenarios that is more about holistic care for a customer. So I'll come back on notice.
If you could come back to us on that would be very helpful. If there's any steps and what they are and what the timeline might be for those, that would be very helpful for a lot of women out there and for providers and supporters who have to deal with that issue on a daily basis. Thank you, that's very helpful. Did you?
Yes. Before I put some questions to the Minister about the flood warning system that Labor promised in the lead up to the last election, the Minister obviously indicated there was work around the hazards near me app. I keep going to say fires near me, but it's been rebranded, rebadged. Just wondering what other initiatives were delivered, if there was any further details that you might be able to provide, because in particular there was, I guess, work around things like road gauges and flood level gauges that the previous inquiries into some of the disasters indicated were a priority. Has that work occurred? Does anybody is anybody able to provide some details around that?
So I might just start with the Hazards Near Me app and what we've done there. So we've covered SES in New South Wales are the first state to cover off flood, storms and tsunamis for having that timely information going out to the communities. At the same time, we partnered with customer service to improve our systems and platforms within SES. So it meant that a lot of our information we had to get out to the community, and now through Hazards Near Me would take anything up to 1 to 2 hours for our staff to cut, paste, redo. And we can do it now in roughly 10 to 15 minutes. So we do multiple more accurate and timely information out to the community as a result of those 3 systems that we've done. The gauge system, we have a research project with one of the universities, which I'll just try and remember which one it is, on a sensor project to get the scientists to see how we can do better impacts on the river system and get better information. The gauge system isn't our responsibility, but we work with local councils have a responsibility, state government has a responsibility, and the Bureau of Meteorology has some responsibility as well.
Yep.
I know that was a recommendation out of the flood review, so that's one I think the Premier's Department are looking at, but we're certainly involved
you,
in
Mr.
those.
Draper.
Sorry, Mr. Draper. But we're certainly involved in those, because it's really important, as our floods and our inquiries have shown, that we get as much accurate information to say what's coming downstream into those communities outside, I'd just say outside those flash floods. Obviously with the more riverine flooding, you're able to forecast a bit more, but the flash floods create significant differences in that ability.
I know my time expired. I'm just going to foreshadow the question just so I don't forget it, and also so that you might be able to prepare an answer whilst the crossbench have their time. But I note that there's obviously the digital footprint which the Hazards Near Me app covers, but I think when there's signal down, electricity down, power down, everything down, it's those physical indicators that provide that real-time visual cue to people, and that's what we're asking about here. So I'll ask Mr. Draper when we come back. Thank you.
I could probably add a couple of bits, seeing that you broadened the question as well.
Thank you. Dr. Amanda Conn.
Thank you. I'm interested in recommendation 6 of the flood inquiry. I'm not sure if this question will be for Commissioner York or for the Reconstruction Authority. That was a recommendation for an Indigenous first responders program. Has there been any work done to progress that?
I'll just have to check my papers, sorry. Recommendation 6, I've got it noted as a community first responders program, which might have taken that into account as well. That we've made significant progress on the SES spontaneous volunteering program and developed all hazards educational resources that we've placed out to the communities as well. So we've been working a lot with liaising with the communities, getting feedback and putting accurate information out to them in relation to how they can be spontaneous volunteers, what the risks are when they come in, because that's an issue about that safety.
Sure, I've seen some of that work on spontaneous volunteers, which is great.
I think you know a lot about it.
I'm specifically interested in any work with local Aboriginal communities in flood-affected region, or how that
I know our community capability groups do work with local Aboriginal communities out there, so if I could take that on notice, I'll be able to give you some more accurate information, but we're certainly reaching out to those communities because of the different risks that they have where they're located.
Okay, thank you. I've got one last question before I pass to my colleague Ms Higginson. There was earlier discussion, this is for fire and rescue, sorry, there was some earlier discussion about growth areas outside of Western Sydney, and you spoke in broad terms about the planning that's done to deal with growth. I was just interested specifically with the Aerotropolis at Western Sydney, and I understand there's no station there now, and you've spoken in broad terms about that planning. Will there be enough resources to service that area by the proposed 2026 opening of the Aerotropolis?
Yes, that's certainly our intention and the conversations we've had with government to enable that. And we're in the process of identifying suitable locations at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass to Ms Higginson.
Thank you. I think these are possibly for Mr O'Reilly, and I'm really apologetic if I'm going to ask things that may have been asked and I've missed. I think I've been trying to gauge what's been asked throughout the sessions, but do you have a view from young people's engagement with police? Do you have a view on the data and the stats around? Oh, sorry, I should know better.
You should know better. That's it.
I should. Sitting next to you. If I was to ask you how many young people that come into the system, the correction system, have been involved in a police incident that has involved a firearm, the discharge or use of a firearm, would you have any idea of that?
No, it hasn't come up. I'm not aware of discussions about that.
Okay, so for me to understand that, it would have to come from the police to understand the use of a firearm with a young person that comes, yeah?
Yeah, because they're there during the interaction.
Yeah.
We're involved later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. So when the young person comes into the correction system, would that not be something that is recorded as data, how that came about?
Whether the police were armed.
Yeah.
Well, they're usually armed.
Well, they're always armed, but
Yeah.
whether or not a weapon was drawn, used, the extent to which that young person has faced a weapon.
I could talk a little about, we do have a really important but rarely used process where if the young person is delivered to us by police and the young person has a concern or a complaint about the way they were treated, we have a complaints process that we utilise, we would utilise. Or if the admission staff in my team have a concern about the interaction, there's a complaints process or a reporting process that they can utilise.
Okay, and is that process, and is that data collected? Is it used? Is it something that is then fed? It's
reported to me when it occurs as the head of youth justice, but I can only think of 2 incidents I can remember 2 incidents. So it's rare.
So it might be that's the complaint, but the experience itself may have just been a bad experience. They're in custody and
they may not discuss that with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's probably important to note at the point where a person comes into detention, particularly a very young person, they're pretty guarded about saying
anything.
To feeling a bit of fear and trauma, and so they're unlikely to be particularly vocal about many things, really.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful. Earlier on, I think there was a conversation about the tablets.
Yes,
in the
I can talk
system.
about that.
Yeah, I would love to get an update on where that's up to if you haven't already given that on the record.
Yeah, sure. So as the Minister described, there is a process of scoping, and the reason, one of the things that the Minister tried to articulate, I think, was that it's complex, and one of the reasons why it's complex is because the buildings that we have in our centres are very old buildings. They're quite austere buildings. They have really poor phone and Wi-Fi reception, really bad, and that we can kind of muddle through for family contacts on iPads, or we can transport young people to a different part of the centre to do family iPad video calls. We can do that. But the benefit of the proposition of a proper iPad program is that the young person can use that in their room.
In their room. Mm.
And they can have private conversations, they can access education, and appropriate entertainment.
So really,
that's the benefit.
You're saying that the actual physical building is a real barrier.
It's part of it, and so what it does is it adds to the complexity and the cost. So we need to invest significantly in IT infrastructure to make that work and retrofit that to old buildings. If we were building a new centre, we would be factoring it into the new build. That's what happens in new centres now in other jurisdictions, but we're not doing that. We have old centres. So that means it's complex to understand. It's not repeatable because every centre is different, and so we have to scope it separately in each of our 6 centres. And the infrastructure complexities are different in each centre as well. So that's the first part of it, is all of that. Buying the iPads is not difficult. It's all of that stuff. And we have to work with our telecommunications provider to integrate that into our other telecommunications infrastructure. So we have phones, hardwired phones in every unit, 2 of those for the kids to use. Kids have as much access to the phones as they need, and we would need to work with that provider to integrate whatever this is into that system. We couldn't just sort of willy-nilly do something alongside that because it would compromise that other system. That's the first side. The second side of it is the security side. So one of the issues with And sometimes when this proposition is put forward, it's put forward on the basis of evidence from the adult corrections system.
I was going to say, how come we're facing these difficulties in the youth centres when we've kind of overcome, from what I understand, we've overcome quite a few of these issues in the adult system?
As I was saying, each facility has its own infrastructure challenges. They're not cookie cutter, they're all different. And so you have to take the challenge on each time. But the other reason why we have to take a different approach to the adult system is that children are impulsive and children make decisions that they shouldn't make. And so to give kids access to the internet is really risky, and it needs a different set of safeguards to the set of safeguards that
So
you
how
might
close
need.
do you think we are to being able to roll out,
Yeah.
you know, a kind of best placed,
As one of my
tailored
colleagues said
program?
earlier, it's not good to give timelines if you're not sure. And so I don't want to mislead the committee with that. The scoping has to tell us that. The scoping looks at the complexity of the infrastructure, and then we would go to other jurisdictions and see how they have managed the security risks around children using iPads. Now, the kind of risks I'm talking about are accessing inappropriate material online, illegal material potentially, but there's a more acute risk, which is contacting victims of crime, contacting witnesses, breaching AVOs, intimidating people. I'm not suggesting that young people in our system wake up every day and say, who am I going to intimidate? But it is a feature of people with criminogenic disorders, is that can happen. And we have a whole system of regulation around our phone system that allows us to monitor calls and pick up on those problems and deal with them and intervene. We would need to think about how we would have a similar intel process sitting across the iPads to make sure that it is safe and people are protected. We have a really strong obligation to protect victims of crime and witnesses in criminal matters. Particularly when so many kids are on remand with ongoing matters, we have to make sure we don't allow inappropriate contact with witnesses. So that has to be scoped. And then we have to find some funding, and so we're currently searching for
So can I
funding.
just interrupt? So at the moment, are you
Yeah.
scoping for a same tablet access system for kids on remand as you are for kids in custody?
Yes.
Is there not a
Well,
significant difference?
They're all in the same, they're all in custody.
Yes, but those that are on remand, so there's no distinction?
There are some distinctions,
Because I would have thought, like from a criminal justice and the aims of punishment and rehabilitation, they're fundamentally different.
yes, but they are different in that perspective. For example, we don't do criminogenic intervention for somebody who's not found guilty of
That's
the
right.
offence. We
That's
don't do
right.
that. But we do other interventions with those kids if they consent.
No, but I'm just talking about the tablet access at this point. I'm just, why are we not, have you considered, and what is the result of consideration for the young people that are serving time and we need to get them better and make them well, and recognising that those in remand are a very different category?
Yeah, I think I understand your question.
Yeah.
So the programs available to the tablet might be different for those two groups, or they might not be.
But access, you say, is
The
the same?
infrastructure issues are the same.
Okay.
The security issues are the same.
And is there a priority? I suppose I'm just coming back to the timing, and I do appreciate it's unwise to commit to timing, but I just feel like this is going on and on and on and on and on and on, and I'm just kind of curious about, are you considering ways of trying to streamline, not cut corners, but try to get to an outcome? Like, are we talking about even the scoping won't be done by the end of this year or months?
No, the scoping will be done by then.
Okay.
It will, yeah. It is taking a long time because this has been suggested for a long time.
Yes.
But it's partly about the complexity, it's partly about priorities. So my big IT reform priority has been the body scanners, and that has been an equally complex infrastructure project, which is now completed and operating.
Yeah.
That is now
and it sounds
done.
positive, incredibly.
It's incredibly important.
Yeah.
That is now completed. Now we shift our focus to this. The next, we had to update our intelligence system as well. So we have other IT end-of-life challenges we're trying to address.
Yep.
So we have a particular bandwidth and budget.
Yep.
And as well as running the day-to-day, looking after young people, we have to regulate those IT reform priorities within that bandwidth. And there's a priority for those. And the tablets is really important to us. We absolutely agree with the benefits, but we're managing within that bandwidth, within those priorities. We'll do it as quick as we can. and as soon as we have the scoping finished, and in parallel we're searching for funding sources, I'm just as keen as everybody to implement it. But
are you guaranteed that you will have the resources available to you under the budget to implement, or is that not currently available at this point? Or
well, the scoping will tell us what the cost is,
yeah,
and we don't know the cost yet, so we can't put a budget bid forward until we know what the cost is. So we want to get to the end of the scoping, and as soon as possible, get access to some funding to do that. That's our plan.
Do you think that, given your depth of experience since 2019 and doing all of this, do you think that that would, in a practical sense, mean that we wouldn't see funding over the next budget period, over the next 12 months, because we would miss that? Or is that your experience? That you would need to have that request in for funding now?
Not necessarily, for a few reasons. One, there could be some other projects that we could tap into. We could start small.
Yeah.
We wouldn't need to do it all at once. So
Yeah.
there's a range of ways we could potentially fast track it. But I would be reckless to commit to a time frame at this stage. But I would like to repeat my commitment to it and the government's commitment to it. Like, we are very serious about it, and a lot of our staff are excited about it.
Yeah, as I'm sure some of the young people are.
Potentially.
Yeah. So, is there the use of the body worn cam and is that happening across the centres
No.
no? So what's the status of that
Sure.
at the moment?
So that's been another complex IT reform that we've implemented within that bandwidth recently, in the last couple of years. So the body-worn camera is used by our incident response teams, not by all staff. In previous budget estimates hearings in the last few years, I've had similar conversations and tried to explain that the evidence base for the impact of body-worn cameras in custody is heavily weighted towards the adult system. There's very little evidence of it being positive for children. And when we've looked at, we've tried our best to find an evidence base, and we found some in other parts of Australia looking at very young adult offenders, and we found that with young adult offenders, the body-worn camera in many situations would trigger more violence. That the presence of the camera would trigger more violence. With older offenders, it tended to calm people. So that was a bit of a clue as to why we should be careful. We then went to, but we did want to try implementing them because we wanted to improve accountability around use of force, particularly for the response teams. So we went to Victoria, who've started using them in their response teams, and we found some useful evidence that showed it was supportive, provided there was adequate training for those response teams. So we've deployed it in our 2 high-risk or high-security centres, Frank Baxter and Cobham, for the response teams only, and they use those cameras whenever they are responding to an incident. And then obviously the data is all recorded and used in investigations later.
And so how many, you may need to take this on notice, although typically you actually may know this, is how many use of force incidents in the past 12 months?
Yeah, I do have that.
Yeah, I thought you would.
Doesn't surprise me that he's got it.
I know, had body worn.
It's a really important issue.
It is, and the numbers really matter. So how many use of force incidents last year were on those body cam?
Oh, sorry, I don't have that. I can tell you how many use of force incidents we've had. We've had 1,025 in the previous financial year, which is down from, it's gone down every year. So in 2018-19, before I commenced, there was 2,127, so they're down by 52%.
Yeah.
And use of force happens in all of our 6 centres.
Yeah.
Every incident is reviewed by an expert committee.
How many out of those, I know that you review and you look at them, how many of those investigations found any misconduct on part of the centre staff?
They do pick up issues, so there's 2 ways for issues, there's a few ways for issues to be referred for misconduct. The young person might complain, another staff member who witnesses misconduct might report it, or the management team in the centre, whose job is to review every use of force anyway, they will pick it up and refer it to the conduct committee. And then on top of that, as an extra safeguard, the committee reviews all of them again. And then out of that, they will convene the committee, review all of the footage, and they will either find areas where practice could be improved but does not appear to amount to misconduct, and areas where it may well amount to misconduct, and those are referred to the process. And I get a report every month, and every month there might be 1 or 2 matters that are referred to the misconduct committee, so once there are none.
Can you remind me? Sorry, can you remind me who's on the misconduct committee?
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, sure. So it's convened by our security and intelligence team manager.
Yeah.
And on that committee we have a mix of people. We have practitioners from the centres, we have Aboriginal staff, and we've just commenced a process of bringing some independent external partners into the group as well.
Yeah.
But it's generally a range of people who understand the regulation around use of force, who understand the operations of centres, and who understand the impact of trauma. So it's a mix of those professional people.
Great.
And we rotate them through every few months because of the vicarious trauma arising from spending hours looking at footage.
Looking at all that stuff. And are you saying, so for the results of those, are you referring, who is responsible for determining whether the staff member requires, what outcomes required, whether it's retraining or, you know, who determines what response?
The manager of security intelligence who convenes that writes the reports and refers them immediately back to the centre manager, and the centre manager's role is to then make sure that if it's a training direction, the training is organised as quickly as possible, and if it's a misconduct concern, it goes to the misconduct committee. The misconduct team, which is a separate DCJ team, and they will then convene a meeting of the misconduct committee, not the use of force committee, who will then give me some recommendations, which might include suspension of the person while it's being investigated. Or
have there been any suspensions in the last 12 months?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do suspend people, and it's no prediction of the outcome, but it's a safeguard if there's enough information in the allegation that suggests that there could be a risk assessment process, and then we might suspend them. If it's possible or appropriate, we might put them into a role that has no contact with children for a while, depending on the allegation, but quite often we will suspend somebody while they're being investigated.
I've got so many questions. The detainee risk management plans to behaviour assistance pathways, there was the migration. What outcomes have we seen so far from that?
Yeah, it's early days, but that was an important change as well. The detainee risk management plans were criticised by a number of people for being too focused on, I guess, containment.
Yeah.
And even though the detainee management plan policy had a real focus on client input into the plans, I think there was some evidence that could have been better. So we worked with our Aboriginal practice officers to design a new model, which is the pathway program, and it's been implemented, I think, since about November. So it's early days yet, but we.
How will we? Oh, sorry.
That's right. You've got another round after this.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll be
so
back.
We should be
Thank you.
but for now, we're moving back to the opposition. The Honourable Natalie Ward.
Thank you very much, Chair. E-conveyancing. Mr. Head. Thank you. I understand the government's mandated dates for competition in e-conveyancing. Can I ask, what are the consequences for companies like PEXA and Simply if the dates are not met, and will the dates be enforced?
Well, there's a range of discussions happening with stakeholders at the moment, including both of the LNOs, PEXA and Simply, around the implementation process. I should say that I'm not sure if we have the registrar here with us today, but as the New South Wales member on ARNEC, the registrar would be able to give you more specific questions. But
Sorry, I'll do the questions if I can just give the answers.
Sorry, give you more specific answers. I'm sorry.
It's this time of day. No, I understand.
There is a process. I've met with both of the LNOs and also with other stakeholders, including the Australian Banking Association. As you would expect with a complex reform like this, there are concerns about timeframes, whether or not those timeframes can be met, but ARNEC itself has published those timeframes. ARNEC, of course, regulates the system that's been put into place, but my understanding is that we're working through the issues that are being raised by stakeholders in that process.
Is it on track for those dates then?
As
the
far
best
as
of your
I
knowledge?
as far as I understand at this
All
point.
right. Could you take on notice and ask perhaps the registrar what the consequences are if they're not met?
Yes.
I'm hoping they are, and it won't be an issue, as we all are. But if they're not, and specifically, will those dates be enforced? Thank you. That'd be helpful. Does New South Wales intend on placing interim milestones in the program to ensure the December 2025 dates are on track?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice. I'm sorry, because the program rollout is governed by the arrangements that were put in place by all of the governments who participated. ARNEC plays the key role in that. So on any question of detail around the rollout of this, I'll need to take that on notice.
Yeah, which is why I'm asking about New South Wales' intention for milestones in the event that it's not. That would be helpful. And of course, New South Wales has an enforcement regime that it has yet to use, if necessary, taken on notice. But do you or the Registrar General intend on using the legislation to hold the participants to account on that, particularly PEXA?
Again, I would need to take that on notice in respect of the general approach that ARNEC's taking to these matters.
All right. I'm going to talk about something that I don't profess to be a subject matter expert in. So
You're a
bear
subject
with
matter
me.
expert on everything, Natalie. You know that.
A little bit of knowledge. It's a dangerous thing. But I'll try
no,
and sound
I'm serious.
convincing.
I'm serious.
In December 2023, the New South Wales Government released the Connectivity Index, which gives a statewide view of connectivity across New South Wales. We can see there are huge disparities in the... See somebody smiling if anyone needs to be coming forward while I'm asking this. Thank
it's
you,
dread.
Ms. Christie. We can see there are huge disparities between the CBD, Western Sydney and regional and rural areas. For example, Randwick has a reliably formed, that Randwick has a connectivity ranking of 83 out of 100, 100 being the best. And Canterbury Bankstown has a ranking of 48. Can we understand some of the initiatives that are being undertaken to close that connectivity gap?
Yeah, so I'll just clarify why Digital New South Wales and New South Wales Telco Authority developed that connectivity index. So the New South Wales Telco Authority runs the public safety network that the ESOs rely upon for communication.
Just for Hansard, I'm sorry, you might just elaborate on ESOs, just so we're making sure.
Emergency service operators, organisations, no acronyms, apologies. So with the information that the New South Wales Telco Authority has from connectivity in relation to the PSN, the Public Safety Network, they have used that information to pull together the Digital Connectivity Index along with some data that they receive from telcos as well as the Commonwealth. So we don't have policy responsibility for connectivity per se, but we use the insights that we have to put that information together and put that on the public register through the Digital Connectivity Index.
Okay. It seems that there is a gap though, and I'm not asking you to talk policy, but given that, is there any move or preparation to try and feed in solutions to that, or is it really we're just aware of it and that's the way it is? Yeah,
a lot of it is about having clarity on where there are gaps, because there is no obligation on the telcos to make those connectivity issues known. So in this sense, information is powerful. So part of that is part of the strategy behind the Digital Connectivity Index.
Mm-hmm. All right, and can I perhaps ask if you need to take it on notice, what steps, if any, the government might be considering taking? It may be a question for the Minister.
Sure, I'll take that on notice.
All right. The digital identity reforms, can you provide an update to the committee on progress of those?
Yes, I can.
That.
Digital identity, we're currently working in collaboration. Digital New South Wales is working on the policy and legislative elements of digital identity and verifiable credentials in conjunction with Service New South Wales, who have administered a number of trials. We've talked about the Working with Children Check online renewal and a number of other trials that they've been developing, that they've delivered over the past year, 18 months or so, and a number that are in train as well. We're working with the Commonwealth. They have recently released some legislation on digital identity, and we're working closely with the Commonwealth on that. So yes, we are progressing with digital identity and verifiable credentials in New South Wales, really being led by the pilots that Service New South Wales is rolling out.
All right, and on those pilots, just to get a feel for timing, obviously I don't want to lock in anything, but in terms of those pilots, what are the end dates for those, and then the review dates after that? What are the next steps once they're done?
Yeah, sure. So we're currently working on a pilot for a digital first aid certificate, and we're looking, I don't have the exact timeline for that because it's still under development, but I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you.
Yes, please. Any others, the other pilots?
The other pilot that we're working on is digital identity as a verifiable credential, so effectively holding a digital identity, digital identity in the Service New South Wales wallet. And perhaps Mr. Wells will have the answer to those timeframes, but I think they're still under development. Greg, jump in if you need to.
All right, yeah, it'd be helpful if you're able to assist the committee with information on timing of that. I think Mr. Weber mentioned earlier, mentioned earlier about particularly women's safety, how that could be very useful. So if we could understand where they're at and that the progress of that digital identity, that could be something very useful in many areas. All right, so in terms of that digital identity specifically, when do you feel those credentials might be available to the broader public?
Again, the method of delivery is to trial these. So we've got the Working with Children check renewal, digital renewal. We're trialling the first aid certificate, which is imminent. We're aiming before the end of this half of the financial year. However, similar to my colleagues, there is a lot of things that we need to get right to make sure that we have the confidence of the community about this, so don't want to lock in any specific date for that.
All right, but the trial is due to end
The trial
year? Yeah.
The first aid certificate trial hasn't kicked off yet. We're aiming to get it out into the public as soon as possible.
Okay. All right. Are you looking at me like you'd like to?
No, I was looking at it as
the coffee.
No.
Could I just clarify, some of your earlier questions that I took on notice? Is that appropriate?
We can do that at the end, I think. If necessary, I might just keep on these.
Sure.
Sorry. So just on conveyancing, back to conveyancing again. Mr. Head, just in relation to, this is a random one, but preparation of contracts for sale of a house or duplex with a swimming pool presently requires 2 certificates. One, a compliance or non-compliance certificate from a private certifier at the council level and a registration certificate from the New South Wales Government level. In Victoria, this is one certificate. Is there any move to consider lessening regulation and making it easier to do conveyancing in New South Wales by combining those?
Well,
as Victoria has done?
I can't comment on the specifics of that, but I can take it on notice. I mean, as a general proposition, this entire exercise has been about simplifying and making these processes easier. But as I indicated before, as to the specifics of any element of e-conveyancing, they're really matters that I'll need to discuss with the registrar and take on notice.
Right, probably should have phrased that way, given that the intent is to reduce red tape. Will that be a consideration? If you could take that on notice, that'd be great. Thank you. And just in relation to the RSA, Responsible Service of Alcohol Certificate, is that within your bailiwick or someone else in service?
And I might be able to help.
And the competency card, yeah, just wanting to understand why the 2 of those are standalone. Understanding in other areas there is one. It seems this is getting to better regulation, I suppose, and less red tape and duplication, which is after all one of the benefits of service. Is there an opportunity to, it seems that you have to go and get the RSA certificate and then take that to service and apply for a competency card. Is there a reason for the duplication? Is there any opportunity to reduce that duplication?
It sounds like that's not a question for me. It might be a question for the Minister for Liquor and Gaming because of the process.
Potentially,
that
but
sits
given that the
under
RSA runs through service.
It's delivered by Service New South Wales.
Yeah.
We can look into that for you. We don't have the answer at hand.
Thank you.
so-
Concerned citizens await.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Mr. Draper.
Yeah.
You will recall, I'm sure, with great enthusiasm, that I foreshadowed a question to you around the physical gauges and the work that the Premier, in his election commitment, and the Premier's Department has done to help deliver those for the good people of the Northern Rivers and the Eugara area. Do you want to provide some enlightening
Yeah, I've got
thoughts?
just got a little bit of information since you asked that question. So there was probably the primary initiative is that the Commonwealth has allocated $236 million to the BOM, and the BOM has a program to take ownership and upgrade those gauges over a period, quite a long period, progressively over 10 years, and cover 50% of the maintenance costs. They're mainly local government managed gauges. And then our new Department of Climate Change, Environment, Energy and Water, is working with the BOM and the SES to help them roll out that program and improve generally flood evacuation information in those LGAs.
Okay. Time frame? I think you said 10 years.
10 years is the program that the Commonwealth has set out, yeah. But I mean, that's obviously prioritised around the areas that are most exposed to those severe floods.
So obviously I know we got into questions of what letters were written to different federal departments last time. We won't go back there, but obviously the Premier would be seeking that the New South Wales areas that were impacted by considerable amounts of flooding are going to be prioritised and acted on first.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not. I mean, this is. There's a degree of involvement because the Premier's Department plays a coordination role, but as I mentioned, the new Department of the Q, for want of a better abbreviation.
Yeah, I hate the acronym, but yes, okay.
Are working with the BOM on that, yeah.
Excellent. All right, well, now I've got some questions on the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. Mr. Draper, it'll be you again.
And I've got some friends here as well.
Sorry?
I've got some other friends with me as
no,
well.
I know, but let's just, we'll start with you. The vacancies on the board, do you know if they've been filled?
Yeah, the board's fully has been filled and it has met.
Okay. And how many times have they met since the last estimates period?
They've met once. They've had one inaugural meeting. Okay.
Does the board provide advice to you and the minister, and how is it able to do that if that's its role when it's only met like once in the last 3-ish months?
Yeah, so yes, that is the role of the board. It's an advisory board to advise the minister and the chief executive of the authority. It started that process because it's been now stood up, but in the meantime there were I think 4 members appointed about a year ago, and so in the interim, while we haven't had formal board meetings, we have had engagement with some of those members who were appointed at that time and sought input from them on various matters.
Okay. Wouldn't that be better done by way of a board meeting?
Yes, I think it is better done by way of a board meeting, and that's what started to happen.
Okay. When will the next one occur, do you know?
Let me just check my colleagues.
It looks like they're madly typing and they can probably come back to you while I ask the next question, which is, given they've had one meeting, I'm tempering my expectations, but what have they provided by way of guidance? And given that they are going to be meeting soon with a date to be provided shortly, what do you expect would be a reasonable outcome from that next meeting that they can provide guidance to you and the minister around the work that you should be focusing on?
We started, because of the timing for the first board meeting, the things that we focused on, well, apart from sort of familiarisation with the standing up of the authority itself, so the structure of the organisation and the various roles that we've established there. We had the state disaster mitigation plan, which was had been completed at that point, and also the updated state recovery plan. So we've provided that and had a discussion that those documents had all but been finalised at that point. So to be fair to the board, they were coming in towards the end.
Yep.
They were largely happy with that, but there's ongoing iterations of those documents.
Yep.
The other thing that I think that there'll be a fair bit of input on is that matter we were discussing earlier. How do you engage the community around things like the disaster adaptation plans, which happen at a regional and an LGA level?
Yep. Have they provided any priorities around community infrastructure yet?
We haven't provided them with anything to respond to on that yet, no, so they haven't provided any specific advice on that.
Okay, so the things that the community are most worried about, which is, I guess, the provision of the infrastructure, that hasn't been really addressed yet at all.
I'm not sure if we'll be asking the board to provide advice on specific items of infrastructure.
Prioritising.
Those priorities are often set more at a council level.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Ms. Walker, how are you?
I'm
Welcome
very
to the
well,
table.
Thank you. Thank you. Lovely to be here.
Is it? I mean,
late in the
it's
day.
late in the afternoon.
Yes.
You're probably just thinking you're about to go.
I know,
have it,
and I'm going to say something relatively short and sweet, which is the 9th of April is the next scheduled, and we have them scheduled for the whole year.
That was the best answer we've heard all day. If everyone else can take note of that, no. In relation to the Reconstruction Authority, could you provide any advice as what work has been done in preparation for drought support and recovery and bushfire recovery, given that I think we're expecting, I guess, a level of drought that perhaps didn't occur this year, but certainly there should have been preparedness in the lead up to that, given the predictions from the bomb, but also, I guess, the next part of that is when you've got really dry conditions, the bushfire risk obviously increases as well. Has any work been done around those two things?
Yeah, and of course not just for the recovery but the response, and Commissioner Rogers can talk about this a little bit more, but I agree with you, in the lead up to the summer, based on the forecast we had available, the expectations was hot and dry conditions.
Yeah.
Our primary immediate concern, and those of the Rural Fire Service, were really around fires and then drought, which has a slower onset but nonetheless can come quite quickly.
Yeah.
As you know, things didn't pan out quite that way over the summer period.
Mm-hmm.
Nonetheless, we have done a lot of work. So our work in the lead up to the summer, and this is on more the recovery side, had been around making sure that the state recovery plan and our resources on the ground were prepared for that, and we had a number of reviews of with all of the agencies that are involved in that recovery process, checking their readiness for that eventuality. So we had people ready, we had the resources ready, we had the plans ready. We haven't had to activate them to the degree that we expected, and which is we're grateful for. But there was a readiness plan that had been put in place for that.
Thank you. I've got one more question, and I think I've got 8 seconds, so I'm just going to try and sneak it in. I know that probably some other people have got some answers they want to provide to the questions I asked earlier, so I'm going to start quickly. In relation to where you've got community engagement activities for fire and rescue, for example, where you might have a fire truck that's at a community event that's not necessarily engaged in an emergency type scenario, but one then an emergency does occur. How do you provision that, and how do you prioritise the work to make sure that you've got not only the community support there, but also the emergency isn't forgotten? Has that ever happened? And for example, if you have something at a community event, does it mean that there's potentially incidents that are missed?
So we wouldn't miss an incident, and as a general rule, the priority is always given to emergency response. It would depend on the scale and the nature of the community engagement event as to how we manage that. For a sort of lower level, smaller scale type event, that would normally be managed by the local crew from the local fire station. And all those sort of arrangements are always made on the caveat that we've got it booked in, we'll be there on the proviso that we don't get a call in the mean or beforehand. And then sometimes, you know, it used to happen a lot when I was a station officer or a firefighter. You'd go to a school visit, you'd be part way through the session with the children, and then you'd have to
Kick 'em
say,
off.
we'll come back.
Yep.
And so there's a lot of sort of coordinating work to come back and finish off. If it's more of a larger scale, or an event of greater significance, we would often have additional support from our community engagement unit or other specialist sections. So they would either then be able to stay and continue while the operational response is dealt with by the fire engine and the crew, or we may take a truck, make them not available for emergency response if the conditions are such that there's no other significant operational demands, and that station can be covered by other available adjoining stations.
Excellent. And you're
Thank
sure
you.
that...
Sorry,
no,
it
no,
has
you're
moved on to
right.
crossbench time now, but there might be a couple of
Okay,
minutes
I'm
at the
just
end.
worried, you know.
Well, worth a try, but it is definitely Miss Higginson's
Thank
thought it was
you.
gonna be so smooth.
Apologies if we've already covered this, and I'm back on youth justice now, and I notice Mr. Tipples entered as well. Just wanted to know, and as I said, if you have done it, but have you got the current numbers of young people per 6 centres?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are
Today, you
able-
mean today's numbers?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do. They're on my desktop, which is just
Thank
opening
you.
now, but yes, I do. I can give you the overall numbers
Yeah.
while I pull out the centre by centre.
Fantastic, thank you.
So, here we are, we have it now. That's good. There are 228 young people in detention today.
Yep. And of those under 16?
Yeah, there are 12 under 16.
12?
Oh, sorry, under 14.
Under
Let me
four-
just check under 16. Under 16...
Sorry, under 14 there was 12? did you
Yes.
say? Yep.
Yes. Under 16 we have 77.
Yep, great. And what's the youngest, the age of the youngest person at the moment?
The age of the youngest is 12.
Thank you. And the breakdown of each centre at the moment?
Sure. I'll be right with
Thank you.
That's okay. The first centre is Acmina in Grafton. There are 30 young people in Acmina.
Yep.
There are 61 young people at the Frank Baxter Centre on the Central Coast.
Yep.
There are 71 people at Cobham in Western Sydney. There are 10 people in Arana at Dubbo. There are 37 people in Reby in Campbelltown. And there are 16 in the Riverina Centre in Wagga.
Great, thank you. I think it's the Standards 1 mentor program that was at Frank Baxter. Is that still going?
Standards 1.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was called, the mentor. It was a mentor.
We do have a funded mentoring program at Frank Baxter, which I listed earlier, which is run by the Shine for Kids organisation that we fund to do that.
Okay, and is that okay? Because I had one, was told about one called Standards 1, and it was at Frank Baxter, and that it saw 3 of the 16 participants that were released from custody go on to reoffend in that next 12 months. And there was some, and I'm trying to think of where I've got the information from now, but there was some, there was some, even though the sample number was small, there was evidence suggesting that it was a very good program. Do you think it's a similar program to the one you're referring to?
I'll need to check that. It could just be referred to as something different, but I'll check.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, because
Of
I
course.
think the constituents' comments were, are we expanding that? It looks, it sounded like it was a successful program, and sometimes, we're always looking for new programs and we don't necessarily follow the ones that may have had successes. But so the mentor program that you were referring to earlier, is that something at Frank Baxter, or is that across all the centres?
It's at Frank Baxter.
Right. And so are there other mentor programs across all of the centres?
There's informal ones. So in all of our centres, we have relationships with community, and particularly Aboriginal elders who work with young people in centres, and various NGOs who come in and do programs in the centres and offer mentoring relationships with young people. So it happens less formally, in the sense that we don't fund them directly, but they do partner with our centres and work with young people.
And are you finding, are we getting evidence of what is working better? Are we monitoring that and tracking it?
Yes,
for-
we're absolutely trying to do that, and where we fund a program ourselves, we absolutely do that, and they're not all at the stage of complete evaluation yet, but if we fund something, we need to evaluate it.
And so what is the breakdown in terms of what your funded programs versus the less formal ones that you're aware of? And
The Frank Baxter Shine
Yeah.
Mentor is the only mentor program that we commission or fund to an external. The rest are informal.
And how long's that one been going at Frank Baxter?
Some years. I haven't got the exact number of years,
Yeah.
but some years.
Okay, and what are the sort of things, like what is the regularity and what are the sort of mechanisms that are in that program?
There's a person from the organisation who works in the centre, has an office in the centre, and works with the caseworkers to identify and meet and work with young people to match them with mentors. They arrange meetings and work through a program which focuses on the goals of the young person. But probably Shine would be the best people to describe their work.
Yeah.
I would want to speak
Yeah.
for them. They're a very good organisation, a very
Yeah.
well-known organisation.
And are the participants assessed on, highest risk or high, like how does your assessment process work to suggest who would be eligible for a program?
So each case plan for everybody in our system has to be individualised around the young person, and for some people that is something they would like to do, and for some people it's not something they would like to do. So if it is something they would like to do and they're in that centre, I expect there would be an approach to see if it's possible to do it or if they're a good fit. But it's individualised.
And the, I know we talked about this last time, but the music programs, the music program, is that something that is linked to the tablets and therefore not currently accessible, or is there a music program that is happening?
The schools, which are run by the Department of Education in all the 6 centres, do music programs at various times. In addition to that, during our school holiday programs, the centre managers bring in various one-off programs to support the holidays. A lot of those programs are music programs. They might be learning to play instruments, or they might be about recording, or they might be about mixing music. But they vary, but each of the centres does that in the school holiday programs.
And what about just accessing music, to be able to listen to music and all of that? What is there access to?
Yeah, it depends on the routine and the young person, I suppose. They have access to television every day and entertainment, and then there would be other programs where they can access music through the centre or through the school in the centre.
That's what I mean, though. So they can access a TV, but is there access to music?
There can be at times, yes.
Okay.
But it's important to be really clear. It's not a home-like environment. It's really
I know.
It's really not. So
I know.
it's a very structured environment.
Yeah.
Which is focused on trying to balance access to those sort of amenities with maintaining good order in a high-risk environment. And that's all done within the infrastructure that we have. So that puts limitations on all those things.
But so isn't there, are you working on the basis, isn't there some really good evidence that access to music and music is a really constructive thing for somebody's well-being? Isn't that?
Yeah, I would agree. We are really keen to get those tablets in.
Yeah.
We are really keen
Yeah.
for all those reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I accept that evidence absolutely. And
Yeah.
we want to get them in as soon as we can.
Yeah. So, without harping on too long and too much about the tablets,
No.
the evidence is so overwhelming of how. So, with the physicals and the structural barriers to the accessibility, and I get the security issues too, how are we going to overcome that? Are we just going to be sitting here at the next budgets and we're going to say, oh, the walls are still too thick? Is that, what do we do about those?
We have to work with the suppliers, the market, the organisations who do that kind of work, and there are lots of them out there, telecom companies, to come to us with proposals.
Surely all these 6 centres don't have the same, connectivity capacities, do they?
Yeah.
They're all the same issue?
Yes. Well, none of them were built in the last 2 decades. They're old centres.
But isn't that, so are we not looking at sort of Wi-Fi? Is it hardwired? Is that...
in a place like that, Wi-Fi requires infrastructure also
Yes.
in order for it to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you are looking at those, or
Yes.
that's what's being scoped, and
All of that's being
Yeah.
scoped, yeah, absolutely. And again, as I said before, if we were building this from scratch, it would be hardwired into all of the walls and infrastructure.
Yeah, of course.
When you are retrofitting, you need to consider that option. You need to consider all sorts of options, and I don't want to preempt them or the timelines again. It's just not helpful.
In terms of the 6 facilities, is there any view that any of these facilities are physically coming to the end of their fit-for-purpose life? Is that audit done? Is an assessment done in terms of their...
So we assess them all the time, like any asset holder, I guess, and the assessment focuses on what are the maintenance needs going forward, what are the security needs going forward. In the last probably 4 years, we focused heavily on improving security to reduce the likelihood of an incident escalating to a major incident, and that's been a good investment because we have seen very few major incidents in the last few years compared to what it was like before. That has been the focus.
Is that on all 6, or were there more?
All
than
6
others?
had some, but we probably did more at Frank Baxter and Cobham
Yeah.
than the others. But they are very old and very different,
Yeah.
and they are all functional and safe, and they are clean and well managed. And I don't think it's accurate to say they're end of life, but they are old and they make reforms like this challenging. So we're just working through the challenges as best we can to implement the reform as quickly as possible.
Do any of the facilities currently have gardens and garden programs?
Yes.
All of them?
They all have gardens, and they all have, well, to give you some examples, there's a horticultural program at Frank Baxter, quite a sophisticated one. It's connected to a qualified and accredited qualification for young people. And the other centres have had that at various times over the years, but they all have gardens, and there are opportunities for young people to do work programs in those gardens, learn how to use equipment, get coaching and training and all of that.
And then do those young people, as part of those education programs, are they accessing computer systems to be able to undertake those studies and those qualifications?
School provides that.
Yeah. And is that happening in a specific room location or various, or?
Yeah, so each centre has classrooms that are managed in partnership with the school, and the access to things like computers is carefully supervised by teachers and sometimes by our staff as well, depending on the risk. But the learning computers are generally in the classrooms.
Okay, and so with the remand cohort, are all 6 facilities hosting remand of
Yes.
young people? Yeah.
Yes.
And are they, at the moment, those remand young people, then are they able to access the school?
Yes.
So there's no distinction at that, once they're in, they're looked after in the same way that...
Yes. Yes. So when young people are admitted, there is a health screen, and at some point, as soon as practical, there is an education screen by the school who will assess what level of education is going to be. Again, teaching is customised to the individual.
Yep.
Classes are limited to 6. And we have people learning very, very basic literacy right up to people doing university qualifications. There's a big range, often in the same cohort. But it's not true to say that every kid in custody gets to go to school, because some people are in for a very, very short time. And it's just not possible or practical or necessary. If a young person can achieve bail, then our job is to get them out as quickly as possible.
And so what is the cohort of remand, what are the remand numbers in, and
77% of the kids in detention today are on remand.
and that's even higher than last
Yes.
figure, isn't it?
Yes.
So is there that remand figure is growing clearly, and do you know what the main reason or the main conditions that the denial of bail is happening? Is there...
Well, coming into remand and the duration... Coming into remand and the duration of remand is not something that we can control.
Yeah.
We have no say or control over that. It's not our function. But And it's difficult for me, or inappropriate for me, to comment on the decision making around bail or the reasons why bail is refused. I can't really comment on that.
But is there, when you have got somebody, as you say, if somebody's going to make bail, surely you would be making an assessment on what that would be, why they would make bail, so therefore you would understand the reasons that they were refused bail.
No, the bail application, our role in the bail application process in custody is to make sure the young person has private access to their lawyer as quickly as possible.
Yes.
And so we have really close connections with the Aboriginal Legal Service and Legal Aid, and we make sure that they can get access to private consultation as quickly as possible. And I meet with Legal Aid and ALS regularly, and I test with them, are they getting access? Do we need to make any improvements? Are there any gaps where they have difficulty getting access to their clients? And if that's the case, we address it. Access to lawyers is critically important when somebody is on remand and wants to apply for bail. So that's the first priority. The details of the application, the prospects of the application is not a matter for us, it's a matter for the young person and their lawyer to work through.
And so from the out of the 228 young people, how many identify as First Nations people?
135, which is 59%.
Right. And out of the 77% that are on remand, how many are First Nations?
108.
On remand? Yeah.
108 Aboriginal people on remand.
Okay. And what's the location? Are most of those in Frank Baxter, the remand First Nations cohort?
No, they're distributed all over the state. The centres do have different, I guess, diversity in terms of racial background and cultural background, and our regional centres are mostly Aboriginal young people. Yeah. And our metro centres are more mixed.
Yeah. And is that, what's the Clarence one called? Acmina. So is that, what's the number of First Nations at Acmina out of the 30?
I'll just have a look for you now.
Thank you. Thank you. $26 out of 30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was for Acmina.
Yeah, thank you. And just going back to the use of force incidents across all the centres, do any of those on review result in criminal charges against the officers?
Historically they have. So the process is the young person is examined by the medical team. There's a medical team in every centre, full time, and they are supported to make the report to police, and sometimes our staff will report it to police if there's any suggestion of an assault, and the police will attend the centre and take statements and make a judgment about whether they press charges or not. And there have been matters where police have taken an interest and considered charges or pressed charges. In that case, we suspend our investigation so that we don't contaminate the police investigation, and we wait until we get clearance from police before we do our own investigation.
Have there been any allegations of a sexual assault nature across any of the centres over the past 12 months?
Sexual assault there's been allegations of sexual harassment between staff, and there's been certainly allegations of behaviour that resembles grooming behaviour in the centre, and that has gone through the misconduct process. I am not aware of sexual assault allegations against staff on young people, but I will double check that because I was away from the system for a while doing another role, so I'll check that.
Thank you. And what are your, at the moment, what is your priority? I know that your job obviously is to administer the system as is, but what would you say at the moment is your priority reform area for the system at the moment, for the system that you're managing?
It is improving service delivery to Aboriginal clients.
Yeah.
Is the number one priority.
And are you, in looking at that and that you're closing the gap, are you working across with all of the relevant services and the wraparounds, etc., within government. Are you part of the Closing the Gap?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
And do you think at this point you have what you need to be doing or there are more needs to be able to implement the things that you can see in order to meet those Close the Gap targets in your work area?
So I can comment on the work that was within my mandate, or our youth justice mandate.
Yep.
And within that mandate, the things we need and the priorities relate to having services that we can work alongside to help prevent. And that's why we have, as I said earlier, transferred some of our funded services to ACCOs to try and improve that. So that is happening.
Yep.
And there are more and more ACCOs emerging all the time, so we'll continue to work with those.
Yep.
And also working not directly in a contracting relationship, but in partnership with Aboriginal organisations who are interested in youth justice and want to collaborate. So that is one important thing that we need and that we have and that we do. The other critical thing is about having the right workforce, and so there's a big focus on supporting Aboriginal staff to be effective in their roles. Partly it's about recruitment and retention, but it's also about the way we operate and staff having the authority to work the way they need to work in terms of cultural practice and supporting that, and addressing experiences of racism. They're the priorities for the workforce, to try and improve conditions for people who work in this area, and Aboriginal staff are usually best placed to work with Aboriginal young people. So increasing the number of Aboriginal staff and Aboriginal leaders in the organisation is a critically important part of the work that we're doing. And so our focus in terms of workforce strategy is in that area.
Thank you. We've now got about 3 minutes left, and just before I go to the Honourable Aileen McDonald, I forgot to welcome Mr. Tibble when he came in, so thank you. Thank you for joining
Our
us.
questions are now for
I
Mr.
remind
Tibble.
you that as you've already been sworn in, you don't need to swear in again, but if anyone's got questions for Mr. Tibble, they've got 3 minutes. Otherwise, I go to the Honourable Aileen McDonald. Thank you.
Mr. O'Reilly, I'll just follow up on Ms. Higginson's questions. I didn't catch the number that you said were on remand.
Currently on remand is 175.
175. And also, can you give a breakup between the gender, so male and female?
Yeah. Yes, there are 228 people in detention, and 20 of those are female.
20 are female. Okay, thank you. And just one other question. What clinical support is there available for young people who are entering custody with alcohol and or drug misuse issues?
There is significant clinical support. As I said before, each centre has a medical team which is administered by New South Wales Justice Health, and they are absolutely the experts in all of that. And so they assess everybody when they come in. They have access to specialists from outside the centre, and they bring those specialists in as required, and they make sure that the young person is supported, and if there are any escalations in their medical condition related to drug and alcohol detox, they will make sure they get support, and they will make sure they get to hospital if they need to. My staff will escort kids to hospital sometimes if that's necessary, or an ambulance will be called if needed. That's the triage and the acute response. The process of induction and onboarding a young person in the centre is complex. There's a whole range of things that have to be assessed, including interviews by our psychology team, our caseworkers, again the medical team, Aboriginal practice officers for Aboriginal kids, and in the course of all of that, and education, in the course of all those interviews, risk factors are picked up, case plans are developed, and that's where drug and alcohol treatment fits in. So we have some drug and alcohol treatment programs in our range of interventions which we can apply, but again it's got to be individualised and has to be suited to the person. So they may already be participating in a treatment program when they come to us, so we would probably seek to continue that somehow. But it is really good thorough assessment, and making sure that the response is individualised and making sure the young person has access to those clinicians. That is the approach.
Thank you.
We've got 1 minute, Ms Sue Higginson, if you've got one more question.
Oh, I was just going to put on the record, Chair, that Mr Fang needs to know that the entire rural community of New South Wales is held together by zip ties at some point in
I
our
agree.
existence.
I agree. I don't think that the New South Wales the Fire Rescue New South Wales should be, but you know.
Not necessarily. No, I'm good. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you.
Does the government have any questions?
No questions from the government.
Chair, am I able
Mercy
to
rule. Mercy rule.
respond to a couple of the questions that we took on notice from Ms Ward before? So, in relation to accessible parking sensors, 1,380 across 11 councils as of February 24, and Ms Christie's also now able to provide a list of the attendees of the Park and Pay Roundtable. So if you're happy, Chair, we can provide those to the Secretariat.
Thank you.
And Chair, I've got
Thank
a
you, Ms Christie. Thank
question to close out to Mr Fang's question earlier about the Coffs Harbour Council facility. And so just to clarify, I think we were talking about their new building, the Urilla Cultural and Civic Centre.
Correct.
So in the last 12 months we've had 12 calls there for automatic fire alarms. 4 of those have been through February, so there's obviously been a spike recently.
Yep.
Now, the information from the crews is that the inclement weather seems to have played a part in some of that recent activity, but also they were questioning the suitability of a particular type of optical detector that they had there. Now, the thing I didn't mention previously was we also have a specialist team or group of people working in our community safety section that is designed to help reduce false alarms, and so they'll work with premises owners or facility managers to look at the nature of the activations they're having and see if there's something that can be suggested to design, to change the design, the configuration of the system. So whether it's moving the location of detectors or changing to different type of detectors, and considering the way they use it. And quite often in new buildings, the building was designed a certain way, it ends up being used slightly differently, or there's things in the normal usage pattern that weren't fully considered, and so that can have an impact on a building and the activation of false alarms. So that false alarm reduction unit can assist with
That's
that.
really good. No, thank you very much for that information. Bob's going to fire off about media summaries now, aren't you, Bob?
Commissioner Rogers.
Madam Chair, just your question about wildlife training. I've got that updated figure. It's 1,278 RFS members have now completed that training, so and that'll continue being offered to people, both staff and volunteers.
Great, fantastic. Was there anything else that have been taken on notice?
Oh, well, I will, seeing we've been along the table, basically. Just in relation to the sensor project that's with UTS, and it's looking at the use of 5G technology, which I am instructed can still work when there's connectivity problems.
And if you had your shots, apparently.
And the other issue that you raised was about warnings out to the community that we don't just use hazards near me. We do the radio, TV, door knocking, and all the other more standard types of communication out to the community if there is connectivity problems for the community.
Well done. No, thank you so much for that detailed response.
Thank you.
Come on, Bob, now you can fire up. Come on. Media summaries, mate.
Great, thank you. Thank you all for being here all day. I know it's a very long day. And thank you for your time, and also thank you for your answers. The Committee Secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice or any supplementary questions. So thank you again.
You're going to raise it privately, Bob?